Very good morning to one and all. So today is the last day of the national workshop on lake conservation. I request Professor Y.B. Basuraj sir to please come on. They are already on the stage. So hearty welcome you, sir. Professor Basuraj sir, actually, sir was former dean, College of Fisheries at Mangalore. And also, sir, I worked under sir leadership a very short time during my MSc program. Sir did lot of projects on genetics and also fish breeding technology, and he has developed a lot of technologies, and he has guided more than 20 PhD students, and he published several research articles in the field of fish genetics, and he also developed several institutes related to aquaculture and fish genetics and breeding centers in Karnataka. Sir has worked extensively. His students settled in various central government institutions and also state government institutions. With this brief introduction, thank you very much, sir. And Amur Carp was also developed under its leadership. Sir is very dynamic professor. Thank you very much, sir. With short notice, you accepted our invitation to chair this session. I request you to please introduce Dr. Raghav for this session, sir. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the second day of the session on Namma Lakes 2025. Actually, we have a very interesting speaker today. Probably he is a legal expert, and probably this is what is required, especially rejuvenation of the lakes. It should be looked in overall, not just building the lake, and it looks at the whole body, including the water, and what are the other issues involved in that, especially in the urban areas, more than the other legal issues and other social issues involved. So I think Indian Kstacademy, Raghava Parthasarathi, I think he's a dedicated legal professional with extensive experience in litigation and consultancy across various legal forums. He has appeared before High Court in writ matters involving service, education, reservation, land acquisition, and employment. He is skilled in handling various field like commercial, including recovery, specific performances, possession, injections, etc. And he has also appeared before the Lokayukta in many cases, especially in Karnataka regulation on different issues. His expertise includes intellectual property, especially trade cases. He holds a PhD from GNLU, an LLM in energy laws and UPS, and a BBA LLB honors from JSS College. I think with this background, and we are really surprised. Hope you will be able to hear something different from the lakes, what you have been hearing from the yesterday. I think let us look at from the legal issues, and I request him to take over and deliver his lecture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you all. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for this opportunity to come and present my views on the lake protection more specifically in Karnataka. Now, in today's session, I would try and look at the legal and the regulatory framework pertaining to the lakes, tanks, ponds, and its conservation mechanism in Karnataka, right? Now, I'm not sure how many of you are from the law background, but at least I presume that since many of you are serving as scientists and other distinguished positions, I believe that you will be having constitutional background a little bit. From that perspective, I would like to start off with some of the pictures that we are all very familiar with, especially living in Bangalore. We know that this is the circumstance in which we are presently living in, right? all the streets are, mostly many major places, major economic centers are flooded. Many residential apartments, many residential complexes are getting flooded. Now, we may be wondering as to why this is happening, right? Especially in the past, if I have to recollect, past 8 to 10 years, this phenomena of flooding has increased, right? Now, we may be wondering as to why this is happening. Now, since most of you all come from the scientific background, I'm not sure, I don't have to explain the reasons for this, but from the perspective that I have understood, mostly from the legal context, I see that there is a major loophole, major legal shift has to take place, right? Now, what is the legal change that we are talking about? Now, just to start off, I would like to just start off with the aspect on Constitution of India. Now, what does Constitution talk about when it really is about water, when it is about wells, tanks, ponds, right? Now, the Constitution of India, more specifically under Schedule 7, talks about List 1, List 2, and List 3. Now, you may ask, what do you mean by List 1, List 2, and List 3? Basically, 7th schedule is the one that confers power to the central government, to the state government, and to the municipal governments, right? Now, these three schedules, this particular schedule consists of 3 lists. That is the List 1, List 2, and List 3. Now, under List 1, the powers are conferred specifically with regard to the central government. Now, when it comes to water, there is specific entry number 56, which talks about interlinkage of rivers, creation of river valleys, right? Now, you may ask, how are we concerned with this? Now, please note, under this particular entry 56, this is a specific power that is granted to the central government, right? When we are talking about water as such, the subject of water can be found in state list, that is list number 2. Now, what is the consequence of this? Please note, the state governments have the entire power, have the entire control, and entire legislative mechanism that they can come up with for the protection, conservation, usage, use, misuse, abuse, whatever is happening today, right? Everything is within the control of the state government, right? Therefore, List 2, more specifically, entry 17 is the one that confers the powers on the state government when it talks about water, irrigation system, and the related things, specifically more relating to drinking water, the management of lakes, ponds, tanks, all those are within the ambit of this state government. Now, there is a third list as well, which is called the concurrent list. Concurrent list is basically something that both the state as well as the union can exercise their powers upon, right? Now, when this is the situation, you may ask, what happens if both the central as well as the state make a law on a particular subject? Now, it is the constitutional framework on this is pretty clear that the central legislation will always prevail over the state legislation, right? So, we will not go into that particular aspect of this. Now, we all know that lakes, specifically ponds, tanks, are very crucial for the sustenance and maintenance of ecosystem. It can be in the urban milieu, it can be in the village, it can be in the rural milieu as well. Now, please note that the essence of having lake system, right, that was conceived, I think we have had a very good lake mechanism, right, water channel mechanism since the past 100-150 years. It has been developed very well. However, because of the recent urbanization, because of the recent rapid urbanization, we are seeing that the lakes, the channels, the drain systems are getting extinguished, right? Now, it is, again, there are multiple reasons for this. One I can clearly have to say is the lack of coordination among the revenue authorities, right? Now, you may ask, what is coordination? What does coordination have to do with the authorities? Now, please note, we did not have a specific legislation for the protection, conservation of lakes until, if I can recollect, for the year 2002. 2002 was the first time when the government made some serious introspections, when the government considered and took up the issue very seriously with regard to the lake conservation, and under a society mechanism. Now, we have what is called as the Karnataka Societies Registration Act of 1960. Under the registration, under the society registration framework, they came up with what is called as a Lake Development Authority. Now, this particular Lake Development Authority was established under the concerned municipal authorities. Now, please note, the Lake Development Authority was mostly restricted to the urban areas itself, which means urban areas are again governed under a specific legislation called the Karnataka Municipal Corporations Act, right? Now, these municipal corporations, like the BBMP that we have, that is a municipal corporation. Now, if you are from Mysore, you will know that there is MCC, or if you are from Mangalore, you will know that there is again a Mangalore City Corporation. Likewise, major city centers are governed under the city corporation legislations. Whereas, when we talk about other cities, say for example, a smaller city like a Nelmangla, right? For a smaller city, maybe a Chitradurga, right? Now, these are governed under a different legislation called the Karnataka Municipalities Act, right? Now, please note, for the governance of urban sector, we have these number of legislations, right? But when we are talking about sector specific governance, please note, we also have a specific law for irrigation. We have Karnataka Irrigation Act of 1965 or 1967, if I remember correctly. Furthermore, we also have a legislation for groundwater, that is Karnataka Protection and Conservation Regulation and Control of Groundwater. That is, I think, of the year 2010 or 11. That came up very recently. In addition to that, we also have so from the perspective of pollution, right, you may be aware that we have a legislation called the Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act. In addition to that, the overall governance of environment is taken care of by the Environment Protection Act of 1986. Now, if I can remember now, I have easily mentioned some 6 to 7 legislations, both central as well as the state government, right? Now, where is the difficulty in coordination happening now? Please note, despite having these many legislations, even though we have a comprehensive legislation like an Environment Protection Act, like a Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act, these legislations have not proven to be effective when it comes to lake conservation and development, right? Now, therefore, what happened? 2002 was the starting point when a proper legislative framework, if not a legislative framework, at least a regulatory mechanism was conceived. Now, what happened because of this regulatory mechanism was that the government was able to take control of the lakes, tanks and ponds that are prevailing within the urban areas, right? So, Lake Development Authority was one of the ideas that were conceived. However, it took almost 12 years to make it into a law. Now, what do we mean by making it into a law? Making it into a law basically means that it has to go through the procedure of legislature, where both the houses, especially in Karnataka, if you are talking about Karnataka, both the upper house as well as the lower house have to pass the legislation. Accordingly, we had the first legislation, that is the Karnataka Tank Development and Regulation Act of the year 2014, that is KTCD Act. Now, in addition to this, please note, the government did not stop there. Interestingly, they thought, okay, for protection of lakes, we also need another legislation. So, what did they do? They came up with another legislation called the Karnataka Lake Conservation and Development Act. Now, it may seem a little bit confusing as to why do we need two legislations, because when the legislation on the KTCD itself provides for conservation of lakes, tanks and ponds, why did we have to come up with a second set of legislation? That is exactly the reason why within a span of 3 years, that particular legislation, that is the Karnataka Lake Conservation and Development Authority, was shelved. It got repealed, and in the year 2018 itself, the overarching legislation for the purpose of conservation of tanks, lakes and ponds was the KTCD Act. Right? Are you all clear up until now? Any questions, any doubts? Anyone wants to add something? Please. Right. Right. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Right. Thank you so much. Now, in addition to this, the original legislation, that is I would consider 2014 to be the starting point, which basically laid down the framework for conservation of lakes and tanks and ponds in Karnataka. Now, this particular legislation, interestingly, did not include the urban development authorities as the concerned authority, right? They focused more from the perspective of the forest department. Now, why is this important? Please note, when we are talking about an urban setting like Bangalore, like Mysore, or a developing tier 2 city or tier 3 city, the role of the forest department gets reduced, and the role of urban development departments become increasingly more, right? Their intervention requires a lot. Their expertise is required a lot. Now, therefore, what happened is, this particular legislation underwent an amendment in the year 2018. Again, this became a consolidating legislation which not only repealed the Lake Conservation Development Act, but it also incorporated certain other important changes to the existing legislation, right? Now, what do we understand by the term lake? What do we understand by the term tank? Do we have a definition for it? As per the KTCD, if you can see it on the screen, the KTCD defines what do we mean by the term lakes, tanks and ponds. It is defined under section 2G, which says, it defines it as an inland water body, irrespective of whether it contains water or not, but mentioned in the revenue records as Sarkari Kere, Kharab Kere, Kunte, Katte, includes catchment areas, Rajakaluve, inlets, bunds, weirs, sluices, etc., and was made applicable throughout the Karnataka. Now, this is the overall definition of the term tanks, lakes and ponds. Now, wherever these terms come up, please remember this is the definition. Whether there is water or not, irrespective of that, the area that is demarcated, that the area that is marked, right, that is called as the tank or the lake area. Now, what has happened because of this is, we need to understand that even though the definition is very clear, the definition is very specific, I think our authorities, our politicians probably may not have read these definitions, even though they have framed it, they may not have understood in its proper sense. Now, because what is happening is, because of, say, the water gets drained out, the water is not flowing anymore because of summer or because of extraction of groundwater for so many reasons, right? The area or the land becomes dry. Now, as a consequence of this, what happens is, it's a good market for what? Real estate, right? Now, this is where the concerned authority, that is the Tank Development Corporation Authority, will come into picture, because under this particular legislation, they have ample powers to take control of the lakes, to take control of the tanks. I'll discuss the provisions in a little bit. But despite having these provisions, do you think that we are actually able to control, regulate the lakes that we are having? Of course, there are new proposals, there are new mechanisms coming up for the rejuvenation of lakes, right? If you are probably there near Yedur, I stay near Yedur, so I'm a little familiar with that. I stay near Yedur, I stay near Yelchenalli. So I'm pretty familiar with the plans that have taken place and the rejuvenation works that have undertaken there, which is a good mechanism. But There are also lakes and ponds which are not as big as Edyur or not as big as Yelchenhalli or probably Agra or Banerghatta lake, right? Now, there could be very small areas. Say for example, in a plot size of 100 by 100, right? There could be a very small lake area. These are the places which requires conservation. Now, the reason why I am telling you this is, these are the small inlets which percolates water deep into the ground and provides underground water facilities for the nearby localities. Now, what is happening because of the drying up of these wells, these ponds, is that there is huge shortage of water, as we saw previous summer, not this summer. Previous summer was terrible. We underwent a lot of water shortage. There had to be a lot of tanker mafia, all that came into picture. But apart from that, if the government had clearly focused, more specifically, this authority has been in place for the past 10, 11 years now, right? Since the inception in 2014, this authority has been there for the past 10, 11 years. But do we see any changes as such? Do we see any prosecutions? Do we see any cases, encroachment cases? Not many. Not many are happening. Though, please note, this particular authority was considered to be a single authority, right? Now, it says, for the purpose of protection, the law itself recognizes that there is a rapid depletion of groundwater affecting availability of water for irrigation, drinking, livestock, flora and fauna, and recognizes urgent need for protection, conservation, and rejuvenation of water bodies by a single authority. Now, please note, there is an emphasis on that. Why is it mentioned as a single authority? I am not saying this, the law itself says this, right? The KTCD Act itself specifies that it has to be a single authority for the management of lakes, tanks, and ponds within the state of Karnataka. Now, even though this particular provision is clearly mentioned, the objective is very good, objective is very well intended, but when it comes to implementation, we are poor in terms of implementation. Nothing gets changed very easily. Nobody, in terms of the concerned authorities themselves, are involved in land grabbing in terms of drying up the lake area and probably encroaching at a later point in time. I'll also discuss few of the cases that we have dealt with before the High Court of Karnataka. Now, interestingly, even though this particular legislation is there, let's try and understand what are the powers that are vested with them. I've already discussed the amendment. Now, the reason why the KLCDA was removed was basically it was first of all inherently conflicting. The powers that were there under the KTCD Act were also very similar to the ones that are there under the Lake Conservation Development Act. Now, because of this inherent conflict, because of this confusion, they decided that within a span of 3 years, the Act has to be removed, right? Now, let's try and understand what are the powers that are vested with this particular authority, that is the KTCD legislation. It establishes two authorities. One is at the state level, right? The state level basically is headed by the Minister for Minor Irrigation, Water Management, so on and so forth. As you can see here, Minister for Minor Irrigation as chairperson, and in addition to that, there are around 12 to 13 people who are constituting this particular authority at the state level. Now, they are the ones, basically they have been empowered to frame plans, frame policies for better management and use of water and conservation of lakes within the state of Karnataka. Now, please note, this legislation is not just applicable to the urban areas like Bangalore or Mysore, right? This is applicable even for the remotest area in Bidar, remotest area in Gulbarga, or any part of Karnataka, right? So, it is not just restricted to 1 or 2 cities, it is applicable throughout the state of Karnataka. Now, coming to the other part or the other authority which is involved in the management of the lake authorities in Karnataka. The second authority that I am talking about is constituted at the district level, right? Now, state level is the overarching authority headed by the minister. When it comes to the district level, you see that this particular district level authority is headed by the district deputy commissioner. In addition to that, all the other concerned authorities, which includes the CEO of the Zilla Panchayat, the superintendent of police, it also includes other revenue officials like the Tahsildar, the assistant commissioner, right? So all these are concerned authorities when we are talking about lake conservation at the district level. Now, what are the functions of these authorities? Section 5 clearly lays down around 17 functions. Okay. If I have time, I will also just take you all through the legislative copy that I have in the folder. If you can see, Section 5 clearly talks about the functions of the regulatory authority. The first and the foremost power that is granted is to regulate and control all the tanks and lakes within the state of Karnataka. Now, in addition to this, there are other powers in terms of prevention and removal of encroachment, right? The question is whether these powers have been exercised judiciously, whether these powers have been exercised wisely, that's the second question. But however, in terms of law, in terms of legislative prescriptions, we already have these provisions, right? In addition to these powers, the major objective is basically to protect, conserve and reclaim the lands or the tank bed areas that have already been lost due to either encroachment or because of some natural reasons. It may be reclaimed, right? So these are some of the powers that have been vested with the concerned district level authority as well as the state level authority. When we are talking about powers, now please note, I can make a reference that is similar to the police powers, right? Now when we are talking about powers, powers basically comes to these authorities or have been vested with these authorities to basically enter into any premises. They can inspect, they can also take possession of the custody or take possession of the particular premise where there is any issue of encroachment or there are allegations of encroachment, right? Now these are some of the basic powers that have been vested with this concerned authority. Please note, it is not just about entering or taking survey or conducting survey or demarcating the boundaries. It is also about managing the lake flora, lake fauna, right? That probably maintains a biodiverse, rich premises, right? It also hosts a lot of fish, lot of aquatic species that is very crucial for the sustenance of the ecosystem. Now, I'm sure yesterday also you might have heard of this. Why do we need lakes in the first place? The basic question that comes up for the discussion is, why are lakes very important? Because it is not that we only look at it from one or two perspectives. These issues have to be addressed from a multidimensional approach, and these approaches have to be coordinated, right? It's not like our road construction where we first put tar and then dig up the road and lay down wires again. It's not like that, right? These have to be, these policies, the framing of these policies have to be coordinated, and with coordination there should be a long-term planning and policy approach, right? Now coming back to the discussion, I would like to take you through the legislation. I hope you're all able to see this. Now this is the Gazette copy of the Lake Tank Conservation and Development Authority Act, and this particular part is the preamble of the legislation, which talks about why the law has to be made, why the law is required. It notes, please note, it also takes note of the position that the Supreme Court has reiterated on multiple occasions, right? Supreme Court has said that water is the elixir of life, right? Water is crucial for the sustenance. It forms a part of right to life, and it is also a fundamental right in itself, right? Therefore, when we are talking about water from the perspective of rights, from the perspective of fundamental rights, it is crucial that we look at it from Article 19 and Article 21, which is basically the right to life and personal liberty. Now, in addition to this, it also talks about the involvement of stakeholders who are relevant for the purposes, like as you can see, there is minor irrigation department, rural development, Panchayat Raj, forest department, so on and so forth. Now, as I told you, the single authority, right, the objective of establishing this is only to have a single unified mechanism for the purpose of regulating lakes within the state of Karnataka. I would also like to emphasize a little bit more on the definition. I have already told you that whether an area, whether it is dry, whether it is filled up with water, it can be brought under the definition of tanks, ponds and lake. This particular definition also goes further ahead, and it includes what is called as the catchment areas or the Rajakalways. Right? Rajakalways are basically the water drains that have been established, the water channels that have been established for the purpose of easy and smooth flow of water. However, because of, as I told you, because of the recent urbanization, because of rapid explosion of population, even the Rajakalways are not free from encroachments, and people are going on building houses, commercial complexes, so on and so forth, even on top of that. So, therefore, as you can see, there are multiple aspects which includes and which comes within the ambit of tanks, ponds and lakes, right. Now, let us try and understand the different powers that have been vested. Now, as I told you, with regard to the functions, there are around 17 functions, right. Now, first one, as I told you, is basically to exercise control over the entire lakes, ponds and tanks in tank system in the Karnataka. In addition to this, the major objective, of course, is to protect and conserve and reclaim, regenerate, restore tanks, ponds, lakes to facilitate recharge of depleting groundwater by promoting integrated approach with assistance of concerned government departments, local authorities. Now, when we are talking about local authorities, please note there is involvement, there should be involvement of the authorities which are functioning as municipalities and also authorities that are functioning under the Gram Panchayat, Gram Swaraj and Panchayat Raj Act, right. Now, again, though under the Panchayat Raj system, we have three specific bodies, that is the Zilla Panchayat, Town Panchayat and the Gram Panchayat mechanism. So, involvement of all these authorities are very critical when we are talking about conservation and protection of lakes and ponds. In addition to this, we also have another interesting power, that is to take up environmental impact assessment studies. Now, this particular environment impact assessment study is mostly looked at from the perspective of pollution control, right. Now, say for example, any commercial projects are coming up, say for example, an industry is being established. They have to approach the concerned authority, that is the Pollution Control Board, under the Water Prevention and Control, Air Prevention and Control and also under the Environment Protection Act, and there is a specific licensing mechanism. Please note, there is a licensing mechanism when before establishing an industry, they have to take a consent to establish, and once it is established, they have to take a license for consent to operate, that is CTE and CTO. So, these are the licensing mechanisms that have been established as a framework under the respective legislation law. But please note, the environment impact assessment that is there, it precedes all of these licensing framework, because before establishing any project, the viability of the project has to be first considered, Now, there are two aspects to this. One is the social impact assessment and the other one is the environment impact assessment. Social impact assessment comes into picture when we have large scale projects. Say for example, there is a port development that is taking place, or say for example, there is a highway project that is being taken up by the central or the state government. In those particular scenarios, the social impact assessment comes into picture. Environment impact assessment comes into picture when it involves, say for example, there is a forest, say for example, there is a river that is flowing, right? Now, when there is some natural thing that is involved, that is when the environment impact assessment comes into picture. Now, in addition to this, I wouldn't go through all of these. These were some of the important powers that have been vested with these particular authorities. As I told you, around 17 powers are there, mostly the functions. But when we are talking about powers and functions are correlated to each other when it comes to its implementation, right? Please note, this particular legislation is not just a legislation in terms of providing some prescription with regard to what has to be done, what not to be done. It is not restricted only to that. It is also a penal legislation. Now, please note, when I say it is a penal legislation, there are certain consequences for not following. There are certain criminal punishments that may be imposed when there is absolute violation or there is non-compliance of the provisions of the law, right? All these powers have also been granted to the concerned authority, where they can basically initiate criminal prosecution, they can make arrests, and there are situations what contravenes or what is considered to be a contravention of the legislation are clearly provided under section 23 onwards, right? And fines can vary from rupees 10,000 and it can go up to lakhs of rupees. In certain scenarios, there are also scenarios where it is punishable with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 1 year, right? Now, despite having all these provisions, we hardly see any kind of prosecutions happening, right? There are abundant number of cases of lake encroachment that are taking place. There are n number of violators, there are n number of defaulters who are committing these exact offenses that have been mentioned under the law. But despite this, the authorities, of course, they have been sleeping over until and unless some disaster strikes, they will not wake up, right? So, these are some of the scenarios when we are talking about the act in specific, the regulatory framework for the legislation or for the governance of the lakes and tanks in Karnataka. Now, moving further, I would also like to mention why the coordination is important. Now, I will just go back to the discussion that I had mentioned under constitutional framework, more specifically under list 2. Now, please note, there are many powers that have been vested with the state government. There are many the constitutional framework has given or has distinguished the working areas for the central government as well as for the state government. Now, the reason why the powers when it comes to water has been specifically vested to the state authorities is because there are multiple other entries that have to be looked at. Now, say for example, there is entry on minor irrigation, water management and watershed development, right? Now, all these are specific powers over which the central government cannot legislate. The central government cannot come up with a law. Rather, the state government will make a specific law. Therefore, we have this Karnataka Irrigation Act of 1967, right? This particular entry, right, this particular power to legislate on these topics have been provided under entry 3 of the list 2. The second part of it, which is again very relevant, is with regard to the fisheries. Even though we have a central legislation, that is the Indian Fisheries Act, right? That is, I think, a very old legislation, if I recollect, it is somewhere of 1800s or 1890s legislation. Sorry? 1851, right? Almost 150, 170 years old. So that, I think, particular legislation was also repealed, if I am not wrong. I think in 2017 or 18, the central government also repealed that particular legislation and conferring rights over the state to legislate on this particular aspect, right? Now, the third entry, which may be relevant for the purpose of our discussion, is the drinking water and the potable water scenario. Now, please note, in other countries, if we have to take the example of US or Europe, if you just open the tap, we get the drinking water straight away, right? It's not the same case in Bangalore. In our scenario, especially in the apartment that we live in, because of the floods, the water gets mixed with the sump water, and sometimes the water starts stinking. We are not able to even use it for the daily use purposes. Such is the unfortunate scenario, right? Now, even though these are all the powers that have been vested with the central government, there is lack of coordination, there is lack of execution, there is lack of implementation when it comes to the legislative prescription, right? Now, we may be wondering, we may be saying that, okay, we are a resourceful nation, we may be having a lot of resources, but the unfortunate reality is that the local bodies, especially the third tier governance framework, which is the municipalities and the gram panchayats, hardly get any kind of money, right? Even though there is a revenue allocation formula at the central government, but the revenue allocation is not sufficient to manage all these things, right? All the powers that have been vested, it is not sufficient, and because of which there is in terms of bad maintenance, in terms of poor maintenance of the infrastructure that we have. The next one is the waterways, the maintenance of community assets. Waterways basically is again the inland waterways. Now, if any of you have visited Kollur, right, there is a ship, there is a boat that you have to take from one place to, I think, from Sagara to that particular place, you will have to take the boat. Now, please note that is maintained by the state government itself, right? That is a particular project of the state government, and powers conferred specifically within the state government itself, right? So, these are some of the aspects of the constitution, the legislative framework. I would like to take you through some of the cases that we have recently dealt with, which is slightly interesting, a bit more interesting than the legislative part of it. Now, we know that the lake areas are being encroached. We also know that lake areas, after being encroached, there are real estate projects, there are housing projects, there are hospitals, there are certain things that are coming up. In a recent case that we were dealing with, it so happened that we were representing one of the clients. The client is basically a resident apartment association, right? Resident welfare association of an apartment. It's a huge developer. It so happened that they approached us stating that, sir, there is in the neighboring plot, the area that is demarcated was basically a lake area. Now, I had to verify that as to how they can be sure that it was a lake area. So, what we did is, we underwent the scrutiny of all the previous revenue records, more specifically the revenue sketch, the survey sketch that has been prepared, that has been uploaded by the concerned authorities. It's already there available online, right? So, most of the survey sketches were verified, and we examined all those records, and we realized that it was a very small plot of land. Probably, if I have to say, it was a plot of around 3,000 or 4,000 square feet area, right? Not bigger than that. That particular property had a small pond within itself, right? Now, in 2015, the revenue authorities had specifically demarcated that area as a lake bed area. They had also given a sketch stating the boundaries, clearly demarcating the boundaries. All that had been done, and it's already uploaded. Now, interestingly, by the year 2021, the revenue sketch is gone, the map is changed, the land has been notified from the lake bed area to some other authority. It is transferred to a revenue authority, right? It should have been maintained by the Lake Development Authority, but it has been transferred to, silently it has been transferred to the concerned revenue authority, right? There is no intimation, there is no notification of any sort, nothing is done, right? Now, this is something that we have challenged before the High Court of Karnataka. It is still pending. We are yet to finalize on this, but there are, following the numerous other cases, right? If I have to take the example of the famous case of a spam motel case, that is of MC Mehta versus Kamal Nath, right? Kamal Nath happened to be a former union minister in the previous UPA government, and in some parts of Himalayan region, which is supposed to be a forest area, he had illegally given permission to construct a hotel or a residential facility there for housing tourists. Now, MC Mehta, being an environmental litigant himself, he challenged this particular action of the central government in granting approval, and that particular notification, that particular act of the government was quashed. Now, that is where the interesting concept of what we call as public trust doctrine comes into picture. Now, the public trust doctrine has been conceived much earlier in foreign jurisdictions. Starting from 1970s and 80s onwards, this public trust doctrine got implemented in the Indian scenario. Now, you may ask, what do you mean by the term public trust doctrine? Please note, the term is very interesting in its sense, the government being a custodian, right? Now, when we say a particular plot, a particular park or a lake area to belong to the government, it does not actually mean that the government owns it, right? It means that the government is holding that particular plot, particular property, particular forest for all of us, right? Now, the essence of public trust doctrine is the government is the custodian and it has to be distributed amongst all the citizens for beneficial use and enjoyment, right? So, these are some of the concepts from the environmental law perspective which are relevant for the purposes of our discussion. So, with this I will conclude my presentation. If you have any questions, any queries, please feel free to ask. Please.
Okay, one second. Hello. Thank you, Dr. Raghavan, for a very scintillating talk. Especially, this is very useful for the department officials or the people who really handle with this, about the lakes. And it is entirely different from what you have been hearing, and it will be really useful for management of water bodies vested with the department. And also, you have said what are the rights, including the what is by entry point 3? Entry 3, you said entry point 3.
So, basically it is just the number, it's a numerical allocation of powers and functions, like how we have serial numbers.
Okay.
Entry is the nomenclature that is used in the
Nothing
constitution.
specific.
Nothing specific.
Okay.
Nothing specific.
Okay, that means now we'll open it for discussion. I think Dr. Gangadhar.
Please, sir.
I am Dr. Bal Gangadhar. I was working in Pollution Control Board.
Yes, sir.
So my point is, see now Lake Development Authority, you know, first it was Lake Development Authority, later it was KCLDA. It was earlier with Environment Department, LDA. It was in Parisara Bhavan.
Yes, sir.
Later it moved to Irrigation Department, now it is in Hebbal. So in fact, I was one person who was lobbying this Lake Development Authority should come to Fisheries Department.
Okay.
Because fishermen are mainly depend on lakes. Like agriculturists are depending on the this land. Fishermen are depending on the lakes.
Correct.
There were so many fisheries cooperative societies in Bangalore.
Yes, sir.
inland fisheries cooperative societies. They were taking the these lakes on lease. Even now there is a, I think, fisheries cooperative societies, they have some preference. So unfortunately, it went to the Environment Department, later to now Irrigation Department. So if you ask somebody, where is LDA, nobody knows.
Yeah.
Some people say it is closed like.
Most people do not know about the legislation itself.
Yes.
The existence of legislation itself is unknown to a lot of people.
And one more thing, I always compare LDA with NGT. NGT, because I have also done environment law in IGNO, Delhi.
Okay, right, sir.
Environment law, PGD.
Right.
So in that, my research topic was the impact of urbanization on Bangalore Lakes. On Bangalore Lakes. So NGT was created like LDA, just to solve these environmental matters.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, all these environmental matters, they are not going there.
Yeah.
In fact, they should have opened the benches throughout the country. In Bangalore, it was much required.
Yeah.
I want to ask you, being you are an advocate, are these general courts are competent? You know, most of the judges are BA, LLB, and BCom, LLB, like that.
Correct.
Are they competent? See, they may know the law, but are they competent with these environment laws?
Yes, sir.
That I want to know.
Thank you, sir, for that question. It's very interesting to get this particular question more specifically, and it's also interesting for me to answer. First of all, when it comes to competency of the judges, yes, our judges are very well capable, very well adept, and they're also very efficient in terms of what they're doing. But when it comes to these sector-specific or subject-specific implementation or decision making, probably I would say that they require a little bit more of training. Even though, if I have to say, see, most of these judges, they work what is given as per the law, right? Now, there are specific provisions under the Indian Penal Code, now the Bharatiya Nagarik Suraksha Sanhita, BNS, which specifically provides for mechanism, or it penalizes offenders who have polluted, right? Who have polluted lakes, who have polluted ponds. They are liable for punishment under the respective legislation. If I recollect, under section 133 of the Indian Penal Code, there is a provision, the magistrates can pass necessary orders, right? Whatever powers are there under the Environment Protection Act, if not the entirety, some of the powers can definitely be exercised by the concerned authorities, the judicial officer. But interestingly, one is the judicial authorities require a little bit more of training. Most of these matters are being handled mostly at the High Court level, right? We see that we file matters like green bench PIL matters. Yeah, we file PIL matters. Now, it is also about accessibility. Even though NGT has been conceived in the year 2010 to address the environmental matters, most of the matters are being filed in High Court itself, right? Now, NGT is more of an appellate kind of authority that has been functioning at least in the recent times.
Because one of my junior is expert judge.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. National Green Tribunals.
Yeah.
So what is the difference between these two? Are they equal, or High Courts and National Green
Tribunals are always subordinate to the High Court. High Court's jurisdiction is more of a constitutional court, right? Now, we use the term court of record. High Courts and the Supreme Court is mostly the court of record and are the constitutional court. Whereas NGT is bound by the statute. Like how we discussed the KTCD Act, for NGT also we have a National Green Tribunal Act of 2010. It is bound by the powers of the NGT Act. So whatever even the Supreme Court has to go by what is given under the NGT Act, while if it comes to the decision making or if it comes to judicial impropriety by the NGT, the Supreme Court under 142, they have, under Article 142, they have the respective powers to quash the orders of the concerned NGT or the any other tribunal for that matter.
Okay. So Dr. Shivkumar Magada. Okay.
I am Professor Shivkumar, fisheries man. Wonderful talk, Mr. Bhargav. It's not a question. It is my statement is You said Rajakalways are man-made. Basically, they are natural. They are natural waterways. The bigger one is referred as Rajakalway. That is one correction. Second one, in the definition of lake, it has to be changed. It is written as inland water bodies. Not necessarily. Inland has to be rephrased with some other suitable word, because we have to consider coastal water bodies, of course landlocked, and even the lakes in the islands. So it has to be, they have done it many years ago. It has to be rephrased.
No, I think inland includes everything except where the salt content there. Even islands, inland includes other things also.
According to me, even salt lakes has to be considered. It should be water body.
Yeah.
Irrespective of
That
sea
definition is comprehensive. When they are talking about inland water bodies, whatever is there within the territory of the land, the mainland, that all comes within the ambit of the tanks, lakes, and
mainland
ponds.
also.
Yes, the mainland also.
No, that's also very tricky.
Yeah.
We have many islands, and there are lakes in the islands, and there are coastal lagoons. They are considered as lakes. So somewhere it needs reframing. That's my
absolutely.
opinion. Thank you.
Okay, there can give the. Introduce yourself and then ask the question.
So good morning, I am Basavaraja HM. So presently I am a research scholar. I am working on the lake ecosystem and climate change. But actually in your perspective, so okay, now we are blaming government, regarding flood or, pollution of the lakes. So is it any particular definitions? What is the citizen responsibilities? See, in my thinking, I think as a citizen, we are failing to protect our lakes instead of blaming government. Say, as a legal professional, what is your perception on that?
Sir, from the legal perspective, if I have to answer, it would be a slightly different answer. But from a citizen perspective, what I would say is, basically, we all lack civic sense. We have to admit that. We all lack civic sense. We don't know what basic cleanliness is. We don't know what maintenance of our surroundings is, because it's not, even though it's taught, we don't implement it in our school levels or even in our livelihood on a regular basis, because we see people just throwing litter everywhere possible, right? Even though we also have done it inadvertently without knowing the consequences, right? The first, from the perspective of a citizen, it is important that we all develop the civic sense, right? We keep the litter that we have within our pockets, within our bags, carry a small pouch, keep it within ourselves. Now, that is to start off with, right, from the citizen perspective. Now, if I have to answer it from the legal perspective, there are certain duties and responsibilities on the citizens as well. Now, if I have to reflect on the constitutional perspective, under Article 51AG, there is a directive principles of state policy, right? Under the Constitution, it says that every citizen has a duty. Every citizen has to be compassionate. Every citizen has to maintain, protect, conserve. These are the constitutional terms. But is it flowing down to the actual citizens who are supposed to be doing that? No, because all these things are interconnected. Now, if we teach them the basics of not littering, it will also follow, it will also continue in terms of the implementation of the constitutional principles of protecting the overall ecosystem. We see, I mean, if I have to take the examples, I'm a trekking enthusiast. I see that Kumara Parvata trek or be it Yatin Bhuja trek, right? These are all very popular trek spots. These trek spots got closed mainly because there was not just because of lot of overcrowding, but because people don't have the sense of how to maintain the ecosystem there. They just go play loud music, they just go litter things there, right? They just drink, party, smoke, booze, everything they do. And then they complain that, oh, the government is not doing anything, right? From the citizen's perspective, my idea is, I think we all should inculcate the basic civic sense in terms of how we manage ourselves, how we manage our surroundings, so that we achieve the constitutional perspective, constitutional principles at a later point in time. Now, this is not just a top-down approach, it has to be a bottom-up approach, right? It has to start from here, then it will follow there to the top as well. That's my idea, sir.
Okay. Next question is from.
Good morning, sir. I am Akshay Patil from Atal Bhujal Yojana. So my question is regarding to the KSTDA Act, whether it is applicable to the Gram Panchayat level, and also because first order streams and second order streams already been encroached. And just now you have said one good answer. It's a bottom-up approach because encroachment it is done not knowingly. It may be with other reasons because in the some dry area the water is not flowing, and when flood comes, so it covers everything. So the encroachment happens during the dry period, you can say. This is my one question, sir. KSTD Act for the encroachment regarding to the first order stream and second order stream. And my second question is regarding the Environmental Impact Assessment Act. Okay. In the sugar factories, they are supplying the sludges and molasses to the farmers. Okay. There are some complaints about the farmers who are who are taking the sludges and molasses. Okay. With regards to that environment impact assessment, okay, what are the regulations for that? Because the factories say that because the farmer wants, that's why we supply. Okay, but some of the adjacent farmers, they complain.
Yeah.
So these are the two things.
Okay, let this question be very short so that.
Yes, sir.
Is it
So
a
answer.
question or is it a remark or an explanation?
KSTDA Act for the Gram Panchayat.
Yeah,
to,
yeah.
for the
I got your
first
question.
Order, second order.
I got your
and
question.
the second question is regarding environment impact assessment for the wastage of the
Sugar
liquid,
mills. Yeah.
Sugar.
So to answer your first question, sir, irrespective of what authority is concerned, KTCDA is applicable to everyone, right? It includes not just the Gram Panchayats, it includes us citizens as well, right? It includes the government as well, right? Interestingly, if you read through the provisions of the KTCD Act, it says that there should be prevention of encroachment, and it does not only mention citizens, individuals, public companies, no. It also mentions governments, as because they have been founding to be defaulting. They have been founding to be encroaching on lake bed areas, right? So the KTCD is very specific. It is applicable to all the governments which are operating within the state of Karnataka, and it includes the Gram Panchayats as well, right? Now, to answer your second question, with regard to the regulation for the sugar factories and sugar mills, there is a certain specific set of regulations that have been enacted under the EIA notification of 2010. Even though there was a draft notification of the 2021, there were a lot of debates, there were a lot of comments about it. So a little bit has been modified. The EIA 2010 notification has seen a little bit of modification, and under that there are categories of what type of industries is it, right? They have classified the industries as green, brown and red industries, right? Green, orange and red industries, right? So now it is dependent on the pollution that is emitting or the pollution that is coming out of the particular industry that they have to follow the respective norms, right? Now, sugar factory, as I told you, irrespective of any industry, consent to establish, consent to operate is a must, right? In addition to that, if there is any release of sludge, if there is any release of any waste materials, all of it has to be treated and only then released, right? Again, it will be subject to testing by the concerned scientific officer of the Pollution Control Board, and they will examine what is the pollutant in that particular sludge that is being released, right, after its treatment, right?
Okay, I hope I think. Okay, last question. Yeah.
I'm not very familiar with the fisheries, sir. The only legislation that I know of is the Indian Fisheries Act, and I think even that got repealed sometime in 2018. That was the central legislation.
Because I retired 5 years gone. Department people may be knowing whether the acts have formed or not. Because earlier, when we were in the SRVs, we were trying to make some acts and all like that. So we were sent proposal and all.
Yes, sir.
So whether they have formed or not, we don't know.
Right, sir.
The present officers have to answer it.
Right, sir. Right, sir.
Okay, I think so.
Please, sir.
Sir,
It's
now,
not groundwater, sir. No, it's not groundwater. No, groundwater is a part of it. The overall discussion was about the regulatory framework for lakes, ponds and tanks. It includes groundwater. We have a specific legislation, which I don't think I have time to discuss
I
that.
think, sir, we can discuss
last,
it
last thing, sir.
Yes, sir. We'll
Just
do
to
that.
rephrase,
Thank you so much.
last thing. We are functioning as a fisheries department. We are functioning under our own act. Now there is a function included in this particular act for handling fisheries. So will there not be a conflict of
No, it's not
interest?
there in this legislation.
They have included as a function.
That's under the constitutional scheme of things. Okay. It's not specifically under this legislation.
I think there's one of the activities also for the lake.
That's all. It's more from the perspective of coordination.
So
That's all.
whether the fisheries department has to take cognizance of this act?
No. They need not. If there are any violations of the Lake Development Act, then or the Tank Development Act, they need to report it to the concerned authority. That is the Tank Development Authority. That is all.
Continue our functions as per
Yes.
our act.
Yes. As such, there is no conflict in
I
terms
think
of
we'll
expansion.
close here.
Thank you all.
I think
Thank
it's
you so
been very exhaustive. I think it's more than 1.5 hours almost. I think
Sir, please,
we
sir.
were
Thank you,
overshot the time. Thank you, Dr. Raghavan, for your
Sir,
excellent talk.
during tea time we can discuss it because we are running shortage of time. So it is never ending problem. So if you see the Buddha story, because of Koli river dispute, Buddha became awakened because of Koli river dispute. Sakyas and Kolis, they are brothers, made it like that. So that is the thing. So thank you very much, sir, please, for chairing this session, sir. I request please present a moment to Raghava, sir, for his excellent talk. So it requires 2 more days to discuss this, the Lake Act and its regulations. Thank you, Raghav, sir. We will invite next program to enlighten more on this, and I request Mahesh sir to please present a memento to Basuraj sir, as token of our respect for chairing this session. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Keep inviting me to
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We will do that. Sir, please. There is no tea break, sir. After this talk, we will give tea break. So we have Srimati Asa Madam. Please come on to the stage. And Dr. Manjappa sir is my good friend, my immediate senior. So please come on to the stage. I is chairing this session. Dr. Manjappa sir, please sit down. Asha madam, please. Sir, so Dr. Manjappa sir is a very good friend of KSTA. He is presently working as associate professor and head of the department at Fisheries Research and Information Center, Esrughatta. He is doing lot of research and is also developing a lot of varieties in fishes, and he is also guiding 3-4 PhD students at present. So with this brief introduction, so thank you sir for chairing this session. I request Asha madam is doing a lot of work on lakes. Madam having harmony with lakes. So please say something about madam and start immediately, sir. Please, over to you.
Okay, good morning to everybody. Today the madam is going to present the rejuvenation of lakes, conservations of lakes, conservation of water. There already existed so many technologies in conservations of water. But in this context, madam is a lot of work in the rural level. So I would like to express madam views and what are the success stories in conservations of lakes and water bodies. Madam, please.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು, ಏಕೆಂದರೆ ನಾನು ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಭಾಗದಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನನಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಏಕೆಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆರೆ ಅಂತ ಇದೆ. ಏಕೆಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆರೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ಅದು ಅನ್ವಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇಂಡೈರೆಕ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅದು ತುಂಬ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ಕೆರೆಯನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಪರಿಚಯ ಹೇಳಿಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಆಶಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ನಮ್ಮದೊಂದು ಆರೋಹಣ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ನಾವು ಕಳೆದ ಒಂದು 6 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಮ್ಮದು ವುಮೆನ್ ಹೆಡೆಡ್ NGO. ನಾವು 7 ಜನ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಧ್ಯೇಯನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಏನಂದರೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಸರ್ವಾಂಗೀಣ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮತ್ತು ಮಹಿಳೆಯರ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ, ಹಾಗೆ ಪರಿಸರ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ. ಪರಿಸರ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ವಿಶಾಲವಾಗಿದ್ದು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಣ್ಣು, ನೀರು ಮತ್ತು ಹಸಿರೀಕರಣ ಈ 3ಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಾಧನೆ ಅಂತ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ, ಈಗ ನಾವು ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಆರೋಹಣದ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಹೆಸರು ಬರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಇವಾಗ ನೀರಿನ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಕೆರೆಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಈಗಿನವ್ರು ಯಾರೂ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ತುಂಬ ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಹಳೆಯದು. ಅದು ಏನಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೋಲಾರ ಅಂತ ತಗೊಂಡಾಗ ಸಹಜವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಬರನಾಡು ಅಂತ, ಅಂದರೆ ಬರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಈಗ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ನಂತರ ನಮಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಳೆ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಮೊದಲು ನಮಗೆ ಮಳೆಗಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ 80% ಅಷ್ಟು ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಈ ಕೆರೆನೇ ಅವಲಂಬಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಮಳೆ ಆಶ್ರಿತರೇ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿರೋದು, ದೊಡ್ಡ ರೈತರೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬ ಕಡಿಮೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆರೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಇದೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಅವಲಂಬಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು. ಆದರೆ ಮಳೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ಬರಲಿಲ್ವೋ ರೈತರು ಸಹಜವಾಗಿ ಅವರ ಜೀವನಾಧಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆಯಾಗಿ ಕಂಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಜೀವನಾಧಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ಏನಾಯಿತು ಅಂದರೆ, ಕೆರೆಗಳು ಪೂರ್ಣ ಶಿಥಿಲಾವಸ್ಥೆಗೆ ಹೋದವು. ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಕಟ್ಟೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಈಗ ನಾವಿಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಆಗ ಸರ್ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಕೆರೆ ಕಡೆ ಯಾವ ರೈತರು ಗಮನ ಕೊಡದೇ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಏನಾಯಿತು ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ಪೂರ್ಣ ಶಿಥಿಲಾವಸ್ಥೆಗೆ ಹೋಯಿತು. ಈ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೋಲಾರದಲ್ಲಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕೋಲಾರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಅಂತ ತಗೊಂಡಾಗ ಸುಮಾರು 4200 ಕೆರೆಗಳಿದ್ದು, ಆದರೆ ಈಗ ಬರ್ತಾ ಬರ್ತಾ ಅದು 2008ರಿಂದ 3000ಕ್ಕೆ ಇಳಿದಿದೆ. ಕಾರಣ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಈಗ ಒತ್ತುವರಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅದ್ರ ಕಡೆ ಗಮನ ಕೊಡದಿದ್ದಾಗ ಸಹಜವಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒತ್ತುವರಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಯಾರು ಅಂತ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ರೈತರೇ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನದಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾರು ಭೂರಹಿತರು ಅಥವಾ ಸಣ್ಣ ರೈತರು ಯಾರು ಒತ್ತುವರಿನ ಮಾಡಿರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣಗಳು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಇದೆ. ನನಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಸಂತೋಷ ಅನಿಸಿದೆ ಏನಂದರೆ, ಇದಕ್ಕೂ ಮೊದಲು ಒಂದು ಅಧಿವೇಶನ ನಡೀತಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ನಮಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಉಪಯುಕ್ತ ಅನಿಸ್ತು. ಏಕೆಂದರೆ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಆ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯನ ನಾವು ನಾಗರಿಕರ ಜೊತೆಲಿ ಹಂಚ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ತುಂಬ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅನಿಸ್ತು. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನಿಮಗೆ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಕೆರೆಯ ಚಿತ್ರಣ ನಾವಿಲ್ಲಿ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಕೆರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಒಂದು ಕೆರೆ ಅಂಗಳ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಕೆರೆ ಅಂಗಳದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ನಿಲ್ಲುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಆದರೆ ಕೆರೆ ಅಂಗಳಕ್ಕೆ ನೀರು ಬರಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ಲೆಟ್ ಚಾನಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು, ಅದನ್ನು ಪೋಷಕ ಕಾಲುವೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಕೆರೆಗೆ ನೀರು ಬರುವಂತಹ ಕಾಲುವೆ ಅದು ಒಂದೊಂದು ಕೆರೆಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಕೆರೆ ಕೂಡ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಒಂದು 36 ಎಕರೆ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಒಂದು 50 ಎಕರೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂದು 60 ಎಕರೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ನಕ್ಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆದರೆ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ನಾವಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದಾಗ ಅಷ್ಟು ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಇವಾಗ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಔಟ್ಲೆಟ್ ಚಾನಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು, 2 ಥರ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಓವರ್ಫ್ಲೋ ಚಾನಲ್ ಅಂತೀವಿ, ನೀರು ತುಂಬಿದಾಗ ಹರಿದು ಹೋಗುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಕೋಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಗದ್ದೆಗೆ ಹಾಯಿಸುವಂತಹ ಕಾಲುವೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ರಾಜಕಾಲುವೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹುಶಃ ರಾಜಕಾಲುವೆ ಅನ್ನುವಾಗ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಥರದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೋತೀನಿ. ನಾವು ನೀರಿಗೆ ಹಾಯಿಸುವ ಕಾಲುವೆನ ರಾಜಕಾಲುವೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ತೂಬು ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದಿರುತ್ತೆ, ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗಾದರೆ 2 ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ತೂಬು ಮೂಲಕನೇ ನಾವು ಕೆರೆಗೆ ಇದು ಗದ್ದೆಗೆ ನೀರನ್ನು ಹಾಯಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೊದಲಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಪದ್ಧತಿ ಇತ್ತು, ನೀರುಗಟ್ಟಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು ಅಂದರೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಚ್ಚುಕಟ್ಟು ಇದೆ, ಈ ಕೆರೆ ನೀರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಚ್ಚುಕಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹಾಯಿಸ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಲೆಕ್ಕಾಚಾರ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಇರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು ಅಂದರೆ, ರೈತರ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೆಳೆ ಬೆಳಿಬಹುದು, 1 ಬೆಳೆನ ಅಥವಾ 2 ಬೆಳೆನ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಆ ನೀರನ್ನು ಹಾಯಿಸುವಂಥ ಪದ್ಧತಿ ಇತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಆಧುನಿಕತೆ ಬೆಳೆದಂತೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಆ ಪದ್ಧತಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಹೊರಟು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಬರುತ್ತೋ ಅವರು ನೀರನ್ನು ಹಾಯಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಬೇಕೋ ಅವರು ಬೆಳೆ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಪದ್ಧತಿ ಈಗ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಬಂದುಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕಟ್ಟೆ, ಇದು ತುಂಬ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿದ್ದು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಕಟ್ಟೆ ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿದ್ರೇ ಬಂದ ಅಂತಹ ನೀರು, ಸಂಗ್ರಹ ಆಗಿದ್ದ ನೀರು ಉಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಏನಂದರೆ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಏನಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾರು ಕೆರೆ ಕಡೆ ಗಮನ ಕೊಡದೇ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕಟ್ಟೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಲೀಕ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ತೂಬಲ್ಲೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನೀರೆಲ್ಲ ಹೊರಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಬಂದಂತಹ ನೀರು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಿನ ಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಲೀಕಾಗಿ ನೀರೆಲ್ಲ ಖಾಲಿಯಾಗುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ನಮಗೆ ಅಚ್ಚುಕಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೈತರು ಇವಾಗ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಏನಂದರೆ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ನಂತರ ಇವಾಗ ಮಳೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ. ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಮೊದಲು ಮಳೆ ಇಲ್ಲದಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ತುಂಬ ಜನ ನೀಲಗಿರಿ ಹಾಕಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆ ಕೆರೆ ಅಂಗಳದಲ್ಲಿ. ಈಗ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ನೀರು ಬಂದಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬದಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಆ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಕೋಲಾರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. ನಾವು ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಆರೋಹಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಿಂದ ನಾನು ಆವಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಏನಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಫೋಕಸ್ ಆಗಿ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಊರ್ಕುಂಟೆ ಮಿಟ್ಟೂರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಆ ಊರ್ಕುಂಟೆ ಮಿಟ್ಟೂರು ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಟ್ಟು 14 ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳು ಬರ್ತವೆ. 14 ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಟ್ಟು 26 ಕೆರೆಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಆ 26 ಕೆರೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ 22 ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನು ತುಂಬ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೈತರು ಅವಲಂಬಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಈ 22 ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನು ಪುನಶ್ಚೇತನಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಧ್ಯೇಯನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾವಿಗಳು ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ನೀರಿನ ಮೂಲಗಳಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಬಿದ್ದಂತಹ ಮಳೆ ನೀರು ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಹೋಗದೆ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮೂಲಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಗ್ರಹ ಆದರೆ ಆ ಒಂದು ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಥರದ ಒಂದು ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ನೋಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಅನ್ನೋದು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಇದರಿಂದ ರೈತರು ಕೂಡ ವಾಪಸ್ ವ್ಯವಸಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ಬಲವಾದ ನಂಬಿಕೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಜನ ನಗರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಅರಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಗ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ವಯಸ್ಸಿನವರು ಮಾತ್ರ ವ್ಯವಸಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮಕ್ಕಳೆಲ್ಲ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಒಂದು 10th PUC ಓದಿದರೆ ಸಾಕು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಆ ಕಡೆ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಅಂತ ನಗರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ದುಡಿಯೋದು ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆಯೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಸಹಜವಾಗಿ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹೋಗೋದು ಅಂದರೆ ಇಷ್ಟ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಒಂದು ದಿನ ಈ ಯೂತ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ವ್ಯವಸಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಮತ್ತು ಇರುವಂಥ ರೈತರು ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾದ ಬೆಲೆ ಸಿಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ನೀರು ಸಾಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ 10 ಎಕರೆ ಇದ್ದರೆ 1 ಎಕರೆನಲ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯವಸಾಯ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪದ್ಧತಿ ಈಗ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದು ತುಂಬ ಮುಂದೆ ಆಹಾರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಎದುರಾಗಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಆ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಅವರು ಮತ್ತೆ ಪುನಃ ವ್ಯವಸಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಏನೇ ಒಂದು ಈ ಕೆರೆದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಮೊದಲು ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಗ್ರಾಮಸ್ಥರ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಏನಂದರೆ ನಾಗರಿಕರು, ನಾನು ಆವಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆರೆ ಅಂತ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕಿದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆರೆ, ಇದನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಾಗರಿಕರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಮೊದಲು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಗರಿಕರು ಅಂದಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಮಹಿಳೆಗೂ ನೀರಿಗೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ಅವರನ್ನು ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಯೂತನ್ನು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಜನ ಇಲ್ಲದಿದ್ರು ಕನಿಷ್ಠ ಒಂದು 5 ಜನ ಯೂತ್ ಆದರೂ ಇರಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಡ್ಡಾಯ ಮಾಡಿ ಸೇರಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಳೆಯ ಪದ್ಧತಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಏನಿತ್ತು, ವ್ಯವಸಾಯದ ಪದ್ಧತಿಗಳು, ನೀರಿನ ಮೂಲಗಳು ಏನಿತ್ತು, ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು, ಈಗ ಏನಿದೆ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಲೇ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಇದ್ರದ್ದು ವಿಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು. ಈಗ ಕೆರೆ ಹೇಗಿದೆ, ಇದು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡುವ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಈಗ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕೆರೆನ ಪುನಶ್ಚೇತನಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಸಹಯೋಗದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ ನಂತರ ನಾವೇನೆಂದರೆ ಪ್ರಪೋಸಲ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಈಗ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಭಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ದಾನಿಗಳನ್ನು ತಂದು ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋದು ಕೂಡ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಷ್ಟನೇ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಏನಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಗ್ರಾಮದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಸೇರಿಸುವಾಗ ದೊಡ್ಡ ರೈತರು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನದಾಗಿ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು 15 ಜನ ಆ ಥರ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಒಂದು 100 ಮನೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಆ 15 ಜನ ದೊಡ್ಡ ರೈತರೇ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಮಗೆ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅವರನ್ನು ಕನ್ವಿನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕೆರೆನ ಕೆಲಸ ನಾವು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಪಡಿಸೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಒತ್ತುವರಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಕೂಲಿಗೆ ಬರುವಂತಹ ಜನರು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬರದೇ ಇರೋದಿರಬಹುದು, ಅವರು ವ್ಯವಸಾಯ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಇದಾಗತ್ತೇನೋ ಏನೇನೋ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ಅವರು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕನ್ವಿನ್ಸ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸಮಯ ತಗೊಳುತ್ತೆ. ಆದರೂ ಕನ್ವಿನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇದಕ್ಕೂ ಮೊದಲು ಒಂದು ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೆ ಸ್ಲೈಡಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಇರಲಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಮಿಟ್ಟೂರು ಕೆರೆನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಆವಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ 22 ಕೆರೆಗಳಿದೆ ಅಂತ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಾವು 11 ಕೆರೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ 1,50,000 ಕ್ಯೂಬಿಕ್ ಮೀಟ್ರ್ ಹೂಳನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅಂದರೆ 15 ಮಾಡ್ಯೂಲ್, ಒಂದು ಮಾಡ್ಯೂಲ್ ಅಂದರೆ 10,000 ಕ್ಯೂಬಿಕ್ ಮೀಟ್ರು. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು 1 ಕ್ಯೂಬಿಕ್ ಮೀಟ್ರ್ ಹೂಳು ತೆಗೆದ್ರೆ 1,000 ಲೀಟ್ರ್ ನೀರನ್ನು ಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಅಂತ. ನಾವು ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸಿಲ್ಟನ್ನು ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಮಾತ್ರ ನಮ್ಮದು, ಅಂದರೆ ನಾವು JCB ಮೂಲಕನೇ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಇದನ್ನು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ನಾವೊಂದು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಪತ್ರದ ಮೂಲಕ ಅವರ ಜೊತೆಲಿ ಅನುಮತಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ನಮಗೆ ಯಾವ ಥರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೋ ಆ ಒಂದು ಇದ್ರ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೇ ನಾವು ಕಾಮಗಾರಿನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈಗ ರೈತರು ತಮ್ಮ ಸ್ವಂತ ಖರ್ಚಿನಲ್ಲಿ, ಅಂದರೆ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರ್ ಅವರೇ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವರು ಮಣ್ಣನ್ನು ಹೊಲಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಾಗಾಣಿಕೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಮೊದಲೇ ಹೇಳಿರ್ತೀವಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಇದು ನಾವು ಇಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿಗಾಗಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಪೌಲ್ಟ್ರಿ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಗಾಗಲಿ ಕೊಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ವ್ಯವಸಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾತ್ರ. ಅಂದರೆ ಹೊಲಗಳಿಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ಹೊಲಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗುವ ದಾರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಥವಾ ಮನೆ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಕೆಲವರು ತುಂಬ ಬಡ ಮನೆಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ, ಹಳ್ಳ ಕೊಳ್ಳ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಸರಿಪಡಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಂತ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಅವರು ಸಾಗಾಣಿಕೆ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಫೀಲ್ಡಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ವೀಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಒಟ್ಟು 1,50,000 ಕ್ಯೂಬಿಕ್ ಮೀಟ್ರ್ ಹೂಳನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಒಟ್ಟು 11 ಕೆರೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ. ಹಾಗೆ ನಾವು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಪೋಷಕ ಕಾಲುವೆ, ಏನಂದರೆ ನೀರು ಬರುವಂತಹ ಕಾಲುವೆಗಳು ತುಂಬ ಮುಖ್ಯ. 5 ಕೆರೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು 15,825 ಮೀಟ್ರಷ್ಟು ನಾವು ಕಾಲುವೆ ಕೆಲಸಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದು ಪೋಷಕ ಕಾಲುವೆನೂ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಮತ್ತು ರಾಜಕಾಲುವೆನೂ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಯಾಕೆ ರಾಜಕಾಲುವೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಗದ್ದೆಗೆ ಹಾಯಿಸುವಾಗ ಕೂಡ ನೀರು ಪೋಲಾಗದೇ ಇರೋ ಹಾಗೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ತುಂಬ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ಮೊದಲು 2.5 3 ಅಡಿ ಅಗಲ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಕಾಲುವೆಗಳು ಈಗ 2 ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಅದನ್ನು ಒತ್ತುವರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಒಬ್ಬರು ನಡೆಯೋದಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಅಷ್ಟು ಸಣ್ಣ ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಕಾಲುವೆಗಳು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಮಾಮೂಲಿ ಇರುವಂತಹ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ತುಂಬ ಫೇಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ಒಬ್ಬರು ನಾವು ಮಹಿಳೆಯಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳು ಎದುರಾಗ್ತವೆ ನಮಗೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಜನನೇ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಏಕೆಂದರೆ ಅವರು ಓನ್ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇದು ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸ ನಡೆದ ನಂತರದ ಕೆರೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ನಿಂತಿರೋ ಒಂದು ಚಿತ್ರನ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೆ ನಾನು. ಇದು ಹೂಳು ತೆಗಿಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಮೊದಲು ಆ ಕಡೆದಿರೋದು, ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ PDO ಮೇಡಮ್ ಮತ್ತು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಸದಸ್ಯರು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಈ ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆರೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನದಾಗಿ ರಬ್ಬರ್ ಗಿಡಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಬೆಳೆದಿದೆ. ಆ ರಬ್ಬರ್ ಗಿಡಗಳನ್ನು ಐಪೋಮಿಯಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನು ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಮತ್ತು ನಾವು ಡಿಸೆಲ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕೆರೆ ಹೂಳು ತೆಗೆದಾದ ನಂತರದ್ದು ಇದು ತೆಗಿತಾ ಇರೋದು, ಇದು ಹೊಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿರುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಅವರು ಜಮೀನನ್ನು ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂತಹ ಚಿತ್ರನ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಇದು ಗದ್ದೆನ ಬೆಳೆದಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಈಗ ಕೆರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ನಿಂತಾಗ, ಈಗ ನಾವು ಮೊದಲು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ನಿಲ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಡಿಸೆಲ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾದ ನಂತರ ನೀರು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಗ್ರಹ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಪಿಚ್ಚುಗುಂಟ್ಲ ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಊರ್ಗುಂಟೆ ಮಿಟ್ಟೂರಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 25 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಅವರು ಭತ್ತ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು ಕಡಿಮೆ, ಅಂದರೆ ಯಾರೋ ಒಂದು 10-15 ಜನ ರೈತರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಭತ್ತ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ 68 ಜನ ರೈತರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ 2 ಬೆಳೆನ ಬೆಳೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ರೈತರು ಕೂಡ 68 ಜನ ರೈತರು ಕೂಡ ಭತ್ತನ ಬೆಳೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ಒಂದು ಚಿತ್ರ ಇದು ನಮಗೂ ತುಂಬ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯಿತು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ. ಇಡೀ ಒಂದು ಅಚ್ಚುಕಟ್ಟು ಭಾಗ ಏನಿದೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪನೂ ಬಿಡ್ದಿರ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬೆಳೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿರೋದು ಟೊಮೆಟೊ. ಅದು ಯಾಕೆ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆರೆದು ಶಿಲ್ಟನ್ನು ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ರಾಸಾಯನಿಕ ಗೊಬ್ಬರ ಮತ್ತು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಗೊಬ್ಬರ ಏನೂ ಹಾಕದಿರೇ ಬೆಳೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಬೆಳೆ. ಅದು ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾ 1 ತಿಂಗಳದ್ದು ಅದು ಗಿಡ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಅವರು ತುಂಬ ಸಂತೋಷಪಟ್ಟರು ರೈತರು. ನನಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಕ್ಕ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಉತ್ತಮವಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಕೆರೆದು ಮಣ್ಣು ಹಾಕಿದರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಆದರೆ ಈಗ ನಾನು ಪ್ರತ್ಯಕ್ಷವಾಗಿ ಅನುಭವಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಅವರು ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡ್ರು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಇದು ನಾನು ಆವಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಕಾಲುವೆ ಕೆಲಸನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ನಾವು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಈ ಕಾಲುವೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ನಾವು ಜನರ ಮೂಲಕನೇ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಇದು ಡಿಸೆಲ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಯಾಕೆ JCBನ ಬಳಸ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಜನರಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿಸೋದಾದರೆ ಖರ್ಚು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ತುಂಬ ತನಕ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ರೈತರು ನಮಗೆ ಸ್ಪಂದಿಸಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ನಮಗೆ ದಾನಿಗಳು ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಹಣ ನಮಗೆ ಇದುವರೆಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ಈ ಡಿಸೆಲ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಇದು ಕಾಲುವೆದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ನಾವು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನದಾಗಿ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ನಾವೇನು 5 ಹಳ್ಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, 5 ಹಳ್ಳಿನಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರೇ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಪಿಚ್ಚುಗುಂಟ್ಹಳ್ಳಿ ನಾವು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ 35 ಜನ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರು, 2 ಪುರುಷರು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು. ಕಾರಣ ಇಷ್ಟೇ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು 450 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಗೌರವಧನ ಅಂತ ಅಂದರೆ ಕೂಲಿ ಅಂತ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅವರು ಗಂಡಸರು ಏನಂದರೆ ನಮಗೆ 800 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, 700 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಈ ಥರ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆದಾಗ ನಾವು ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ನಮಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅದನ್ನು ಸೇರಿಸಿ ನಮಗೆ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂದರು. ನಾವು ಆ ಥರ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಕೊಡೋದಾದರೆ ಇಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ಒಂದೇ ಸಮಾನ ವೇತನ ಕೊಡೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಆವಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ನಾವೇ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ತಗೋ ಅಕ್ಕ, ಯಾಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವರೇ ಮುಂದೆ ಬಂದು ಅವರೇ ಕೆಲಸನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದಿಬ್ಬರು ಪುರುಷರು ಬಂದರು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹಳ್ಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 4 ಜನ ಗಂಡಸರು ಮತ್ತು ಉಳಿದಿದ್ದ 18 ಜನ ಕೂಡ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರೇ. ಈ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಜನ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರೇ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಇದರಿಂದ ನಮಗೊಂದು ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರು ಕೂಡ ಈ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ನಿಜ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಚಿತ್ರ ನನಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ನಾಗಸಂದ್ರ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕಾಲುವೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಈ ಲಾಂಟನ್ ಗಿಡ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೆಳೆದು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿತ್ತು. ನೀರು ಬರುವಂತಹ ಕಾಲುವೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ. ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳೇ ಅದನ್ನು ಕಡಿದು ಈ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಕೋಲನ್ನು ತೊಗೊಂಡು 3 ಜನ ಅದನ್ನು ದಬಾಯಿಸಿ ಗಂಡಸರು ಮಾಡುವಂಥಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಆ ಊರಿನ ಪುರುಷರೇ ಬಂದು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಾ, ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಆ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಬದಲಾವಣೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, 2 ಮಹಿಳೆಯರು, ಒಬ್ಬ ಮಹಿಳೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಮನೆಯಿಂದ 3 ಜನ ಅವರು ಕೂಲಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಒಬ್ರದ್ದು ಮಾತ್ರ ಮನೆ ಖರ್ಚಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಉಳಿಸಿ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಒಂದು ಕುರಿ ಮರಿನ ತಗೊಂಡು ಅದು ಈಗ 4 ಮರಿಗಳಾಗಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರು ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಹಸುವಿನ ಕರುವನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೊಂದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಜೀವನಾಧಾರವಾಗಿ ಅದು ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಈ ಥರದ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗಳು. ಅಂದರೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಇದರಲ್ಲೂ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಣ್ಣ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಇದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಬಾವಿಗಳು ಅಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಆವಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಏನು ಇರುವಂತಹ ನೀರಿನ ಮೂಲಗಳ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ತುಂಬ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕುಡಿಯೋದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಮೊದಲು ನಮ್ಮ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಾವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ಕುಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ದರು. ಆದರೆ ಇವಾಗ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಕೆಲವು ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಮುಚ್ಚಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕೆಲವು ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕಸ ಕಡ್ಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕಿ ತುಂಬಿಸಿಟ್ಟುಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಕುಡಿತಿದ್ವಿ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕೂಡ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮುಂದೊಂದು ದಿನ ನೀರಿನ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ, ಈಗ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಈ ಥರದ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಮುಂದೊಂದು ಸಾರಿ ನೀರಿಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಯುದ್ಧ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಯಿಂದ ಏನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೋ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಅವಾಗ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರ ಇದು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಧ್ಯನೋ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು, ನೀರನ್ನು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ 2 ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಒಟ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಿಟ್ಟೂರು ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಲಿ 14 ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಿದೆ ಅಂತ. ಆ 14 ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ನೀರಿನ ಮೂಲಗಳ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪಿಚ್ಚುಗುಂಟ್ಲ ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಕೆರೆ, ಬಾವಿ, ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿ ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಚೇಂಜಿಂಗ್ಸನ್ನು ನೋಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅದು ಬಂಡೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಇದೆ ಆ ಹಳ್ಳಿ. ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಮಲೇರಿಯಾ ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರೋದು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಹೋಗಲಾಡಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಏನು ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರಮ ಹಾಕಿದ್ವಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಕುಡಿಯೋ ನೀರಿನ ಬಾವಿಗಳಿದ್ವು. ಅಂದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗವಾಗ ಜಾತಿ ಇದಾಗಿ ವಿಂಗಡಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದರು, ಒಂದು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ನಮಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ 2 ಬಾವಿಗಳನ್ನು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೂಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ತೆಗೆದು ಕಸಕಡ್ಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ತೆಗೆದು ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಗ್ರಿಲ್ ಹಾಕಿಸಿ ರಾಟೆ ಹಾಕಿಸಿ ಕುಡಿಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಯೋಗ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಇದು ರೈತರ ಹೊಲದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಬಾವಿಗಳು. ನಾನು ಆವಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೈತರು ಅತಿ ಸಣ್ಣ ರೈತರು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿರೋದು, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬೋರ್ವೆಲ್ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅವರು ಈ ಥರ ತೆರೆದ ಬಾವಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರನ್ನು ಬಳಸ್ಕೋತಾರೆ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಊರ್ಕುಂಟೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಚಂದ್ರ ಸಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವರು ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ 4 ಜನ ಅಣ್ಣ ತಮ್ಮಂದರು ಆ ಬಾವಿನ ನೀರನ್ನು ಬಳಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೂಳು ತುಂಬ ಹೋಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿತ್ತು, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸುತ್ತ ಗಿಡಗಂಟಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಬೆಳೆದಿತ್ತು. ಆಗ ಹೇಳಿದ್ ನಮಗೆ ಇದೊಂದು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ 4 ಜನರು ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ನಾವು ಹಸುಗಳಿಗೆ ಮೇವನ್ನಾದರೂ ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಕೋತೀವಿ, ನಮಗೊಂದು ಸಹಾಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು 4 ಬಾವಿಗಳ ಒಂದು ಹೂಳನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದು ಸುಮಾರು ಒಂದು 17 ಜನ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ವ್ಯವಸಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಕೂಲನ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಹೂಳು ತೆಗೆದಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಈಗ ನೀರು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಾಗ 30 ಮಟ್ಟು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಷೆನಲ್ಲಿ, ಅಂದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ಸುಮಾರು 1-1.5 ಅಡಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಇತ್ತು. ಆ ಹೂಳೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಕೆಳಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಜಲ ಬಂದು 26 ಅಡಿಯಷ್ಟು ನೀರು ತುಂಬಿಕೊಂಡಿದೆ ಇವಾಗಂದ್ರೆ ಇವಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಸುಮಾರು ಒಂದು 4-5 ತಿಂಗಳು ಹಿಂದೆಯೇ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿ, ಇದು ಮೊದಲು ಆ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿನಲ್ಲಿತ್ತು. ಇದು ಸುಮಾರು 250 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿ. ಆಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಗುಡಿಗಳ ಥರ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಇದ್ರ ಮುಂದೆ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಣ್ಣ ಗುಡಿಗಳು. ಆವಾಗ ದೀಪ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಊರವರೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿ ಹಬ್ಬನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಕ್ರಮೇಣ ಏನಾಯಿತು ಅಂದರೆ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಗಮನ ಕೊಡದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ಗಳು, ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟಂಥ ಬಟ್ಟೆಗಳು, ಹಳೆಯ ದೇವ್ರ ಫೋಟೋಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ತಂದು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಿಸಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಹೀಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸರಿ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಇದೇನು ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಹೀಗೆ ಅಂದಾಗ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹಬ್ಬ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ವಿ, ಇದು ಕುಡಿಯೋಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಬಳಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅಕ್ಕ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಆದರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೀಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ, ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದು, ಯಾರೂ ಅದ್ರ ಕಡೆ ಗಮನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮುಂದೆ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಆ ಒಂದು ನಿಟ್ಟಿನ ನಾವು ಏನೇ ಮಾಡಿದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದನ್ನು ರೈಟಿಂಗಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಆಗಾಗ ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಹೋದಾಗ ಎಚ್ಚರಿಸ್ತೀವಿ, ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ನಾವು ಅವತ್ತು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಗಮನ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಆ ಒಂದು ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿನ ನಾವು ಮತ್ತೆ ಪುನಶ್ಚೇತನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಇದು ಸುಮಾರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಆ ಫೋಟೋ ನನಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಶೇಪಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಒಂದು ಅಂಗೈ ಅಗಲ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅದು ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ. ಅದು ಪೂರ್ಣ ನಾವು ಹೂಳು ತೆಗೆದಾಗ ಫುಲ್ ನೀರು ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಅದೇ ಮೇಲ್ಭಾಗದ ನೀರು ಯಾವುದೂ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತುಂಬ ಜಲ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ತುಂಬ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಅದು ಕೂಡ. ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೆಲಸ ಇದೆ, ಏನಂದರೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೀರನ್ನು ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ನೀರು ಬರೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸುತ್ತ ಒಂದು ಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದೊಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಗ್ರಾಮಸ್ಥರ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಆಗಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ, ಅದು ನಾವೇ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಇದು ನಾನು ಆವಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ, ನಾವು ಹಸಿರೀಕರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಒತ್ತು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ. ಕೆರೆ ಅಂಗಳದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೊಂದು 3 ಕೆರೆ ಅಂಗಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಗಿಡಗಳನ್ನು ನಾಟಿದ್ವಿ, 1750 ಈ ಥರ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಮಗೆ ಕಾಪಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ತುಂಬ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಯಿತು, ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಗಿಡಗಳನ್ನು ನಾಟೋದು ಸುಲಭ, ಫೋಟೋನು ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಆದರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ತುಂಬ ಕಷ್ಟ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ತುಂಬ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಯಿತು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಕುರಿ ಹಸು ಮೇಯಿಸೋರ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿಸಿ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಲೂ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಆಯ್ತಕ್ಕ ನಾವು ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಆದರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಇನ್ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ಏನು ನಿಮಗೆ ಇದು ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ ಗೊತ್ತು, ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಭಾಷೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಬೈತಾರೆ, ಏನೂ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ 700 ಗಿಡಗಳಷ್ಟು ಕಾಪಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಯಿತು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಆಲೋಚನೆ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಮಿಟ್ಟೂರು ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಯಲ್ಲೂ ಈಗ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರ ಒಂದು ಒಕ್ಕೂಟ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಮಿಟ್ಟೂರು ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ 750 ಜನ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಒಕ್ಕೂಟದಲ್ಲಿ. ಆ ಒಕ್ಕೂಟದ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರಿಗೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಯಾವ ಗಿಡ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೇಳಿ ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ವಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮಿಟ್ಟೂರು ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ 1350 ಮನೆಗಳು ಬರ್ತವೆ, ಪ್ರತಿ ಮನೆ ಮುಂದೆ 2 ಹಣ್ಣಿನ ಗಿಡ, ಆ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಈಗ 570 ಜನ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರಿಗೆ 2 ಹಣ್ಣಿನ ಗಿಡಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಕೆಲವರು ದಾಳಿಂಬೆ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕೆಲವರು ಸೀಬೆ, ಕೆಲವರು ತೆಂಗಿನ ಗಿಡ ತೊಗೊಂಡವರು ತುಂಬ ಕಡಿಮೆ. ಸಪೋಟ ಮತ್ತು ಸೀಬೆ, ದಾಳಿಂಬೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕರಿಬೇವು, ನುಗ್ಗೆ ಗಿಡ ಈ ಥರದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅವರು ಇಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಅದನ್ನು ಅವರು ಕಾಪಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಗಿಡಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇದು ನಾನು ಆವಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಮಹಿಳೆಯರಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಪೋಷಕ ಕಾಲುವೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಒಬ್ಬರು ರೈತರಂತೂ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾರು ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೋ ದಾನಿಗಳ ಮುಂದೆನೇ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ಬೈದ್ಬಿಟ್ರು, ನಿನ್ಗೆ ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಹಾಗೆ ಹೀಗೆ ಅಂತ. ಈ ಥರದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಫೇಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ನಮಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗ್ರಾಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಅಂದರೆ 100 ಮನೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಥವಾ 50 ಮನೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಮನೆಗೆ ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ಬರು ಬರಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದವ್ರು ಮಾತ್ರ ನಾವು ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಉಳಿದವರಿಗೆ ಆ ವಿಚಾರ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದಿದ್ದಾಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಮೊದಲು ಹೇಗಿದ್ದರೂ ಹಾಗೆ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪನೂ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಆಗ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ನಮಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಕರೆ ತರುವಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇನ್ನೂ ಕಷ್ಟನೇ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಆವಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಸಣ್ಣ ಮತ್ತು ಅತಿ ಸಣ್ಣ ರೈತರು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರೋದು, ಮತ್ತು ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಲೆಸ್ಸು ಪ್ರತಿ ಹಳ್ಳಿನಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ 20 ಜನ 15 ಜನ ಆ ಥರ ಭೂ ರಹಿತರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಭೂಮಿ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಬರೀ ಕೂಲಿನೇ ನಂಬ್ಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂತಹ ಜನ ಕೂಡ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತು ನಾವು JCBನಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ, ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಯಾಕೆ ಹೀಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಒಂದು ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಯ ಹಣ ಆ ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿ ಒಳಗಡೆ ರೊಟೇಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಆವಾಗ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿನ ನೋಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಹಣ ಬೇರೆಲ್ಲೋ ಹೋದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ನಾವು ಸ್ಥಳೀಯವಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ JCBಗಳನ್ನೇ, ಸ್ಥಳೀಯವಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್ಗಳಿಗೇ ಆದ್ಯತೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಈ ಕೆಲಸಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಆ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯ ಕಾಲುವೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಆ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯ ರೈತರೇ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಬೇಕು ಕಾಲುವೆ ಕೆಲಸದಲ್ಲಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅವರು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು, ಈ ಕಾಲುವೆ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಣ ಯಾರೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರಲಿ, ಆದರೆ ಈ ಕೆಲಸ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಅಂದಾಗ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕಾಳಜಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಥರ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ನಾವು. ಆದರೆ ಈ JCBಗಳದ್ದು ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ. ಆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅವರು ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರು ಇರೋರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಬಾಡಿಗೆಗೆ ತಂದಿರೋರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಆವಾಗ ಅಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ, ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟಾಗಿ ರಿಪೇರಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ 1-2 ಅವರ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು. ಗಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಮೆಕ್ಯಾನಿಕನ್ನು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬಂದು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಥರದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರ್ ರೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗದೇ ಇರುವಂತಹ ರೈತರು ತುಂಬ ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮಗೆ ಅದೊಂದು ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಸವಾಲು. ನಾವೀಗ ದಾನಿಗಳ ಹತ್ರ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಆದರೆ ಹಳ್ಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತಂದರೆ, ಇವರು ಒಂದು 10 ಜನರಿಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಕಷ್ಟ ಇದೆ, ಇವರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಒಪ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವಾಗ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನಾವು ಕಷ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದೀವಕ್ಕ, ನಮ್ಗೆ 5 ಎಕರೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನಾವು ದೊಡ್ಡ ರೈತರು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೋಬೇಡ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸಾಲ ತುಂಬ ಇದೆ, ಅದು ಯಾಕೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಫ್ರೀ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಕೊಡಲೇನೆ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಒಂದೇ ಮಾಡು, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಅರ್ಧ ಕೊಡು ಅರ್ಧ ನಾವು ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಈ ಥರದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಚರ್ಚೆ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ನಮಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ನಮಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಾಗಲೂ ಏನು ಅನಿಸೋದಂದರೆ ಅತಿ ಸಣ್ಣ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋದು. ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಆದರೆ ಕೆಲವರಿಗೆ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರ್ ಕೂಡ, ಹಾಗೂ ನಾವು ಅಂತೀವಿ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಸೇರಿ ಒಂದು ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ನೀವು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಹೇಳಬೇಡಿ ನಾವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಕ್ಕ ಹೇಳಿದಾಳೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಮತ್ತಿಬ್ಬರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಕ್ಕ ನಮಗೂ ಕಷ್ಟ ಇದೆ ಬನ್ನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಈ ಥರದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಫೇಸನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಹಳ್ಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ. ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸಂತೋಷ ಅನಿಸೋದೇನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಯಾರೆಲ್ಲ ಇದರ ಉಪಯೋಗನ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೋ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಹಂಚಿಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತಾರೆ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ದಾಗ, ಅಥವಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಒಬ್ಬರು ರೈತರು ಊರ್ಕುಂಟೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ವೀಡಿಯೋ ಇದೆ, ನಾನು ತೋರಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಸರಿ ಕೃಷಿ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದರು, ಅಕ್ಕ ನೋಡಿದರು, ನಾನು ಬೈರ್ನೆಲ್ಲು ಅಂದರೆ ಕೆಂಪಕ್ಕಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಬೈರ್ನೆಲ್ಲು ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೆ, ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಕೃಷಿ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಿಂದ ಬಂದವರು AD ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂದರು, ಏನು ಹಾಕಿದ್ಯಪ್ಪ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಮತ್ತು ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ನನಗೆ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಆಶಕ್ಕ ನಮಗೆ ಮಣ್ಣು ಹೊಡೆಸಿದ್ರು, ಅದರಿಂದ ಹೀಗೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು, ಬಾ ನೀನು ನೋಡು ಬಾ ಅಂತ ಕರೆದ್ರು. ಹೋದಾಗ ನನಗೂ ತುಂಬ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯಿತು. ಬೈರ್ನೆಲ್ಲೂ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ರಾಗಿ ಕೂಡ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಹೊಲದಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬಂದುಬಿಟ್ಟಿತ್ತು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕ ವೀಡಿಯೋ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆನೆಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರದ್ದೇ ಮಾತಿನಲ್ಲಿ. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದರು ಅದು ತುಂಬ ಏನು, ಮೊದಲು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಭತ್ತನ ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ಅವರು ಬೈರ್ನೆಲ್ಲನ್ನು ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ, 2 ರಿಂದ 3 ಮೂಟೆ ಭತ್ತ ಮಾತ್ರ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಇಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬಂದಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಸರಿ 12 ರಿಂದ 15 ಮೂಟೆ ಬೆಳೆ ನಮಗೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಕೇಳಿದೆ ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಂತು ಅಂತ, 12 ಮೂಟೆ ಬಂತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಈ ಥರ ಬದಲಾವಣೆನ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಒಂಥರ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಈ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳ ಜೊತೆನಲ್ಲಿ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೇರಣೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾವೊಂದು NGOದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಮೊದಲು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೆ. ಮಾಡಿದ ನಂತರ ಮನೇಲಿ ಕೂತಾಗ ಬೇರೆ ಏನೂ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಇದ್ರ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಬಂದಾಗ ಬೇರೆ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಮತ್ತು ನಾನು ಒಂದು NGO ಮಾಡೋಣ, ನನ್ನದೇ ಆದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನೇನು ಕೊಡುಗೆ ಕೊಡಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಆಲೋಚನೆ. ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಅವರ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೋ ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ, ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮದೇ ಆದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವೊಂದು NGOನ ಹುಟ್ಟು ಹಾಕಿದ ನಂತರ ನಮಗೆ ದಾನಿಗಳದ್ದು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮದೇ ಆದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೇನು ತಿಳುವಳಿಕೆ ಇತ್ತು ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಏನು ಬಲವಾಗಿ ನಂಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನಮಗೆ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಗಳು ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಂತನ್ನಾದರೆ ಅವು ಈಗ ನಾವೇನು NGOಗಳು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಈಗ ನಮಗೆ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳುವಾಗ ಅದರಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂತು ಅವರ ಪಾತ್ರಗಳು ಏನಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಈ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡೋದೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರಿಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಅವರು ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಡಗಿದ್ರೆ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾನು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸಭೆ, ವಾರ್ಡ್ ಸಭೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಮತ್ತು ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಷನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ ತಾಯಂದ್ರಿಗೆ ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಷನ್ ಈ ಥರ ಒಂದು ತರಬೇತಿನ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂತು. ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ಎಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವಂಥದ್ದೇ, ಅದು ಹಳ್ಳಿನಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಬಂತು. ಆದರೆ ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜ್ವರ ಶೀತ ಕೆಮ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ವಾರಂಟೈನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ. ಒಂದು ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಇದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಾವು ಅದೇ ಪಿಚ್ಚುಗುಂಟಹಳ್ಳಿ, ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಊರ್ಕುಂಟೆ ಮಿಟ್ಟೂರ್ದು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 20 ಜನರಿಗೆ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಆ ಊರನ್ನೇ ಸೀಲ್ ಡೌನ್ ಮಾಡಾಕಿದ್ರು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ನನಗೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳೋದು, ಅಕ್ಕ ನಮಗೆ ಕೋವಿಡೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಆದರೂ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಕ್ವಾರಂಟೈನಿಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಕಷ್ಟ, ನಾನು ಕೂಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಆಗ ನಾವು ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಕೇರ್ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಅವ್ರ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಕಾಂಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಮ್ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಸಾರು ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಷನ್ ಫುಡ್ ಕೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಸುಮಾರು ನಾವು 250 ಜನ ರೈತರಿಗೆ, ಅಲ್ಲ ಕೂಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರಿಗೆ, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ವಿಕಲಚೇತನರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಾವು ಫುಡ್ಡನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ವಿ. ಆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಇದು ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ, 1 ತಿಂಗಳು ನಾವು ಹೇಗೋ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನ ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂತಂದಾಗ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾಲುವೆ ಕೆಲಸನ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಆಗ ನಮಗೆ ಅನಿಸ್ತು ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, 2 ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಧ್ಯೇಯ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅವರ ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಸಬಲೀಕರಣ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ ಗಂಡಸರು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅರ್ಧ ಹಣ ಮಾತ್ರ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಇನ್ನು ಅರ್ಧ ಅವ್ರ ಸ್ವಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರು ಹಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಅವರ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ, ಅವರ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್, ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್. ಇವತ್ತು ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರು ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರು ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ಕಾರಣ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರೇ, ತಾಯಂದರೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಒತ್ತಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅವರ ಶ್ರಮ ಅದು, ಅವರು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಒತ್ತು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಗಂಡಸರು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಅವರ ಪಾತ್ರ ಕಳಿಸು ಮಾಡು ಅಂತ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ, ಏನಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡುವಂಥವರೆಲ್ಲ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರೇ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಬರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅದು ಸಹಾಯ ಆಯಿತು. ಹಾಗೆ ನಾವು ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಒಂದು ಮಿಟ್ಟೂರು ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಯ ಒಂದು ಮ್ಯಾಪಿಂಗ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಬಯೋಮ್ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ನಮಗೆ ಸಪೋರ್ಟಾಗಿ ನಿಲ್ತು. ಹಾಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡ್ತು, ಈ ಥರ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ನೀವು CSR ಫಂಡನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಆ ಒಂದು ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೀಗ CSR ಫಂಡನ್ನು ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತನೇ ಕೊಡೋದು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ, ಆದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತನಕ ಬರೋದು ಕಷ್ಟ ನಮ್ಗೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈಗ ಒಂದು 3-4 ಕಂಪನಿಯವ್ರ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಈಗ 11 ಕೆರೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈಗ ಈ ಕೆರೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಪಕ್ಕದ ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಗಳಿಂದ ಕೂಡ ಈಗ ನಮಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪಕ್ಕದ ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿ ಅಂಗೊಂಡಹಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ 3 ಕೆರೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸನ, ಒಂದು ಕೆರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಮಾಡ್ಯೂಲ್ ಅಂದರೆ 20,000 ಕ್ಯೂಬಿಕ್ ಮೀಟರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಇನ್ನು ಉಳಿದಿದ್ದು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಕೆರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೂಳೆತ್ತೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಏನು ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು 2 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಕೆರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ನಿಲ್ಲುವಂತಹ ಸಾಂದ್ರತೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಮತ್ತು ನಾವು ಕೆರೆ ಅಂಗಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೂಳನ್ನು ತೆಗೆಯುವಾಗ ಮತ್ತೆ ಒತ್ತುವರಿ ಆಗೋದು ತಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ, ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ ಮಟ್ಟ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ ಮಟ್ಟ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು 1-2 ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಒಬ್ಬರು ಊರ್ಕುಂಟೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅಲ್ಲೊಬ್ಬರು ವಿಜಯ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೆ, ಅವರು 3 ಬೋರ್ವೆಲ್ ಇದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 2 ಇಂಚ್ ನೀರು ಬರ್ತಿದೆ, ಒಂದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಧ ಇಂಚ್ ನೀರು, ಒಂದು ಫುಲ್ ಫೇಲ್ಯೂರ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಈ ಕೆರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೂಳು ಎತ್ತಿದ ನಂತರ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು 3 ಇದು ಬೋರ್ವೆಲ್ಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಈಗ ನೀರು ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಪಿಚುವಂಟಹಳ್ಳಿಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಹಾಗೆ ಒಂದು 4-5 ಕೆರೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೀಗ ರೈತರನ್ನ ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ಈಗ ನಮಗೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಬಾವಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಸ್ವಂತ ಬಾವಿ ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅದರಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ನೀರು ತುಂಬಿದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ ಮಟ್ಟ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಏನು ನಾವಿಲ್ಲಿ ಜೀವ ವೈವಿಧ್ಯತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಕೆರೆ ಹತ್ತಿರ ನಾವು ಚಿಟ್ಟೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಬಣ್ಣ ಬಣ್ಣದ ಚಿಟ್ಟೆಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಜಿಂಕೆಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲಂದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ನವಿಲುಗಳಿದೆ, ಬೇರೆ ಗಿಡ ಗಂಟೆಗಳಂತೂ ಎಲ್ಲಂದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹಸಿರಾಗಿ ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ ನಾನು ಅಂತ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ ಏನಂದರೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಲೆನಾಡು ಥರ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೋಲಾರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು, ಅಂದರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮಲೆನಾಡು ಆ ಥರ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಆವಾಗ ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೀನಿ, ನಾವೊಂದು ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಇಡೀ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೋಲಾರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆನಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆರೆಗಳು ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ನಮಗೆ ಇನ್ನೆಲ್ಲಿಂದನೋ ನೀರು ತರುವಂಥ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಇರುವಂತಹ ಮೂಲಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸಂಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮರೆತೆ, ನಾವು ಮಳೆ ನೀರು ಕೊಯ್ಲನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ. 4 ಹೈಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಳೆ ನೀರು ಕೊಯ್ಲನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ನೀರಿನ ಮಹತ್ವದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಅರಿವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈಗ ಈ ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಹೋಬಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ 33 ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ಶಾಲೆ ಇದೆ, 13 ಮಿಡ್ಲ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಇದೆ, 8 ಹೈಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಮಕ್ಕಳುಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ನೀರಿನ ಮಹತ್ವದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಅಂದರೆ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ನಾವು ದೊಡ್ಡವರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತಾಗ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಹೌದು ಹೌದು ಅಂತ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಆಚೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ನಮ್ಮದೇ ಕೆಲಸದ ಒತ್ತಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗೋದು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ. ಆದರೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಒಂದು 50 ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಕನಿಷ್ಠ 10 ಮಕ್ಕಳ ತಲೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಹೋದರೆ ನಾಳೆ ಅವ್ರು ಏನೇನು ಪೊಸಿಷನಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರ ಮೂಲಕನಾದರೂ ನಾವು ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ತೋರಿಸ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ. ಮತ್ತು ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸಿಗೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಮೂಲಕ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಈ ಸ್ವಚ್ಛತೆ ಮತ್ತು ನೀರಿನ ಮಹತ್ವ ಈ ಎರಡನ್ನು ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದರ ಅಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ 4 ಹೈಸ್ಕೂಲಲ್ಲಿ ಮಳೆ ನೀರು ಕೊಯ್ಲನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಅದರ ಮಹತ್ವದ ಅರಿವನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು, ಅದು ಓವರ್ಫ್ಲೋ ಆಗಿದ್ದನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಬಾವಿಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಲಿಂಕ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಹೋಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ. ಒಂದು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ದು ನೀರು ಕೆರೆಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂದು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ನೀರು ಬಾವಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಥರ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿದ್ದು ನೀರು ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಸೇರೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಆಗೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಹಳ್ಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 8 ಮನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಮಳೆ ನೀರು ಕೊಯ್ಲನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಮಳೆ ನೀರು ಕೊಯ್ಲು ಅಂದರೆ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಸಂಪ್ ಮಾಡಿಯಲ್ಲ, ಈಗ ಪ್ರತಿ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸಂಪ್ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ತೊಟ್ಟಿ, ನೀರಿನ ತೊಟ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಮಳೆ ಬೀಳುತ್ತೆ, ಬಿದ್ದ ನೀರೆಲ್ಲ ಸುರಿಯುತ್ತೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೊತ್ತಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ನೀರು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೀಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಪೈಪ್ ಹಾಕಿರ್ತೀರ, ಅದನ್ನು ಸಂಪಿಗೆ ಬರೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪೈಪ್ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ 1,950 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಈ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಮೊತ್ತದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ವಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರು ಅದನ್ನು ಅಳವಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು 25 ಜನ ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಈಗ ಸಂಪಿಗೆ ನೀರು ಬರೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನೇ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಅಂತ ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಚಿಕ್ಕದ್ರಿಂದ ಶುರುವಾದ್ರೇ ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗಿ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇದು ಇಷ್ಟು ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ಇದು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗುವಂಥದ್ದಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಆವಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಈಗ ಇನ್ನೆರಡು ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿ, 2 ಬಾವಿದು ಕೆಲಸ ನಡಿಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು ನಮಗೆ. ಈಗ ಏಪ್ರಿಲಲ್ಲೇ ಮಳೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ, 2 ಕೆರೆದು ಕೆಲಸ 80% ಆಗಿದೆ, ಇನ್ನು 20% ಅಷ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸ ನಮಗೆ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇದಿಷ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಆರೋಹಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಕೆಲಸ. ಏನಾದರೂ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು ಅನ್ಸಿದ್ರೆ
ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಆಶಾರವರು ಈ ನೈಸರ್ಗಿಕ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ಆದಂಥ ಜಲ ಮತ್ತು ನೆಲ ಅವನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸುವ ಪಾತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಪಾತ್ರ ವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ಅವರು ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಅಳವಡಿಸಿ ಮತ್ತು ಅದರ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ನ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಮತ್ತು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲವರು ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ನೆಲ ಜಲವನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಪಾತ್ರ ವಹಿಸಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕು.
ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನು ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಸರ್ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ನಾವು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿನ ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತೀವಿ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಅದನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಲಿ ಸೇರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಮತ್ತು ಕ್ಲೋಸಿಂಗ್ ಡೇ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಹಾಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಬೋರ್ಡಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಆವಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ 7 ಜನ ನಾವು ಮಹಿಳೆಯರಿರೋದು ಅಂತ, ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಇರೋದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತಳಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದವರೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಬೋರ್ಡಲ್ಲಿರೋದು. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಅವರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಶಿಲ್ಪಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಪಾಪ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೈ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ನಮ್ಮ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸನ ನಾನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ, ನಾನು ಫೌಂಡರ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ, ನಾನು ಏನೇ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ನಮಗೆ ಸಿಗುವಂತಹ ಏನು CSR ಫಂಡ್ ದಾನಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬ ಉತ್ತಮವಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಸಾರಿ ಫಂಡ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟವ್ರು ಮತ್ತು ಮುಂದಿನ ಸಾರಿನೂ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವರು ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ದಾನಿಗಳು ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮಗೆ. ರಾಮಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಮತ್ತು ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಕೇರ್ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ಬಯೋಮ್ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟು ಇವರು 3 ಕಡೆಯಿಂದನೂ ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸ್ಥೈರ್ಯ, ಧೈರ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಏನು ಫಂಡ್ ರೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಇದೊಂದು ಅವಕಾಶನ ನನಗೆ ಕಲ್ಪಿಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ, ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರೆಲ್ಲ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ನನಗೆ ಅವರು ಮೊದಲು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಅನಿಸ್ತು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನದಾಗಿ ಇಲಾಖೆಯವರೆಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ರಮೇಶ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು, ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ, ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾತಾಡಮ್ಮ, ನೀನು ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀಯಾ ಅದನ್ನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅನಂತ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ನರೇಗಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳೋದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಸೂಕ್ತನೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೂ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ನಾನು ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಯವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದೆ ಏನಂದರೆ, ನೀವೇನು 349 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು 150 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಫಂಡ್ ರೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಆವಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಕೆಲಸನೂ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಆ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ನಂದು, ಏನು ಲೇಬರನ್ನ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ನಂದು ಅಂತ. ಆದರೆ ನನಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಸಿಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಾರಣಗಳು ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಇಷ್ಟಪಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಇಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟಂಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಇನ್ನಿಬ್ಬರು ಇಷ್ಟಪಡದೇ ಇರೋ.
ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಆಶಾಕ್ ಅವರೇ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಯಾರು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳಬೇಡಿ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಇವ್ರನ್ನ. ನೀವು ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಎಮ್ಯುಲೇಟ್ ಇಟ್, ಬೇಡ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಬೇಡ, ಆಯಿತು ಸಲಹೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕೊಡಿರಿ. 1 ನಿಮಿಷ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತು ಮುಗಿಲಿ, 1 ನಿಮಿಷ. ನೀವು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಶಿಲ್ಪ ಅವರು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನನ್ನ ಮನವಿ, ಆರೋಹಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಆಶಾಕ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಶ್ರೀಲಕ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಎದ್ದು ನಿಂತು ಒಂದು ಗೌರವಿಸಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಲಿ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗದ ಕೆಲಸಗಳನ್ನು ಬಹಳ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡಿಂಗ್ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್. ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಹೊಡಿ, ಇನ್ನೂ ಜೋರು. 2 ನಿಮಿಷ ಹೊಡೆದ್ಬಿಡಿ. ತಾವು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್. ಮಾಡಿ ಭಾಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರಿ. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಡವೇ ಅಂತ ಕೀಳಿಮೇನೂ ಬೇಡ, ಏನೂ ಬೇಡ, ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು, ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನು ಮಂಡಿಸಬೇಕು. ಬಹಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಂಡಿಸಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ತಮ್ಮ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕಿನ ಡೀಟೇಲನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಮತ್ತು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಸಂಘ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾವೆ, ಹೇಗೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಗೆಲುವು ಆಗೇ ಇರಲಿ. ನಾವು ಸದಾಶಯದೊಂದಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನಾವು ವಾಗ್ದಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಮೀನುಗಾರಿಕೆ ಮಹಾವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ, ಮೀನುಗಾರಿಕೆ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಮತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಕೋಮಂಡ್ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೆ, ವೆಲ್ಸ್ ಲ್ಯಾಬ್ ಅಂತಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಅಡ್ವೊಕೇಟ್, ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅಡ್ವೊಕೇಟ್ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ರಾಘವ್ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಮುಂದಿನ ವರ್ಷ ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯಶೋಗಾಥೆಯನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಆಶಯ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್
ಯು ಸರ್. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ, ಆದರೂ ಒಂದು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದ ವಿಷಯನ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ ನಾನು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಇವಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ, ಆದರೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಏನು ಖಾಸಗೀಕರಣ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ. ಏನಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ 3 ಹಳ್ಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಖಾಸಗಿ ಶಾಲೆಗಳು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಶಾಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ದಿನದಿಂದ ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ ದಾಖಲಾತಿ ತುಂಬ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಕಾರಣ 2. ಒಂದು 5ನೇ ತರಗತಿ ತನಕ ಹಳ್ಳಿನಲ್ಲಿರುತ್ತೆ, 6ನೇ ತರಗತಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಊರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು, ಅಂದರೆ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಬಸ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗಳಿಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆ, ಇನ್ನೂ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಸ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗಳಿಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಕೆಲವು ಕಡೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ ತುಂಬ ಕಷ್ಟ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇದು ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಶಾಲೆಗಾದ್ರೆ ಏನಂದರೆ ಮನೆ ಹತ್ರ ವ್ಯಾನ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟಾದರೂ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಸೇಫ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಾರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ ಜನ ಇವತ್ತು ಕಾನ್ವೆಂಟಿಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಉತ್ತೇಜನ ಕೊಡೋ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಗೆ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಮ್ಮ 14 ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 8 ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳ ಶಾಲೆಗಳು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸುಣ್ಣ ಬಣ್ಣಗಳೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಂದರೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿನಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಒಂದು ಶಾಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀ 8 ಮಕ್ಕಳಿದ್ರು, ಆ 8 ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಕೂಡ ಪೋಷಕರು ಮಿಟ್ಟೂರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ನನಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ TC ಎಲ್ಲ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಳೋ ಅಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ನನಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಬಂತು. ಮತ್ತು ನಾನು ಒಂದು 4-5 ಜನರ ಜೊತೆಲಿ ಸೇರಿ ಮತ್ತು BO ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಲೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಮತ್ತು CRP ಜೊತೆಲೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. 8 ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನು, 2 ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಹೋದರು, 6 ಮಕ್ಕಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ 6 ಮಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಶಾಲೆನ ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅವತ್ತು ಗ್ರಾಮಸ್ಥರ ಜೊತೆಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಒಂದು ಸಾರಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ಏನಿದೆ ಅದು ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಆಯ್ತಂದರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ತರಿಸ್ಕೊಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ತುಂಬ ಕಷ್ಟ ಇದೆ. ಈಗ ಶಾಲೆನ ನೀವು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿದರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬರೋ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಈಗ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್, ಸೈನ್ಸು ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ತಿರದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಬಳಿ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಇದೆ. ಅದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್, ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಇಯರ್ PUC ತನಕ ಮಾತ್ರ. ನಂತರ ಹೈಯರ್ ಸ್ಟಡಿಗೆ ತಾಲೂಕು ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇವಾಗ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು ಹಳ್ಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಏನಂದರೆ, ಇವಾಗ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಗಾರ್ಡ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಬರಬೇಕು, ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇವೆರಡು ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಿಂಜರಿಕೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂದಾಗ. ಅದಕ್ಕೇ ನಾವು 2 ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಕೇರ್ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಅವರ ಸಹಾಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ 8 ಡೆಸ್ಕ್ಟಾಪ್ಗಳನ್ನು, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಡೆಸ್ಕ್ಟಾಪನ್ನು ತರಿಸಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರು. ಫುಲ್ ಸೆಟ್ಟನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಗ ಸುಮಾರು 132 ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ತುಂಬ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ವಾರದಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಇಯರ್ PUC ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ತಾಯ್ಲೂರು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 5 ಹೈಸ್ಕೂಲ್ 5 ಡೆಸ್ಕ್ಟಾಪ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮಿಟ್ಟೂರು ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಯ 13 ಶಾಲೆಗಳಿಗೂ ನಾವು ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಡೆಸ್ಕ್ಗಳು, ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಡೆಸ್ಕ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಮೇಲ್ಛಾವಣಿ ಸುರಿಯುತ್ತೆ. ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ ನಾನು ಬಸ್ಸು ಲೇಟ್ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಮಳೆ ಬರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ಮಕ್ಕಳೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಸಂದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ. 6ನೇ ತರಗತಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳು. ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ನೀರೆಲ್ಲ ನಿಂತು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಏನು ಸರ್ ಇದು ಅಂದರೆ, ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದು ಮೇಡಮ್, ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಹೀಗಿದೆ, ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಡೆಸ್ಕ್ ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು 45 ಡೆಸ್ಕು ಮತ್ತು ಒಂದು ಹೈಸ್ಕೂಲಲ್ಲಿ ಲೈಬ್ರರಿ ಇದೆ, ಆದರೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಓದೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲೊಂದು 6 ಟೇಬಲ್ಲು ಮತ್ತು ಒಂದು 25 ಚೇರ್ಸು ಹೀಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ವಿ. ಈಗ ಮುರಾರ್ಜಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲು ಇದೆ, ಮುರಾರ್ಜಿ ಶಾಲೆಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಇದೆ. ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಕರೀತಾರೆ, ಬಟ್ ಬಂದರೆ ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಚೇರ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಂದರೆ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ನೆಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡೋದು ತಪ್ಪು ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಕೆಲವರಿಗೆ ಕೂಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಕೆಲವರಿಗೆ ಹಾಗೆ. ಈಗ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಕೂತು ಉಳಿದವರೆಲ್ಲ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ನೆಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ರೆ ಅದು ಸಮಾನತೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಫೀಲಿಂಗಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೊಂದು 50 ಚೇರ್ಸನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹಾಗೆ ದಾನಿಗಳ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ತಗೊಂಡು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಈ ಥರ ಸಣ್ಣ ಶಾಲೆಯ ಒಂದು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ರೀಸೆಂಟಾಗಿ ಹೀಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರೋ ಹೀಗೆ ಒಬ್ಬರ ಮೂಲಕ ಹೋಗಿ UNDI ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಒಬ್ಬರು ನಮಗೆ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಅವ್ರ ಮೂಲಕ ಒಂದು ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪೇಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಸೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಯ್ತು. ಅಂದರೆ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು, ಫ್ರಂಟಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಾಡಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇನ್ನು 2 ಟರ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ. ಇದು ಶಾಲೆದು ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗಿತ್ತು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾರಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಮೇಡಮ್. ಅತ್ಯದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿ ಅವಾಗ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಮತ್ತೊಬ್ಬರ ಸಂತೋಷದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂತೋಷವನ್ನು ಕಾಣದೆ ನಿಜವಾದ ಸಾರ್ಥಕತೆ. ಆ ಸಾರ್ಥಕತೆಯನ್ನು ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಸಮಾಜದ ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆಯನ್ನು ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಇನ್ನೂ ಎತ್ತರಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಈ ಒಂದು ಜೀವನ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಶ್ರದ್ಧೆ, ಶ್ರಮ ಜನಗಳು ಗುರುತಿಸಿ, ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಗುರುತಿಸಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಅಭಿನಂದನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಬಹುಮಾನ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರ ಸಿಗಲಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಸಾರ್ಥಕತೆ ನಿಜವಾದ ಸಾರ್ಥಕತೆ ಇದು. ಆಗಿನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆರೆ ಕಟ್ಟೆ ಗಂಜಿ ಕೇಂದ್ರಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಈಗಿನ ಕಾಲದ ಜನರು ಅದನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಡೆದು ಎನ್ಕ್ರೋಚ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಇವತ್ತು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳನ್ನ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮಂಥವರು ನಾಯಕರು ಹುಟ್ಟು ಬರಲಿ, ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆ ಆಗಲಿ. ಇನ್ನೊಮ್ಮೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಒಂದು ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಗೌರವವನ್ನು ಸೂಚಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಇವತ್ತು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ, ಅತ್ಯದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿ ನೀವು ನಿಜವಾದ ಒಂದು ಮಂಡನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್, ನಿಜವಾದ ಸಾರ್ಥಕತೆ. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ CO ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಮೇಶ್ ಸರ್ ಬಂದು ಅವರಿಗೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಒಂದು ಬೊಕ್ಕೆ ನೀಡುವುದ್ರ ಮೂಲಕ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೌರವವನ್ನು ಸೂಚಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ದಾನಿಗಳು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ರಾಮಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಸರ್ ನಿಜವಾದ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಒಂದು ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ತಜ್ಞರನ್ನು ನಮಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಕರೆಸ್ಕೊಟ್ರಿ. ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್.
ಶಾಸಕಂತಾರೆ ಹುಟ್ಟು ಬರ್ಬೇಕಂತ ನನ್ನ ಆಸೆ.
ಹೌದು.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್.
ಒಂದು 10 ಮಿನಿಟ್ಸ್ ಟೀ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋಣ ಈಗ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಕಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ 10 ಮಿನಿಟ್ಸ್.
ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೇಕು?
ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅವಾಗಲೂ ಹುಡುಕ್ತೀನಿ. ಮೂರು ಪಾಠ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಸರಿ ಸರಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಒಳಗೆ ಒಳಗಿದೆ ಒಳಗಿದೆ.
And everyone, can everybody hear me at the end? Okay. I am a core member of Friends of Lakes, which is a advocacy group. We are little different from the normal, activists who are basically seen as, one stone in hand and one torch in hand and that kind of thing. Okay, we basically work with the government, we work with the industries, we work with the local communities, we bring everybody together, and we also work with mentors, technical mentors, and I see a lot of technical mentors here. So in future, I think we will have all of you on our mentorship board, and we actually collect all the knowledge from them, and we actually disseminate to in the public. So that is how we work. So here today we are, I have changed the title a little bit. It's water crisis to water sustainability. My topic will be in the context of urban and peri-urban lakes. The previous speaker actually talked about rural areas and rural lakes. Those are, in the background they were different, and we will be talking about a different type of background. The management methods are different, the challenges are different, the population pressure is different, so we will see how the thing works actually. So if there are any questions, let us keep at the end. I will have to rush through because we don't have much time. No, this is fine.
Yeah.
Dongle. Yeah. Okay. You can put it. It is working.
It's working.
Yeah. So we'll talk about first a brief thing about our water crisis. What is our water crisis? We'll have to see. Followed by defining our water system. In what context we are talking about. As I told you, this is only in the urban and peri-urban context. And root causes of the problems, solutions, and sustaining those solutions. Once we actually talk about solutions, then we will talk about how to sustain those things. Because one-time solution is easy. After that, again, it falls back to normalcy, business as usual. So we will have to see how to sustain. So first, water crisis. We have severe water shortage, encroached and polluted water bodies. We saw in the previous session also. Flooding in the city. Nowadays, last week we have seen severe flooding. Problem with water system management. Lot of money is wasted with no outcome. Every year we see government announcement 500 crores, 50 crores for this lake and all that. At the end of that, we don't know what happened to that money and where it went. Right? No stakeholders are involved. People living around the area, or the fishermen or the washermen and other people, water users, nobody is actually getting involved. In rural areas, there is water user body, water user groups, WUGs. So those WUGs are at least some partial, they are given the chance. But in cities, we don't get anybody getting involved. Third thing is no clarity about the budget for a lake or a valley or a drainage system or whatever it is. The previous speaker actually talked about that KTCDA controls everything, including lakes, drains, everything, feeder lines and everything, right? It is part of the lake system. But where is the budget? And who is controlling the budget? How much budget is allocated? There is no clarity. No clarity about long-term or annual goals. There has to be long-term. Say for example, our KTCDA every year publishes a report which says that 3/4 of the lakes are of E category, D category, and the remaining lakes are of D category. Right. So what is the implication of that? That means none of the lakes belong to A, B, C category, the better quality lakes. Right. So what is the goal? Suppose we had a goal like 1/3 of the lakes will be converted into one grade above. So D to B, C, C to B, something like that. In 10 years time, we would have actually A or B grade lakes, right? But that is not there. And there are no long-term goals and no short-term goals broken down into short-term goals also. No action plan in public domain. So do we see any, except for the annual announcement of budget, do we see any goals specified anywhere? KTCD website, KSBCB website, BWSSB website, there is nothing. False promises fizzle out routinely. They say, Belandur Lake will be rejuvenated. Some announcement like that. Okay, which basically nothing happens on that. So defining our water system in that, the context of our problems. What are the assets that we have? This diagram actually shows the complete water system. Begins with houses. There are houses which are underground sewerage system. They are connected to sewerage system. The sewage is taken to BWSSB STP and it goes to the lake system. Similarly, apartments are supposed to have, larger apartments are supposed to have their own STP. That also gets into the common system. Third is industry. Large industries are supposed to have their effluent treatment plant. And from there, the treated sewage is, effluent is again entering the system. Fourth is cluster of industries have their centralized ETP. And that also gets into the system. And then finally, the rainwater. So all this actually gets into a common flow, which is the stormwater drain. See, all this treated sewage and effluent treatment enters the stormwater drain. From that, it is supposed to go to a wetland system. And here the wetland system is a little bit hazy because under Wetland Act actually, any lake which is less than 6 meters is called a wetland. So practically all our lakes are also wetland, right? So wetland and biological nutrient removal system. Then it goes to a channel, and the channel actually takes the entire fluid to lakes. And the lake and channel, lake channel, that system continues in a cascade. Is specifically applicable to Bangalore, but you can imagine any other city, any other this one. So practically this is the system. And then out of this water drain, wetland and channel and lakes, the water actually percolates to groundwater. So this is the system, and we will be talking in the context of this system. So first thing is the lake. People think lake is a lake. What is there to talk about, right? It's a lake. So they think of it as a single body. But actually what we have found is that the lake actually consists of 3 zones: ecological zone, social zone, and there are some miscellaneous things. Let us focus on these 2 zones. Ecological zone is the one which actually sustains life in the lake, right? Water body and all the other assets. By the way, if you are taking pictures, don't worry. I have actually put the entire article online. I will share the link. So please focus here. So ecological zone basically talks about all the water and the life-sustaining system which are there, including sluice gate, including the control on water and things like that, and including the stabilization pond, wetland, STP if there are any, debris trap, silt trap. All these things are used to control the water in the lake. Okay. Then lake body, body itself, including the bottom contour, because that is important in creating life. The water, the food web is created with a proper bottom profile. So all that is actually part of this. Aerators, if there are any aerators or oxygenation, dissolved oxygen, if you want to talk about, then different types of aerators are also parts of the asset. Fish cages and fish barrier, these are important for keeping fish in a lake. There are bunds, rock lining of the bund, which is a separate asset. There are islands. Islands are used for birds, to create bird habitats in the center of the lake. There are waste weirs. There are sluice gates. Sluice gates can be at the inlet and at the outlet both. Inlet if the lake is not part of a chain, but if it is taking water from outside, so then you have to use the sluice gate to control the incoming inflow of the water. And of course at the outlet the sluice gates are used. Borewell, jack well, etc. So this is ecological zone. Why social zone is important? Because if we don't have social zone and a well-kept social zone, people are not attracted to it. And that makes the lake abundant. The lake, once the lake is abundant, it falls prey to antisocial elements, and those people come and drink and they break bottle, and you will not feel like visiting those lakes. And finally what happens? People start dumping garbage in such places, and then slowly it becomes such a bad place that nobody wants to visit that. And then all this discussion about ecological zone is immaterial because nobody pays any attention to that lake. So the first thing is you have to create love and affection for the lake by the surrounding public. They should own it. They should say that this is my lake. I will not tolerate this degradation. Okay? So this is the key. But what happens is all the CSR money and all the attention goes into social zone only. We think that we have to have a walking track. Then somebody says walking track bumps into cyclists, so we have to have a separate cyclist track. And somebody says that for runners you have to have a third track. So it goes on and on and on, and it actually sacrifices the area of the lake, right? So we shrink the lake, we create a large social zone. I've heard of a toy train being set up in one of the Bangalore lakes actually. So this is the kind of things we talk about, amphitheaters and all other things that attract people to the lake. But then if you have a community amenity site, CA site is a very well-known concept. Okay, BDA actually asks for a CA site from any project. So if there are ample number of CA sites in the neighborhood, why do you want the lake to sacrifice its land to create these CA sites? Okay, all clubhouses and all that which we are under BDA control, they can provide many of these facilities. It is sufficient to create people's love for the lake, and then we move on to this. That's the basic idea. Then we talked about the assets so far, but now we talk about the stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders in the lake? Here also there is not generally these people don't even understand who are the stakeholders. These apartment people who are living nearby, they think themselves to be the sole stakeholders. Okay, nobody else, right? So they actually come in. The builders actually play on that, and they will many of the apartments are named Lakeview apartments. Okay, so why? Because they basically understand that a lake nearby is a good thing to have, right? It's a part of the luxury. It's a luxury concept. So who are the stakeholders? So these many are the stakeholders. Okay, and they have their win conditions. We will not go into that, but just to this one, there are official lake holders, which are basically the agencies. One thing is the custodian of the lake, for example, BBMP, BDA, Forest Department. A couple of lakes actually are taken over a BMRCL, Namma Metro. Okay, so those people are actually the custodians, but the ultimate owner of the lake is Revenue Department, the state of Karnataka. Then comes the BWSSB, KSPCB, lake activists is a party, interested party, corporate donors who want to donate money, but they are thwarted because there are a lot of paper tape to deal with, right? So they are also a one of the stakeholders. CSR fund manager. Now corporate donor is different from a CSR fund manager. So there are professional fund managers who take the money from the CSR donors and then they provide to others. So they themselves have a win condition of their own. That's not same as the CSR provider. Community around the lake, farmers, fishermen. So all these people have their own condition of winning, and they basically do not actually, some of them not necessarily coincide with the other stakeholders' win condition. And that is where we have stakeholder conflicts. And how many conflicts do you think there are? So many, right? So you take different combination, like community versus the lake owner, community versus different community, community versus lake owner, corporate versus lake owner, like that. There are different types of conflicts which take place, and we have to deal with that. And we do not have a media, a platform where we can get together and sort this out. So conflicts remain under the surface. and at the wrong moment they erupt, and then they disrupt the, if any lake is to be rejuvenated, that is the time these conflicts actually surface, and they sometimes derail the project, right? So we have to actually talk about this, bring it out, and then we have to deal with, who actually gets how much. And these are called wicked problems. There is no 100% solution for this kind of problem. There are multiple stakeholders, there are multiple conflicts, and then we have to actually find the most optimal solution. That's it. It is not a unique solution. It is not a single solution which logically can be derived. So we have to actually talk about finding the most optimal solution where everybody has to make a little adjustment, right? A little sacrifice they have to make. And simultaneously we have to also think, is it future looking? Because you may make a provision for some stakeholder today, but that stakeholder may be phased out in 2 years' time, 3 years' time in this one. For example, cattle herders. Okay, in a built-up city, cattle herders basically may not be accommodated for long. So if you make a provision for cattle herders, then are they going to remain there for long, or are they actually going to leave that place, and then that facility, whatever is created for them, is it going to be redundant after 2 years or 3 years? So we have to make long-term plan, and we have to understand how the economy is moving, how the city urban planning has to take care of all the factors. So coming to the root cause of the problems. These are the problems, everybody agrees. Garbage in lake, macrophytes, that means water hyacinth in general, what we talk about, and algae. So this is the main problem we see. Fish kill, periodically we complain about fish kills. Heavy metals and chemicals we talk about, or generally newspaper will talk about foam, and they talk about fire and things like that, because it makes TRP. But these are the main issues. And then they talk about stink, which is coming in the nearby the lake, and they talk about silt. The lakes are silted over, there is absolutely no place, no space left for the water. So these are the main problems. And if we think about this, these are the, this is the causal diagram, where actually every problem is actually analyzed, and the blocks in yellow is the final root cause. Okay, so for example, solid waste management service is either missing or it is very poor. So if that happens, then you end up with garbage in lake. Similarly, macrophytes and microphytes, why it happens? Because excess nutrients enter the lake. Why that happens is unpolished sewage is entering the lake. Why that happens is lack of tertiary treatment. And some cases primary treatment itself, because according to the CPCV figures, 60%, 2 out of 3 Bangaloreans does not have connection to STP, either private or public, right? So only 1/3 of the population actually out of 1.4 crore people, have their sewage flowing to an STP, either its own or some other, public STP. The rest of them are dumping sewage. So where does it end up? It all ends up in lakes. So similarly, heavy metals is because of lack of effluent treatment plant from the industries. And silt is basically this is actually no protection against erosion, but also true, Bangalore actually generates almost like 1,000 tons per day of silt. And that is the solid contents in human excreta. Our 1.4 crore people, if you just calculate the solids in the content in the human excreta, which is not going away. It's not converted into, let us say, gases. It is going to remain as solids. And it enters our drainage system, because that's the first thing it basically goes into. So whenever you see a JCB entering into Rajkalu and operating it, just remember that we do not have a system figured out to deal with the solid, solid contents in the human excreta. And we have 1.4 crore people generating it every day, right? 1,000 tons per day. So that is the scale of the problem. And since we do not have any logistics to deal with it, it all ends up finally in the lakes. If it is not, silted, first thing to silt over is our drains. So you basically see even small drains are basically opened up, and then, people have, taking it out and then putting it on the road, right? And when the first road comes, what happens? The silt goes back into the drain. So this is how we deal with a problem which nobody has applied his mind to, and that is how we have a problem. So apart from erosion, where Bangalore doesn't have soil-based area where erosion can happen. We are not talking about the army areas or police areas and things like that, where that can happen. But mostly we basically have to deal with solid, solid contents in the human excreta. Another, lake disappear. Why? Two things. One is encroachment of lakes and drains, and other thing is lakes basically go dry, then it is handed over. Like for example, today BBMP has a list of 20 lakes which are identified as dead lakes. What is a dead lake? We saw earlier in the previous session that KTCDA actually talks about dry or not. That is the condition, okay? But here we are talking about dead lakes, and we are ready to hand it over to a developer, right? And in KMCA, section 26 actually talks about it is the town planner's duty to fill up low-lying areas to develop it. That is the official line. Okay, so our law actually asks them to fill up and use it. Okay, so this is, we are up against that. Whereas the one other aspect which was not covered in the the previous session was, there is the National Environment Policy, which talks about properties with incomparable value. That is the working principle in the enshrined in the National Environment Policy. And what are these? Wetlands, lakes, and our other assets, which we saw earlier. These are called properties with incomparable values, which cannot be fixed in money. Okay, but we are not taking care of that. KMC does not talk about it. It doesn't say that please protect this and do your urban planning around it. Okay, please respect that and do your urban planning around it. Doesn't say. So what do? We basically sacrifice our lakes for play zones and social zones and things like that. So that is where the problem lies. So these are the reasons for that. Again, the yellow parts actually show what are the real problems. First thing, encroachment. Why they happen? Because maps are not in public domain. Have you seen any Google map with boundary around lakes? No. One of the, section 4 was shown, KTCDA section 4. One of the, deliverables by KTCDA is to map and create a database of all lakes. And groundwater too, by the way. Do you see any groundwater maps anywhere? So what is not in the map is very easy to encroach. If your neighboring lake is being encroached, as on today, you cannot tell whether it is encroached or not, right? Because there is no guarantee. But if it is, just imagine if the map is there in Google Maps, you can walk in and you can see on your mobile that I am now standing in lake territory. So naturally somebody is encroaching as on today, as on now, today, right now, right? So why this was not done? Obviously somebody is in cahoots with the criminals, right? Obviously it's a big industry to hive off the land, right? Secondly, when it happens, there is no eviction. Again, it points to the the nexus, because once it happens, then it has to be evicted, reversed, right? That also doesn't happen. Third, poor urban planning, because lake area is not acquired by the government. Basically, it is just left as it is. And you have to go to 50-year-old, the British time, maps to find out what is the real extent of the lake, and to say that, this is my lake, so please vacate it. And that doesn't happen, no eviction, in the name of, humanity. Because there will be some, low income groups or Jhopatpatti or some slum area or whatever. So that is also not touched by anybody in the name of humanity. So these are the main problems. Why lakes go dry? Because incoming water is diverted, or incoming water, is polluted also. Because it is polluted, it is diverted. And finally, you don't have any water. See, diversion is not the problem, because you have to separate the good water from the bad water, sewage, and then you have to, put the good water in the lake. And that is not done. The whole stock, lock, stock, barrel, everything is diverted. Then what comes to the lake? Nothing. and then lake is dry, right? Who is going to fill the lake? Our rain. Bangalore rain is how much? 960 mm, roughly, right? Out of that, you know, there is a daily water loss of almost like 1 centimeter per day. So hardly that water will last for a month or 2 months, maximum 3 months. And within that, you know, your lake is going to remain dry. So the only solution is to have inflow of water, which is actually being blocked systematically. So again, lack of public STP, which actually provides that water, is also, you know, a problem. And when we have public STP, the public STP were supposed to have BNR, you know, attachment. The biological nutrients basically supposed to be removed from the STP, which is not happening. In fact, 7 years back, BWSSB gave a contract to one of the largest companies in the world, which is CH2M Hill, now part of Jacobs, which is the largest company in the world. Okay, and they were supposed to fit this nutrient removal, that is the NPK removal, you know, the nitrates, phosphorus and potassium. That was supposed to be removed. Once it is removed, the water can be filled in the lake and your lake will be thriving. But that is not happening because the plants are not fitted with the BNR stage. And that happened, you know, why that happened? Any idea? We don't know. So this is why this happens. Again, another concept is water balancing. So the water balancing has to be planned for the entire area, entire country in fact. Aquifer, watershed by watershed and microshed by microshed, the water balancing has to be done. Now, Niti Aayog had actually, this one, there was a project undertaken to create such a this one, and there was a center in Bangalore, and Professor Inayatullah had actually done this project for Niti Aayog to compile all these figures. However, he actually reports that most of the figures as submitted by different departments don't match. So he cannot compile it together and he cannot make sense out of that report. So this is the kind of status in water balancing. And what we do, because there is no water balancing, we actually send out water from here to Kolar. Now there is a 5,000 crore project to send water from here to Devanahalli and beyond, right, Tumkur and all that, but we don't have water here. It's like, we don't have money in our pocket, but we are handing out money to anybody else who wants it. That's the situation, and that is why we are having problems. Root causes of groundwater stress. This is too much data and too much of details. We will not get into that. Just I will broadly cover why groundwater stress is there. One is poor recharge and the other is excessive draw. Bangalore, how much draw is there? 700 million liters per day, approximately, right? That is, Bangalore region is almost 714 square kilometer area. How much does it come to? 1 million liter per square kilometer. That is the water we lose every day. And out of that, almost 4 to 5% water actually gets back into ground. So remaining 96% of water is lost on a daily basis, right? 700 million liters, 1 million liter per square kilometer. Just think how much, as you stand actually below your feet, that much water is being lost. So there are other, if you break down the thing, there are multiple reasons. There is no focus on managed aquifer recharge, and within that there are multiple, reasons. So we need to look at this, why this is happening. We need to launch a program to, take care of all this. Then only our groundwater stress will, go down. Why excessive draw? Again, inadequate BWSSB supply. The imported water from rivers, that is not adequate, so we have to take groundwater. Imbalanced water demand, we just talked that we don't have water, but we send out water, so therefore not leaving any water with us ourselves. Don't worry, all these diagrams are there in the diagram online, so you can see at pleasure. And this is the major killer, lack of urban land use policy. We do not have a land use policy, we have a land use plan. But land use plan is the output of the land use policy. And we don't have land use policy. So by inference, we can always say that this is an ad hoc plan. People just looked at it, they looked at whose land it is, we have to protect this fellow's land, that fellow's land, and they made a plan around it. Right? That is why outer ring road is not a ring actually. It is basically a freehand sketch. Why? Because then it hits somebody's land, we have to take a detour and then go around and then, like that. So here also, there are so many considerations which go into that, and we have a grand plan, but no reason why we landed with that plan. Okay? Now forget about the core city, which existed for almost like 500 years, okay? I mean, dating back to Kempegoda. But what happened to our new cities, the peripheral cities, 110 villages, and our Devanhalli and other areas, which are brand new, right? Nice Road and other areas, which are not at all occupied. What is happening there? Do we see any planning of this kind? Nothing. Root cause of floods. Now coming to floods. What are the issues? Again, lot of issues. Ranging from our roads are actually dams. We have a 4-valley system where the highest point is the palace ground or the chief minister's bungalow, whatever you take it, that area. And that is the highest point, and this one are radiating outwards, and all our roads are acting as dams. So that is why the flow of water is actually blocked by the roads, and we don't have culverts in any of the roads to let the water pass. So this is the one major reason. Likewise, there are multiple things. The terrain itself is a problem. Ring road is Ring road itself is a problem, because ring road is actually, if you pass along ring road, it actually undergoes a undulation of several meters. And so what happens, the drains which are made alongside the drains, this one, they cannot actually carry the water because the drains are also going up and down. So what happens, the drains, if you see, are not connected anywhere. Neither with the lateral system to take the water away. That is why you see flooded ring roads. Then the latest, this one is all the, flyovers which are made. The water falling on the flyovers is diverted to both sides, but there is no provision made to take away that water. So again, these are all basically engineering flaws, engineering mistakes, blunders. So likewise, there are multiple issues, including lakes, which is our core interest. Lakes are bypassed, they are encroached, they are converted into other things. Kempegoda, the metro station and the ISBT is actually a lake, right? So like that. Janar Karyappa parade ground is on the MG road, that was a lake. No flood management, heavily silted and no sluice gate. None of our lakes have any sluice gate to begin with. So even if silt is removed, then also we have a problem, because the water is not retained or flood control is not exercised. So this is the type of problems we have. Another root cause is organizational failure, that is institutional failure. Okay, till now we saw all the engineering issues, but there is the institutional issue also. What are they? An organization has to have this kind of arrangement, starting from vision, mission, converted into objective and goals. Responsibilities and authorities have to be fixed. Organization structure has to be there. You have to have proper staff to deal with everything. For example, KSPCB, BWSSB, these people are supposed to have limnologists. How many limnologists do they have? Zero. Okay, so then if civil engineers solve our problems, we get civil engineering solutions, right? Similarly, our national level standardization, committee, WRD 10, doesn't have any limnologist on it. They have all civil engineers. So we have solutions from civil engineering point of view. If you see their strategy or if you see their roadmap, they don't have any goals for reviving any lakes or making it rich or making it diversity or biodiversity. No word of it. Why? Because every member is a civil engineer. So all this is not fulfilled in our departments. If you think about it, do you see any of this sign of that? And then The difference between organization and institution is public transparency and public participation. Do you see any department inviting you to participate or sharing its data, performance data or things like that? We don't have, right? So everything is missing in this. So just to give more, this is actually given in the article. All these things which are there actually, everything is missing. So therefore, we have a huge issue here. Even if you deal with the engineering problem, the management is shot, completely gone to dogs. Lack of interdepartmental coordination. We saw that every department is not managed properly. But then there is a question of interdepartmental coordination between all these people. So, you know, there are 9 different agencies looking after every lake. And then if you want to do anything, we have to run from pillar to post. Okay, so there is no single window concept. There is no one authority. Although we saw that legally KTCDA was supposed to be the single agency, single authority. But there is nothing of that sort. Basically, everybody has, actually manages on his own. And then we have to actually, deal with that. Now, one best example is this item number 7. ULB, the local bodies, urban local bodies in connected watersheds. That is a Gram Panchayat, the TMCs, CMCs and Zilla Panchayats. Best example is, we have annual flood in, those photos appear every year. Okay, there is a place called Rainbow Drive near Wipro in Sarjapura Road. Every year it is in floods, it is underwater. And they have to use rubber dinghies to come out. Why? Because there are 2 Gram Panchayats at the back side and BBMP on the front side. And those 3 people don't talk to each other. Right? And that is why this huge layout, which is like 1,000 apartments, 1,000 households, they are underwater, literally. So this is how it is going on actually. Yeah, fisheries department, because we have fisheries officials here. Let me highlight this fisheries department. Fisheries department is in charge of giving contracts for the lakes, right? Now, what is wrong with that? Because fisheries does not depend on the natural food web which is generated in the lake, right? And similarly, the other problem which Dr. Balgangadhar actually raised is that entire management is not with limnologists. And the entire lake itself should have been with fisheries department, right? So what happens? It is treated as an asset. It is treated as something which can be contracted out, and the people from Andhra come and then they take the contract and they put their employees there. And what do? They actually put chicken waste in the lake to raise the fish. They bring fingerlings. They actually bring the fish from outside. There is no natural breeding. There is nothing happening in the lake. It is just raising the fish and harvesting them. And at the cost of what? Actually, you are spoiling the lake by putting more garbage in. I mean, the meat waste you are putting as a food, right? So this is what is happening. So fisheries department is also one of the players which has, played here. I mean, they were not allowed to play a role. That's a different thing, but that's a problem actually. Solutions. This is the overview. For lake restoration, you have to recover the encroached land. I told what is hurting us and how to recover that. We have to do that, reverse it. Prepare a DPR. Now, the detailed project report itself is a problem because this is actually being handled by KTCDA, and KTCDA has a technical advisory committee to pass this. But there is no framework, or there is no do's and don'ts for that. Now, in the next session, we will have a fantastic proposal for a complete framework how to deal with this. Okay, this is part of the solution. Manage silt, or rather manage the solid waste content in the human excreta. Set up a social zone. Social zone also should be in moderation. It should not be overboard. People should not go overboard in saying that, I want a theater also and I want this, children park and all that. Remember that it is enough to create a love for the lake. That's it. More than that, you should always look for nearby CA sites outside the lake periphery and not aim at to convert the lake into a park. Now there is a, another fashion going on. Convert the lake into a biodiversity park. And in that, under that guise, fill up the lake and convert into a sort of a, botanical garden. So all these are actually aimed at consuming the lake space and converting into that. So this is the, okay, I will just skip this. These are all details. Sustaining the system. Set up a water system asset management system. We saw the assets and they have to be managed. More in the next session it will come up, like what needs to be done. Develop processes to manage the assets. Again, the same thing is going to be discussed in detail. Balance stakeholders' needs. Again, the same, the next session will give more details. It will be very interesting. Please watch out for that. Hire competent staff to execute these processes. We saw that limnologists are not there in key departments. We have to actually take care of this kind of staff shortfall. And manage performance. The key performance areas and key performance indicators have to be there, and that has to be in public domain. So these are the solutions which we need. Place the data in public domain. Unless people are aware of the, the data, they will not be able to understand what is going on and what is the shortfall. And conduct public reviews. We never had any public reviews, periodically or otherwise, right? So we need, regular reviews. Like for example, do you have a dashboard which says that which of the lakes are in D category, which are in E category, why they cannot be in C category, for example. So we have to talk about this. We have to set targets. We have to say that no, sorry, this status cannot go on, right? That is public review. Single window concept. We don't have single window concept. As I told, 9 departments actually, people are running around. So this single window concept is the core of the issue, and we have to have a complete, end-to-end process which actually sets up the entire flow in a single flow, and then everything is handled.
Sir, we can wind up
yeah.
in 5 minutes. You can take.
Yeah. So again, institutionalization, we saw that organization and institutionalization has to be there. So all this has to be done. Again, it's a tall ask, but since we are, for completeness sake, we are basically talking about it. Set up interagency coordination. This is missing. Establish authority of regulators. This is also missing. So that means all this. Time-bound compliance with court orders. Now we have, Leo Saldana of, ESG. There was a N.K. Patil report which came out in 2011. That is, High Court gave an order in 2012. 13 years later, there is absolutely no, implementation. Similarly, there are other orders by NGT also. Nothing is done, although BBMP asked for 5 years. Now BBM itself is wound up. Now we have to look at Greater Bangalore Authority for the same implementation, right? So this is something, a problem. So NGT, High Court, Supreme Court, the way ahead is mandate a time-bound reform drive, appoint a senior authority to officiate over the reforms, which arbitrates between the agencies, and definition of interagency workflow, institutionalization of individual agencies. Running pilot processes with all stakeholders, because stakeholder involvement is not there. Publishing the final improved workflow, which I outlined before, and that's any questions?
Thank you for your in detailed this talk, and I now request the audience 1 or 2 questions, okay?
ನಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಅಂದರೆ ತುಂಬ ದಿನ ನನಗಿರುವಂಥ ಡೌಟ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ನೀವು ಪಕ್ಕ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಲೇಕ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಹೌದಲ್ವಾ? ಅಂದರೆ 90%. ಸೊ ನನಗೆ ತುಂಬ ದಿನದಿಂದ ಯಾವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಈ ಫ್ಲಡ್ಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಟಿ ವಿಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಕೆರೆಗೂ ಒಂದು ಲಿಂಕ್ ಇದೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಆ ಕೆರೆ ತುಂಬಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅದು ಕೋಡಿ ಪಕ್ಕದ ಕೆರೆಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅದು ಪಕ್ಕದ ಕೆರೆಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಈ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಅಂದರೆ ಬೇತ್ಮಂಗ್ಲ ಕೆರೆಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ರಾಮಸಾಗರ್ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಅವ್ರು ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡಿಗೆ ಹೊಟ್ಟೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆದರೆ ನನಗೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಪ್ಪ ನಾನೇನಪ್ಪ ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಥರ ಲಿಂಕ್ಸ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗಿದೆ, ಅದರಿಂದ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಇದು ಫ್ಲಡ್ಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತಾ? ಆ ಲಿಂಕ್ಗಳು ನಾವು ಯಾಕೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ? ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ 4 ಕೆರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಡ್ರೈ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಅಂತ. ಆ 4 ಕೆರೆ ಡ್ರೈ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಮನೆ ಕಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕೆರೆಯಿಂದ ಬರೋ ಆ ಕೆರೆಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು ನೀರು ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ? ಸೊ ಈ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ, ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಮಾಡಿದಾರಾ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ತುಂಬ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಡೌಟ್ ಬಂತು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
You will have to translate, I can't speak.
Interconnection between the lakes.
Yes, that regional level planning is the starting point. And that is what will come out now. Incidentally, that is exactly what we are covering in the, this particular project is a joint venture between FOL and Well Labs.
What she is asking,
So,
in village level.
That's
yeah, this. No, we will see that question answered in the next session. So,
Okay.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಇದು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ. ಹೌದು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಲಿಂಕು 52% ಲಿಂಕ್ಗಳು ಕಟ್ಟಾಗಿದೆ. ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕಟ್ಟಾಗಿದೆಯೋ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ನಮಗೆ ಮುಕ್ಕಾಲು ಪಾಲು ಎಂಕ್ರೋಚ್ಮೆಂಟಿಂದ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇದ್ದರೆ, ಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 50% ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಯಾವುದು ಅಂದರೆ ಸಿಲ್ಟೇಷನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ಸುವೇಜು. ನೀವು ಕ್ಯಾರಿಂಗ್ ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ದ ರಾಜಕಾಲುವೆ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೂ 50% ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಸುವೇಜು ಮತ್ತು ಸಿಲ್ಟಿಂದ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಿಮಗೆ ಕ್ಯಾರಿಂಗ್ ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಇರೋದು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ 50%. ಸೊ ಹಂಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಡೆ 50% ಸಿಲ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು, ಸೊ ಕ್ಯಾರಿಂಗ್ ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಇನ್ನೂ 50% ಇಳೀತು. ಸೊ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ಲಾಸ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಜವಾದ ಒಂದು ರಾಜಕಾಲುವೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲಿ 30%. ಸೊ ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ 80% ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಫ್ಲಡ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ರಿಸ್ಕಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಫಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಫಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಫ್ಲಡ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು, ಆವಾಗಲೇ ಫ್ಲಡ್ ರಿಸೈಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಫಂಡ್ ಬರೋದು.
Five years back, there was a exercise undertaken by BBMP for assessment of all the hydrological assessment of the entire city, but that has not yielded any result. That's the short answer.
Namaste. Really, we should thank for the kind of data and analytics you have shared. Very inspiring. Just wanted to know practically, what is the current demand of, say for example, Bangalore, and in that how much is that we are getting it from outside, and how do you see that? Is there any option which can reserve our entire annual requirement within Bangalore geographical whatever boundaries?
So in fact our rain is more than sufficient to last for us. But unfortunately, the moment it is received, it is mixed up with all the sewage and industrial effluent.
So according to what is the solution for means?
2,100 MLD of water we get in the same area. 2,100 MLD, equivalent of that. I mean, it is received in 60 days.
Okay.
So 60 wet days only deliver 2,000 equivalent of 2,100 MLD.
Prakash, you can discuss. Issues are there. He'll be there. I think you can discuss with him.
Discuss later.
So, as he told, no, there is a lack of maps and all. But the cadastral maps are digitized. Whole entire Karnataka, it is available in digital format. Since I have worked with KSSC Karnataka Remote Sensing Application Center, so they can, anybody interested, they can go through the digital maps and study. Okay. So thank you very much for your excellent talk, sir. So, thank you very much.
You have a laptop or this one? So, I will remove it.
Sir, 1 minute, sir, please. Yeah. Please sit down, sir. So, thank you, sir, for your very informative lecture on this session. I request Dr. Lingdal sir to present a memento to Nagesh Sharat sir for giving this talk as token of our respect. I request, sir. I request ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಅವರು ಸರ್ ಅವರು request our Ramesh sir to present a memento to Professor Lingdal sir as token of our respect. Please, sir. Thank you, sir, for chairing this session. I request Shreya madam, please come on to the stage. Yeah. I request Vinay Kumar sir, please come on to the stage. So please, I request all of please give him a big round of applause because of his initiative. He came several times to KSTA to organize this program to create awareness about Namma Keregalu. So yes, that kind of thought process for the societal benefit. Thank you, sir, for because of you only this many people came to KSTA to organize this program. So thank you, sir, once again.
Mainly because of the support of people with me. KSTA, Namma sir.
Yeah. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for chairing this session. And Shreya madam, please. Thank you for giving this talk. Vinay sir, please introduce.
Without
madam.
wasting much time,
Yeah.
Ms. Shreya, you just introduce yourself and just kindly rush through and give the link, whatever you're giving. So if any doubts are there, we'll discuss in the lunch. Okay? I don't want to take much time. Thank you. Please.
Can you hear me? Yes. I'm Shreya Nath. I'm from Well Labs. Well Labs is the Water, Environment, Land and Livelihoods Lab. It's a research and innovation lab that was started 2 years ago. And we collect data and collate data around water. So what I'll be presenting today is a collaborative effort which documents almost 20 years of knowledge of people who have been doing lake rejuvenation in the city. We've also prepared a water balance for Bangalore, which actually highlights a lot of the things which will not be covered here, which I recommend you look at. We have a map of all the lakes, who is actually administering what lake, and who are all the people involved with water, and what are the overall flows of water through the city. So I will say that we are talking about end users for lakes in this report, in this document which we'll be sharing. But like Mr. Nagesh sir said, a lake cannot perform the function of flooding if it doesn't have channels feeding into it. So what's really important, I mean, considering all the flooding that we've been seeing lately, is that we start looking at the feeder channels, the Rajakalways, and the lakes as something that we need to protect in our peri-urban areas. And within the city itself, we need to think about, here is really now going to become a civil engineering exercise because everything is already encroached upon and we can't break half the buildings in the city. But how can we solve those problems as well? So I'll just get started on this and I'll try and be as quick as possible because I know I'm preventing you all from going for lunch. So I'll be very quick. It's okay, I'll just use this. Okay. So what are the current problems with lake rejuvenation? And here I'm only talking about the lake itself. So one of the biggest problems with, the 4 biggest problems that we could see is there's a mismatch between output and outcomes, meaning the amount of money that's invested does not always result in the goals of lake restoration. There's a lack of consensus in goal setting. So most people around a lake, when you do stakeholder consultation, will say we want a walking path, we want a amphitheater, but not thinking about what the lake itself needs at some points of time. And all of that is also influenced by the fact that we don't have a set of standards for design and operation of lakes. So how you prepare a DPR, if somebody actually goes through all of the DPRs that are prepared for Bangalore's lakes, you'll realize that 95% of the document is the same across all the DPRs, and 5% is just at the lake level as a plan. But what should happen is a detailed analysis of what is needed at the catchment level, which then determines how the lake is actually restored. And then because there are so many parts of the lake, or as Nagesh sir put it, assets in a lake, who actually did what, when it comes to donors, especially CSR donors, should become clearer. So I'm just going to go straight into some examples of where outputs and outcomes don't match. And in some cases, you actually have inlets which are lower than outlets in our lakes in the city. So there's a reverse flow during an extreme rainfall event. So in Dodbama Sandra Lake, there was an example of actually reverse flow happening in the lake. Now these are basic things that should be checked for before the lake is actually rejuvenated. And like Nagesh sir mentioned, there are so many different stakeholders associated with the lake. So at the state level, at the municipal level, and then also you have people who are not actually officially stakeholders at the lake, who in some cases are playing a much bigger role than the official stakeholders also at the lake. So they are very important to the lake itself. The other problem is that we actually have our water quality targets which are being set. They go from E to A, and the things that you're measuring across these is not the same. So for example, even though you're not actually meant to say you need to go from E to D, the goal should be I want irrigation or industrial use or ecological use. If you look at CSR donors, their demand is sometimes, can you move this lake from D to E? From D to C. And in that case, you're not measuring the same set of parameters. So what we are actually looking at, supposing you want to know whether you're doing well or not, and every day you have a different measurement needed if you're losing weight, for instance, and one day you're measuring your weight and tomorrow you're measuring your bone density, how do you know whether you're actually having an improvement? And that's an issue that we see. So I'll just tell you briefly about the scope of the framework. We are only looking at urban and peri-urban lakes, and shallow lakes less than 6 meters deep, because most of the lakes in this area are anyway at that depth. And we're not addressing industrial sources of pollution yet in this framework. There will be a further iteration where we try and address that as well. So what are the components? Whatever you do with the lake, you should always decide first what is the function and purpose of that lake. And by that I mean, what is the major issue in the catchment? Not what do I want this lake to be, but what does that catchment need? Why did from 1,000 odd lakes we land up with 183 lakes in Bangalore? Because we stopped using the lakes as drinking water sources. If you go to any village and you look at a well, it's always crystal clear because it is their drinking water source. The minute our drinking water sources were no longer lakes, they had no utility. At that point, we had no flooding. Now we have flooding, so we have a new utility for these lakes. We also have biodiversity loss. We have a new utility for these lakes. So when we look at balancing stakeholder needs and what is needed by the lake, we should always first look at what does the catchment need from a core level, as Nagesh put in his asset list, what are the ecological assets, but really what are those key purposes that need to be served. The second thing is that we have to look at how you design to achieve those purposes. So you might say I want a flood control lake, but if you put your inlet lower than your outlet, in a flood, it's going to flood. So the third is implementation, operation and maintenance, and what are you actually tracking across these two things, and finally monitoring and evaluation. For this framework, we've only covered the first three, and for those of you who were here yesterday for Ramprasad sir's session, most of you all must have seen how you go from catchment risk analysis to factors that allow that lake to play the function, to stakeholder activity and mapping, lake visioning, and then finally you end up with a lake vision document. I'll skip through these slides because you already know most of this was covered in Ramsar's session. But there are 5 key functions that we have narrowed down on for what the lake can play. The first is groundwater recharge. The The second is flood control. The third is where there's extreme water scarcity. Like Nagesh sir said, even if you channel all the water into the lakes, rainwater into the lakes are not sufficient to actually provide drinking water to residents. So there's a reason why we got pipe water supply in the city. We can't just assume that all the lakes are going to be able to cater to our water needs, which means that in some cases we need to look at models like Singapore, or even more locally, if you look at Nesapakam in Chennai, where they're doing indirect potable recharge, meaning you're bringing the water up to tertiary levels of treatment, putting it into a lake. Now we have one in Bangalore, which is Devnahalli, and then actually taking it out from an adjacent well and supplying it to homes. And then it can play ecological and habitat functions. So we don't have biodiversity loss in our cities, and then you have socio-cultural, including livelihood functions, which are around the lake, which is a sort of cross-cutting function. So Ramsar has gone through this. You do a risk level you do a catchment level analysis, and we've come up with some checklists which ensure that. You look at critical factors, whether it has inlet-outlet connection, whether it's located in a recharge zone, whether you have control over water quality, and then you actually look at who are the stakeholders around the lake. Now, once you've done that, once you've done these activities, you actually have a lake visioning process which brings together all this information. So you have the catchment level risk analysis, which is telling you this catchment has a high flood risk. This catchment actually has a high risk of water scarcity. So that becomes the core purpose of the lake. And then you start looking at whether that lake can play that particular function. If not, what is in the control of you actually changing those factors around for the lake to play the function? Otherwise, you might have to choose another thing for the lake to do, because if the lake does not have catchment connectivity, it cannot play a flood control role. It's like having a drain in a bathroom where all the tiles are going away from the drain. So it cannot play the flood control. Then you have to have a stakeholder activity mapping to understand what are people currently using the lake for. And finally, you have to have a prioritization exercise. Now, this is a very hard thing to do, because what happens is you have a risk analysis that's telling you whether something is high risk or low risk or medium risk. Then you're getting a yes or no answer of whether it can play that function now and in the future. And then you're getting what are the stakeholder priorities. And now, as a collective, we need to decide, how do you weigh what the catchment needs versus what stakeholders are using at the lake? And I think that comes back to something that Nagesh sir said earlier, which is that are there enough recreational spaces? Because honestly, all the stakeholder needs with recreation can be taken care of even outside of the lake. Livelihood functions, however, are at the lake. So that is very lake related. So we need to see how you prioritize these two things and come up with a list of prioritized functions. So, and all this should result in a lake vision document, which is giving you an overview of all these steps that we went through. So now, once you have that prioritized function, say I want to create a flood control lake, how do I know I'm going to be able to achieve that? And that is really what should be going in the DPR. So if you look at countries which have developed more in their formalization of these things, if you look at the US EPA guidelines, there is a systematic standard for how one restores a lake. We can establish that standard now. Bangalore is going to double in size. We have so many peri-urban lakes. How can we make sure that those are restored properly? And across Karnataka and across the country, we have almost 24 lakh lakes in the country, right? So we really should be looking at how we formalize design. So the input will be the lake vision document. And for that, you look at lake characteristics. Now, what is a lake characteristic? Because most of the exercises that we are doing now, civil engineering, we said, let's start with a natural asset. The natural body already has some inherent characteristics within it. Then we add assets on top. What is an asset? An asset is a man-made intervention that goes on top of these natural characteristics. Then you actually have asset designing that needs to be done. Asset baselining, which lets you know what's the current state and where it needs to go. And finally, you come up with a detailed project report. So I'll run through this very quickly, but the lake characteristics involve lake biology, hydrology, and chemistry. That's how we've broken it down. And the assets range from flood control to wastewater improvement to biodiversity improvement within the lake. And that those two together enhance the ability of the lake to play a particular function. So the lake characteristics, hydrology, chemistry, and biology. If you start with hydrology, if you start by looking which characteristics are crucial to play a particular function, for example, looking at the hydrology, almost all the lake functions require you to look at lake hydrology. Even in socio-cultural, if you want to do things like boating and swimming, you need to look at lake hydrology. Similarly, with lake chemistry, all the functions require you to actually be looking at what is the quality of water in that lake. And only flood control doesn't need that. But at the same time, if you have one lake that's playing flood control and you don't care about the water quality, and then it's going to another lake which is playing the role of groundwater recharge, you need to care about water quality. So while we have designed a standard for a particular lake, it's very, very hard to stay within the lake boundary itself. And what we want to try and do now is expand this to the catchment itself. How do you expand a standard to the catchment so that there is some design in terms of what are all the factors one needs to look at the catchment as well as the lake. So I'll just give you an example by what we mean by hydrology. So the way we've done this is, so when we first started, there are something like 300 tests you can do around hydrology in the lake. And it became a textbook that came out as a standard. But nobody is going to do 300 tests. So what are those crucial tests that you need? And how we determine those tests is we ask ourselves some questions. For instance, is the lake able to temporarily hold water during a flood event? So like when it rained 3 days ago and all of Bangalore was swimming and Bangalore became where it is it possible for us to hold that water in the lake? That's the question we're asking. So what are the levels you need to know for that? The first is the lake bed level. The second is the ecological water level. The third is a full tank level. The fourth is a maximum water level. And then you have the tank bund level. Now this difference is called the freeboard. Now your freeboard should be around 2 meters. That is what you're looking at. Now is this actually being considered in DPRs? We are not sure. And it should be something that is considered in all DPRs going forward, and this freeboard level should be adjusted according to the kind of rainfall that particular place is getting. So we have done detailed drawings with these specifications going forward in the design, which I'll just show you. I'll give you another example. Is the lake appropriately zoned based on function? So, if you actually look at the lake bed, if you completely have a soup bowl design and you're not really thinking about what is needed for fish especially, then what you actually, and birds, what you end up with is something that doesn't have enough space for there to be germination and also feeding grounds for the fish, etc., which is something that we have to take into consideration. Now, if you look at the lake characteristics, we don't get a consistent water quality coming to the lake ever. There is treated sewage, there is untreated sewage, there is rainfall, then there's also runoff from the roads. So basically, if you, even as an environmental engineer, if you have to sit and do an exercise to try and think about what is the sewage treatment required, it's extremely difficult to actually figure out what is the quality that you have to treat for a particular lake. For that, you'll actually have to look at seasonal data. So throughout the year, in most of our lakes in Bangalore, we're definitely getting grey water from septic tank effluent. We're getting treated wastewater of different qualities. And then we're getting septage and sewage, which is basically untreated wastewater that's coming in, or sometimes even raw sewage. And then we also have surface runoff, which is coming from roads, etc. We have sewer overflows. We also have upstream lake overflows, which have different quality characteristics. So how do you take all of this into consideration to consider what you need to design the assets like to play that function? And then we also have lake chemistry. So basically, the critical parameters like Nagesh sir mentioned are nitrogen, phosphorus, and in a lake to see how those levels actually affect whether the lake becomes eutrophied or not. But one thing that we really used as a limiting factor was phosphorus, because phosphorus does not exist in the gaseous state. It only exists in a physical state. So when we started looking at that, we started looking at things that are required in terms of the assets to actually help improve water quality. Okay, I'm going to just run through asset listing. What is an asset? Can anyone tell me what you learned from the list of assets Because I can see everyone is zoning out, so I want to ask a question. What is an asset? Anyone? Asset is anything that has value? Yeah. In this context, what do you think an asset is? So, yes. So actually the way we've imagined assets is, if you actually look at a building, a door is an asset, a lift is an asset, a staircase is an asset. So even a lake, because when you say something like, how do we design a lake? It's a big problem. Let me expand that. How do you design a catchment? Even bigger problem. So hard for us to think, how do you solve Bangalore's flooding, right? Let's break that down. That's what Nagesh sir's concept of assetization was, which is where you take this lake and you say, these are the 10 different things that are needed in the lake. Whether that's here we actually have hydrology related, well, we have a mix of assets. So the lake bed itself is an asset. Then you're looking at the inlet pipes, you're looking at the outlet pipes, you're looking at what is needed in terms of the bund design, what is needed in terms of sedimentation ponds. This is important because if you don't have the lake broken up into pieces, what are you checking for? What are you checking for in your DPR? How do you know whether all the checklist has actually been taken care of? And the other thing that assets actually help with is sometimes lakes go into crores and crores of rupees to actually restore. And if you want to raise funding for it, you can actually break it up and say that you are responsible for this particular piece of the lake restoration. This is what your money actually was able to do. So it's really important to have assetization because it gives attribution and also it can break down that project. And I want you to imagine this at a catchment level. Somebody actually helped with the drain. Somebody actually helped with the sluice gate. Somebody actually helped with the lake. So the same concept can be translated to a slightly larger boundary as well. So now, why are assets important? These are the functions that we said the lake can perform. And there are some assets which are common to all the functions. Every single lake should have an inlet and outlet channel, a bund, a lake bed, a silt trap, sedimentation pond, debris trap, and a waste pier. But there are some assets which are specific to functions. Like a sluice gate might not be required in a place which is not flooding. Groundwater recharge, you might not. Anything which is water quality related, you need to have an STP, whether that's at the lake or whether that's the water which is coming from an STP. You need to have an algal, you could have an algal pond, you could have a constructed wetland, and you could have aerators. When you're looking at the ecological and habitat functions, there are specific habitats which could also be assets in that lake. And then finally, you have a host of all of these additional assets like toilets, meeting spaces, walking paths, etc., which is what is actually most debated around the lake instead of all of those. So now in asset design, where do we currently stand in India with our asset design? So we have ISO codes for some of the assets when it comes to flood control, but they are made for reservoirs. So they're literally made for a scale which is much, much, much larger than a lake, especially an urban or a peri-urban lake, which is why you're seeing sometimes places where the bund height is 30 feet, which might not be required. And then, and because these standards are not collated in one place, you see things like people desilting the lake, dumping it on the side, and then making the bund out of that silt, and then the lake bund actually fails. So we need to have some standardization. If everyone was not given a code in buildings, do you think our buildings would all be standing? They would all be falling. Because everyone is trying to do whatever is easiest first, but it has to be vetted and checked. And this is crores and crores of money which is going into this, so it should have a code. So we've also developed water quality assets similar to that. So like I was mentioning, things like this is the profile of the lake, this is the percentage that you need to have if you have this function versus that function. You need to have a gentle slope here. What is the depth that needs to be there? This is simply something that we've tried to start putting together. I'm not going to go over each and every asset today, but I would really request you, because I'm sitting among so many experts in this room who understand lakes much better than I do. If you can actually help us by commenting on this framework, which we are opening up, which we are opening up, which I'll show you the link at the end. Please, 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 we want this to be a collaborative framework that becomes something that actually is used. not something that's sitting in a presentation, not something that we did as a document. It should be used. That's our goal. And then you do an asset baselining. So initially, the first one that you do is very simple. We're asking you only 6 things for each of those, whether it's flooding, whether it's groundwater recharge, etc. The second one you do is slightly more specific. So you'll be taking water quality tests, you'll be etc. for all of the different lake characteristics. And for the assets, you're actually looking at whether the asset exists, yes or no, and what's the condition of it. And that brings me to the last section, which is monitoring and evaluation. Again, you're measuring these 3 things: hydrology, chemistry, and biology. And for monitoring, there are 2 ways in which we can monitor. One is basic monitoring. Getting citizens involved in monitoring is something that we thought is an important thing to do because it makes them aware of whether the lake is healthy or not. And there's a very easy way for us to do that. I'll just show you the Lake Health Index, which was developed by Ramsar. And then there's also a physical asset survey list where you can just see whether the asset, what health the asset is in. If there's an issue with the basic, just like a routine blood test, if your routine blood test is fine, nobody is going to make you go and get an advanced test. You only get the advanced test if there's an issue with your basic monitoring. So what you actually can do is you first look at the asset list, and you also have a checklist like this. So visually, there'll be a picture of what an algal bloom looks like, because not everyone knows that, what a macrophyte looks like, what scum looks like, and is there presence or no presence. And if you see presence, then you have to go into a much more advanced monitoring, which will be done by an expert, which is the lake custodian. So I'm just going to wrap up here, because, but I request you all to scan this QR code and give comments on this framework when you all find the time. Like I said, we want this to be a collaborative effort. Everyone who gives inputs, your name and your logo will be added to it. We have now recently signed an MOU with NIUA to try and have this embedded into a national level guideline. So we really want this to be something that goes forward, and not right now at the lake level, but eventually at the catchment level. Thank you.
I request all to participate in this exercise, because this document is going to be a national document in the future months. So big round of applause to Shreya. Thank you. Is there any question?
Yeah.
I think it will more than questions, it will be how to collaborate with them as Wells Lab.
How to convert that into practical
Yes. So Shreya, here you will find a lot of people who are interested to collaborate with your organization.
We can actually do one thing is, if they give their address and other things, we will see to it that we meet them separately in their offices or wherever it is.
Yes.
So we are ready for meeting in their offices, like Krishnamurthy sir and Magda sir and all separately, so that we can sit and accordingly, put up all those things, because NIUA has already agreed to put this thing. Jal Shakti Ministry has been behind us for this whole thing. So with those kind of things coming up, there is a framework needed, because we are seeing that too many unscrupulous rejuvenations are going on. Everybody just go dig this thing and tell lake rejuvenation done. I've got people, those who have done 109 lakes. And when I go and see what they have done, they have just dug up the whole thing and they told it's a lake. How can just you digging a hole in the earth becomes a lake? The other aspects are not taken care of. So we are very much worried about all this kind of aspects. So we do want, biology, limnology, environmental, and this thing comes up. Thank you.
I just
Bharat.
should have included a parameter on the debt storage of this.
Oh, absolutely, sir. That's a gap. So we'll want to, these are the comments we want from you, sir, because we've done what we could do from our knowledge.
The lake
Yeah.
is the one.
Important, yeah. Yeah. Still, yeah. Yes, sir. Thanks.
Thank you, madam. It's really nicely explained the rejuvenation framework. So we can discuss. Yeah, madam, please sit down, madam. So madam is available during lunchtime. So please you can share or discuss with madam regarding this. And I request Vinay sir, please present a memento to Madam as a token of our respect. Thank you, Madam, for your excellent talk. As usual, I request our CEO, Dr. Ramesh sir, to please present a memento to Vinay sir, the man behind this workshop. Thank you, sir, for chairing this session. So we can have 30 minutes lunch break. Please have quick lunch and come back. So panel discussion, then valedictory. So if you come early, we will leave you early. So Prakash sir will share after lunch time. After lunch break, first talk.
ಹಲೋ
Very good afternoon. Welcome to you all after for this post lunch session. We have a talk from eminent speaker Shri K.V. Prakash sir, founder director Adachi Swipe Green. So along with this, he is a founder director for another 4 companies, and he is from our Fisheries College, Mangalore, and he has been guiding force for many of fish course, and I heartily welcome him to occupy his chair. Please, sir. To session the chair, I request Dr. N. Manjappa, Associate Professor, Head FRIC, Esaragatta, Bengaluru. I request Dr. Manjappa to introduce Prakash KV sir, and followed by your speaker. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Today, Prakash sir is presenting his own experience and views. He is a founder of Swipe Green Private Limited company. Second one is established Ecomold company, and he is a founder of laundry business private limited company. Then he have innovative achiever, innovative inventor. He did a lot of work on medicinal value added products. The medicinal drugs is released. So he is concerned about the society, concerned about the farmers, concerned about the industries. So he have so many innovative ideas. Sir, I request you please present your views, sir.
Very brief.
Hello. Namaste. With due respect to my seniors, elders, teachers, and all put together gurus here, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Team KSTA and Ramesh sir for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts. In addition, I would like to thank all the sponsors, organizers, and Team Namma Lakes. Here today, since morning, I have been hearing wonderful information given by Sri Raghavji and Asha Madam, and then we had Shreya, right? Shreya. And also, one important thing what I would like to share is the message from Ms. Nagesh. Lot of healthy criticism and practical challenges shared today made me feel that urbanization has failed when it comes to nature. My personal thoughts, I may be wrong. And indirectly it says that the modern science is failing. And this is what is a worry. It should have been other way around. I may be wrong, but I am sharing my thoughts. As long as nature is protected, as long as the so-called carbon balance, carbon credit is taken care, this subject wouldn't have come. When we were kids, there were no such subject called environmental friendly and carbon credit. Now everything is leading to that particular space. Today, to be specific to all the points related to today's workshop, I would like to share that the entire subject related to water is revolving around 3 points. 1, quality of the water. 2, quantity of the water. 3, it is storage. If these 3 things were taken care, then the subject would have been better. These many challenges wouldn't have happened. In my background, personal background, I'm a technocrat and forced entrepreneur, and entire my journey has gone with water, related to water or water intensive projects. I'm a specialist in breeding shrimps and fishes. That's how my career started. But whatever challenges we had seen at that time, we could only feel the problems, but the real genuine solution was rare unless you spend a lot of money. Means it is highly capex driven or opex driven. This made us to think, to arrive at solution, so-called innovations or inventions, and made it very simple. Simple means, for me, it's a miracle. And you can witness that. There's a video.
Water is life. It sustains our ecosystems, our communities, and our world. But today, water is under threat, and it's a critical challenge. For every liter of polluted water released to the drain without cleaning, 6 to 8 liters of fresh water is contaminated. The stakes are high, and so are the costs of non-compliance with stricter government norms. Traditional solutions are expensive and takes thousands of square feet of real estate and over 12 months to build. At Tigray, with a smart and sustainable technology, we have changed the game, delivering solutions in just 3 months, using less than 200 square feet and at half the cost. With Tigray, 80 to 85% of your wastewater is processed and returned for reuse, fully compliant with the latest government norms. This means lower water purchase and purification costs, and no more worries about penalties or notices. Tigray helps you meet regulations, cut costs, and make real impact, all while ensuring your operations remain honest, sustainable, and risk-free. Here's how it works. Tigray produces ultra-fine radical bubbles, less than 10 microns, to break down pollutants in wastewater. The clean water is then filtered and ready for reuse, perfect for irrigation, cleaning, and more. What sets Tigray apart? No noisy compressor, no settling sludge, and minimal space and power required. It's a plug-and-play model that's easy to set up and operate. Tigray is more than technology. It's a movement towards sustainable water use, making recycling and reuse not just possible, but practical and affordable. Tigray, innovating water for industries and buildings, saving resources, ensuring compliance.
Hope you could understand the concept. The so-called ETPs and STPs, what we used to, depend on with huge civil structures, has been reduced to one car shed size machine. That is our innovation, our invention, and that is founded by us from Bangalore, where me and Vinay are the first founders who feel that we have found complete solution for all the water crisis around the world from Bangalore. The company is called Adachi Swipe Private Limited. Technology is called Tigray. How it works, I can just share that in a beaker. What happens inside the machine, you can see that in a small beaker. You can see, are you able to see the demarcation? And this is what the time actually takes. In our conventional method, we have batch process, whether it is STP, ETP, or whatever water management you adopt. It gets into batches, takes 4 or 5 hours, and 16 to 20 hours to complete the water cleaning or water recovering process. This takes 20 to 30 minutes, and it's a continuous process. This is what is the change we have given to the nature. This can treat any kind of water. We have been discussing on source of water. This can treat any kind of water, and sludge doesn't settle down. Whatever the foam you have seen is levitated to the surface, and the entire machine can be set up in 2 months time. With 15 days of training, the end user can comfortably use this in any kind of source water. Here, 100% water is recovered and reused. In that, we claim that it is 90% because 10% we lose in the process or the sludge formation. So, if this can be utilized in all the buildings in Bangalore, 80% of the water is recovered back, reused back. Currently, this is recovering 1 million liter a day. Recently, we started selling these machines, and it took 12 years or 13 years for us to arrive at this technology. And finally, if every building, irrespective of the source of the water, if we can install this, Bangalore is out of danger when it comes to water scarcity for the future. This is our return gift to nature. Now, my topic today here is lake as real estate. There are two points here. Lake as a real estate, and I mean private lakes. So I do not want to touch the existing lakes. I don't want to bring in any complication there. I don't want to interfere in all the challenges related to existing lakes. I want to create my own lakes. The dream was that I want to own 100 lakes in Bangalore, and it is possible. It took very long time. How is it possible? As I said earlier, it is the quality of the water, quantity of the water, and storage that solves all the water related problems around the world, and not only for human beings, for all the flora and fauna, plant and animal kingdom. I think many points have been covered here, so I want to skip all this. The water crisis, there are 2 billion people who are suffering directly. Indirectly, it can be entire human population or all the plants and animals put together. And depletion is 3x, means we are consuming 3x and spoiling, and we are taking more water from the ground and really giving less to the nature. And 2040, 60% of the urban world will have water crisis. This one point is enough for us to understand. We say that whole earth is having above 70% water, but at the end, when you look at the real water which can be used by human beings or plants or animals, it is less than 0.3% available. So this is the message where we all need to work to conserve. That is why we all are here today. LBW is just a concept, life below water. These two are the initiative. Tigreen takes care of the technology, and it has a wonderful solution now to take care of the quality of the water. And LBW, life below water, is a foundation or a trust which can facilitate to make this dream happen. I think this gives the thread. The danger is visible that every city in India is having one or the other way water crisis. These all points today we have covered, so I don't want to repeat that. But you can keep in your mind that if one lake is maintained well, it is 5 times the area of that lake will have better groundwater level, better plants and animals around that, healthier. The Chennai episode in 2015, the flood risk and encroached lakes had a major problem. So this is an innovative model wherein this can be a blue infrastructure and a partnership between the technology and the landowner. When I said I want to own 100 lakes, it doesn't mean that me personally owning that. It is with the partnership of the landlords or the investors. Just an hypothesis, we have a sample working on 5 acres of lake which can hold 1.5 million tons of water, and the life with respect to flora and fauna, again today we have covered enough, I don't want to repeat that. Bottom line is that satisfaction. It is social impact, saving water and community development. What all the areas you can use? Any land, empty land, pockets, farmland, whether it is in city limits or outside the city limits. Any campus, whether it is apartment or school, college, anything is okay. What we need is, we need land. Profit, 3 layers of profit: environmental, economic and social. Environmental we all discussed today. It is only one point I would like to share is that air quality index. I think if we work on good water source, the air quality index will be better, so that all these volatile organic compound issues are all the particle matters 2.5 to 10, what we have been suffering in all the cities, can be addressed by increasing water spread area. Economic, water as a profit model, monetizing the water, storing the water, social, mainly the land bank, the water bank, the reserve, which will help during crisis. This presentation is mainly sharing the business model, what we have been working, the synopsis of that we are sharing as a business model with proper top line and bottom line in place. So what are the revenue sources? We are going to sell the water, whatever we have stored. We are going to create herbarium with good quality medicinal plants around, and we are promoting fish, and we are also promoting aquarium in and around the lakes. Simple technology. Initially it is a biological system, which we all know. Tigrine takes care of the major hurdle of the water, mainly BOD, COD and TSS, microbial load, heavy metals, all these things are taken care here. And secondary filters, depending on the situation, it is customized. This one slide is enough for you to understand. This is a private lake owned by us. It could be owned by many of you in future. It is designed in such a way that raw water, for us raw water is dirty water, polluted water from different sources, whether it is apartments, industries or drain or any kaluways, Raja kaluways. That is our raw water. We have different chambers to filter them depending on the source water, and we are testing them and storing in the lake it could be 500 KLD per day, or 300 or 400 depending on the source and also the situation of the lake. This will have completely fenced. It's a private property, and as much as automation possible with CCTV and solar energy utilized there, and we can have fish breeding, especially aquarium fish breeding facility, and we can even develop membership for people to use it for the recreational activity. So this is like a business model wherein you can consider this as a profit center. Imagine 100 such lakes in Bangalore. So entire water crisis is addressed. This is how it looks. You can add whatever additional facility is required depending on the investment plan made by the investors or the customized solution suiting to that particular location. This is all actionable roadmap wherein we take all the data and work on feasibility and techno-commercial feasibility, and a lot of design elements here. And we start with 10 locations, planning to do that in 18 months. And all the points covered today is also considered here. You can consider this as a blue gold, invest in blue gold opportunity, secure for our future. I think I could cover this within the time limit given. So I will again summarize all the points together. We have discussed today a lot of points on the challenges related to ecosystem, nature, lakes affecting the population around the lake, and a lot of lakes disappearing, and lake without water is not a lake. Lake with water is lake, but lake with good quality of water is good lake, good quality lake. So to arrive at this good quality lakes, 100 lakes, we thought we will take this opportunity to disclose this first time in this platform. And I thank KSTA team for giving this opportunity for us. Any questions?
Sir, thank you very much, sir. You developed a very good business model. Even though you can introduce for recreation of for sports fishery or ornamental fish cage system and fish culture system, fish nursery system, and you can introduce one small fish canteen also. These are still a lot of scope for introducing new innovation, the ideas. Okay, now open for the discussion, please.
Just to continue that, we agree with that. See here, I've been a technocrat initially, and then I told you that it is the business at the end what it gives the joy of all the top line, bottom line. Anything which makes business sense, we can accommodate any new ideas. At the end, it should have clear profit. The investors should get for whatever they invest. So this is completely designed based on the investment model. So no dependency on any other external benefits. If we are motivated with external benefits from the departments, we are happy to accept it. But this is an independent model, doesn't disturb anyone, doesn't disturb any department. It only helps, it only adds value. Take all the drain water, make them good water, and see to it that the groundwater is protected. That's the objective. And at the end, it's a clear message that it should give profit. We sell water, we sell plants, we sell fishes and make money. document it, and give it back to the investors accordingly. Cost is it is just like the depending on the partners. There are some who wanting to do this inside their campus. For example, the builders, they want to have this inside their future villa project. Then the capex for them, it is something that we don't consider land as a capex. Otherwise, it should be ranging minimum without land. It should be ranging from 2.5 to 6 crores for 5 acre plant. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಮಗೆ ನೀರು ಸಿಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲೂ ನೀರು ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರೋ ಕಡೆಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. See, when you say cost per liter, it's a big subject. Cost per liter outside. Yeah, I'll tell you. When you I got it. The cost per liter to process in ETPs or STPs, for example, you can consider around 90 to 100 rupees. Here, we can do that in 35 to 40 rupees per KL. Per KL. In this scenario, it can be little lesser than that, but we will consider around 40 rupees per KL is the cost of treatment, and it may vary because source water, now currently what is the practice? If you don't have ETP or STPs, you are supposed to take that water in tankers and give it to the authorized person who is supposed to treat that water. They charge heavily, so that water can come to us. You can consider 30-35%, much lesser, using our technology. See, the power of entire creativity is because of the technology what we innovated. That gives the confidence. Treatment, post-treatment, unit means see, you can consider 30-35% compared to conventional system. If it is see, if it is 20 kilowatt in the conventional system, ours it will take 7 to 8. It depends on the size, right? If whether it is 100 KLD or 200 or. Thirty, 35%. Sir, here today we saw that A, B, C, D, E. So E to C is given, nothing to worry. Above that, it depends on the requirement. In this lake, if the BOD, COD, TSS, heavy metals and microbial loads are controlled, then no issues. But that is taken care here, completely taken care. It is just a aesthetic. It is just an aesthetic, recreational work, sir. It doesn't. We don't need fountain air. There is no aerator involved in this at all. It is to give. It is a value addition for the people who invest, for them to enjoy that.
I was wondering that how supposing some various elements like heavy metals, etc.
Sir, the technology takes care of all the points. How it can be controlled is that the negatively charged hydroxyl ions reacts with pollutants, dirt. So it levitates to the surface and it is taken out. No. It doesn't settle down. Yeah. It is safe when it comes to heavy metals or microbial loads. We have been currently using this, and in Bangalore alone we have close to the facility is doing around 350 to 400 tons per day recovered back in the process, which meets all these concerns.
Currently, the government has announced, has set 80% GST on recycled sewage.
Currently, the government charges 18% GST on recycled sewage, right? Is that part of your business plan?
It's part. Here, that is why we are storing ourselves. We are not depending on outside. Only someone who buys from us, he has to pay.
Yes,
Whatever
for the customer,
if
18% is
government wants 18,
automatically
yeah,
added.
if government wants 18, we accordingly charge 18% in the billing, right?
So how does it work out for the customer? I mean, compared to fresh water?
It should be much cheaper compared to the existing source what they are buying. Because here, see, this water can primarily get into all the construction activities, cleaning activities, flush, gardening, many other industrial requirement. Yeah, non-potable. We can make it potable also, but due to psychological reasons, we don't want to touch. Low-hanging fruits, we have covered. The Singapore model, it is a centralized model. We have made it as decentralized model. I am a big fan of Singapore model, but the thing is the kind of civil structure, what they have done. If you give that much money, I can take care of entire Bangalore's requirement at one go. So this is a decentralized model.
Mr. Hariharan here has already experience in, providing.
No, namaskar. I think I'm speaking later, so I don't want to steal your microphone time.
We'll discuss on that again. Sir.
Your Tigreen is a good model, especially for domestic wastewater. And of course, in the houses, now every house will have a water filter, where we try to remove some of the metals or heavy, whatever the things which are supposed to be on a higher side. Plus the water from the kitchen, and the water from the washing machines, and the water from the bathrooms and the toilets. I think, this has a huge, I would say, a volume of water which is going out. If you suppose we treat this, then where does these waste go? How do you treat them or put them back into the system or reuse it? See, that is another big challenge also, not easy. But anyway, so because now we have been getting Kaveri water which is filled into the sump tank and it is pumped up, and it's only usage and no reusage at all. So how do you think we can really convert this into a sort of a usable model which each and every household can be confident of using that water? That is one. Second, of course, I know my concern is that a lot of water has to move. It has to move on water. The aquifers have to be recharged. Why the lakes are created, it is only for that. In fact, lake water, when it accumulates more and more water, as you said rightly, surrounding maybe 5 times or 6 times the area of the lake, it gets recharged. So are we depriving of this sort of an environmental impact which otherwise exists for the lake ecosystem?
Got it, sir.
So these are two things which, I think,
sir, first point, it is very simple, sir.
Yeah.
We don't want to touch drinking water at this point of time. Let it go, because every building has corporation water connection, right? So they can consume whatever required for drinking and cooking and bathing. Rest can be addressed with our technology. If it is a community wherein there are 200 apartments, the plumbing design can be done in such a way that this recycled water can get into flush, because flush is the one taking maximum water. And then gardening, car cleaning, floor cleaning, and all those things will come into the picture. That is about the first point. And we are competent enough to provide that as a drinking water, but not now. So let it go, 10%, 20% of the water, let it go for the drinking, whatever good water. Rest can get into this model. And second point, definitely it will not affect, sir, because water has to flow, it will go. Excess water, which after treating with this standard, if it gets into the drain or the ground, we are happy to do that. Currently what is happening, as Nageshji said, it is fake ETP, fake STP, and water is going. What kind of water is going? So if that can be addressed with this, see, people are more, in this concept, everyone wants to save water. In apartments, what happens? Associations and all put together, everyone wants to save water, do good to nature. Collectively, everything is failed. It is because it is not motivating them to do the recycling. If the recycling is done, reusing back recycling is done, the capex is very high and opex is extremely high. In 3 or 4 years, they will not be in a position to use it. One or the other reasons. That is what demotivating all the existing industries, even industries, small scale industries. That was a kick for me. We have taken 20 years. When we were spending so much of money with the conventional system for recycling water, we used to really feel very bad, cry, because it doesn't give you returns. That made us to get into this filtration system, wherein this replaces existing AquaGuard or Kent kind of concept in domestic consumption, which is industrial version now. Here the wastage is not there, reject is not there. Then it motivates. And everything is visible. If some small industry or a small apartment, if he wants to use this, one person can handle this, sir. And it's just a machine, you don't need to have extra construction. You can move this like generator when you can move like generator to another place.
That means your model is for community living.
Plug in and play model, and it should motivate everyone. That is how it has taken 30 years.
I know, it is not easy. As you said rightly, I was just coming to that point. Domestic, if you want to do and reuse it, it is impossible. It is difficult. We have to bring in the Singapore model. Only then it works. Otherwise, we can't reuse it. Because for bathing, we can't use it. Only for toilet or washing and all that we can use, but that also is very difficult because you'll have a notion that this is a used or a bad water and things like that. That also is, it will really play a big role. As you said rightly, the community living where you have a lot of maintenance structures or
design, plumbing, design, everything matters.
Then yes, it works, really works.
And it is very simple. It can integrate with existing system also,
I
sir.
know.
Existing system, what is happening, I don't want to repeat that. There are more than 4,000 ETPs and STPs in Bangalore alone.
No, don't talk about all that.
Not functioning.
You know.
2 reasons. One, it is cost. Second, it is the technology.
Yeah, right. Maintenance is not there. See, technology is there, but maintenance part is big zero.
Whatever PCB norms, whatever required, you spend on that, set up the unit,
in
and
fact,
take the consent, and then decide whether to use it or not. It's your call. Here, it motivates everyone.
No, in fact, if you want to visit one beautiful lake where a lot of restoration work has been done, it is in Haryana, in Kurukshetra.
We will visit that.
Wonderful lake, and the water is crystal clear. It's 500 acres lake, and water is always Vaishampayana Sarovara. That's what it's called. So there, in fact, the ETP system and the filtration systems are so wonderfully designed, and you should visit because you are really into reuse.
Only difference here is that is lake with the good water. This is lake with the rejected water.
Otherwise, that also would have been a bad water, no? Had it not been there,
very true, sir.
it would have been like that. Please
Thank
visit.
you, sir.
That will be very good.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from students? I think most of you are sleeping because of AC weather. Huh? Any questions from students? One question from students, please. Okay. Anyway, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. You have a beautiful technology. May I now request Dr. C. Vasudeva sir to hand over a memento to Dr. Prakash sir as a token of love.
COD driven, which is COD driven, and we have done all the research, but we need to authenticate documents.
The same thing we use
for
the community law.
Yes.
In fact, Raju, I think this sludge very simple and easy to use. Especially we need to establish vermicompost structures. In fact, that is becoming popular everywhere. Sludge which is created even at home So that is being used for developing vermicompost, which can be used for the house gardening. That also is possible. It is not difficult, but only thing we need to have the technology in place. That's what it is. Yeah.
It can be made as a powder and it can be used in cement mix.
Yeah. That's what briquettes and all.
Yeah. Okay, sir. Thank you. Photo.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, center, please. Sir, center. Thank you, sir. Next, I request Dr. Manjappa, please. Sir, one more memento to Dr. Manjappa. Thank you very much, sir. So now we are starting with the panel discussion. So there is no time, due to paucity of time, there is no tea break also. We will start immediately. May I now request Dr. Chandrasekhar Hariharan sir, founder Z Homes and Alt Tech Foundation Bengaluru, to chair this panel discussion session. I now request Dr. Shivkumar Magad sir, Professor of Limnology, College of Fisheries, Mangaluru. Okay. Okay. Dr. Asha M. Nair, Professor and Head, Department of Civil Engineering, MS RIT, Bengaluru. Dr. H.M. Lakshmikant, Expert Member, State Environment Assessment Authority, Bengaluru. Dr. T. Mahesh sir, Farmer Deputy Director, Department of Fisheries, Government of Karnataka, Bengaluru. Now it is over to Dr. Chandrasekhar Hariharan sir, the chairman of this panel discussion. Sir, please.
Namaskar, namaste to all of you. Well, it's so nice to see as many people who are interested in what we can do on water. Water is never about water. Water is only about water management, as you heard these discerning, thinking people telling you all. I am hoping that this discussion will not be for the people who are front benchers here today. These are all people who already know. These are all people who have been practicing easily, every one of them, on an individual basis for over 15 or 20 years. Our interest as a panel is to see that we address you youngsters. I think one of the things you heard in some ways in the last, say, 15 minutes of when Prakashji was speaking and he was speaking, when Sir said those things, what did you hear? You are hearing that by the time you are our age, you are not going to have any river water or any such water. You will only have not wastewater. You will have used water, which is, I think, economically speaking, the new oil of the future. I will not say any more than this for this moment. You know the theme of today's discussion. I think I will start with the lady here, not because, women come.
Still, see, actually, I don't want to go what has happened 10 years back or 15 years. So now things have changed, as Hariharanji mentioned, many things have changed. Because I was there last month in national conference conducted by NGT, where most of the Chief Justice of many states were there. and I mean 2 Solicitor Generals were there. All major decision, I mean policy makers were there. So there also like this, I mean many things were discussed. But now actually after me, I mean after I became an authority member for the State Impact Assessment Authority, so we have taken many initiatives. For example, so earlier, so we were imposing only EC conditions. EC has more than 85 conditions. If you just go by one, it's very difficult. So in my first meeting, I mentioned, see, as long as it is not practical, I mean, as long as you are not able to implement in the ground, there is no point in putting as an EC condition. That is number one. So there are a few conditions where you can really doable, but those conditions are not there in the, I mean, schedule. So that you can always add. And me actually, like I am, though I am in the same field for quite a long time, so I was also active, I was also monitoring committee constituted by Karnataka State Pollution Control for 3 lakes. I know I have been working with Ram for more than 10 years for so many lakes as an activist. I mean, all these things. So now for this water conservation activity, so now we have made a rule that, so like anyway, like for example, if there is one, I mean, project coming up in Whitefield, so it's a known fact that there is no water. So you cannot stop the development. No, just because there is no water, you cannot deny. Because, see, it's a blame on the government. See, when you are purchasing a land, that time you should have told, no, you are not supposed to construct if there is no water. Because you are given a permission, you have...
You come from an agency which will certainly be consulted upon when the government decides to take up these 7 satellite towns that the Deputy Chief Minister talked about a year ago, right? If you were to take one such satellite town, whichever that they will decide upon, what would be your assessment, keeping in mind water-bearing capacity of that land? How would you go about it? And what would your recommendation be to the state government?
Yeah, so this is actually like since last 3 our authority means we have already imposed such conditions. So no, that's what I was just about to tell that. So now we have imposed a condition and also we are monitoring since almost 3-4 months regularly. Like, and as you know that like when they are submitting for CCR certificate, compliance certificate, so only 3 things will be there. One, whether they are complied or non-complied or under progress. So first this thing I raised.
Can you explain non-compliance?
No. First is compliance. Okay. So this second thing is non-compliance. Non-compliance means like maybe like when they are submitting, if water is not prescribed, I mean if their limits is not above the prescribed limits by the PCB and other this thing. And apart from that, if there are any violations, if there are any complaints, so even that is also like, I mean, they will mention in that. And there is one more this thing called under progress. See, that is little confusing. Under progress means what? See, you should say whether it is complete or not complete. That is clear. Under progress means like, you can run for it. It's like on and on. You can go for government. Yeah. So such kind of reports also will come. So maybe, I mean, we are also finding very difficult to taking a decision. Because this is the complaint report certificate submitted by the MOF. It's not like, I mean, lawyer body. So you cannot question them. So only the thing we can send as an advisory note.
I got that. How many of you here are students of water management or environment engineering? Can you raise hands? Anybody who is a student of
students?
Engineering? None at all. Wow. I know. No, I talk of current students. Yeah, current students. Because, I mean, as humility suggests, look at them. They're all saying they're students yet. They're still learning. Any of you here who are studying anything that is related to the environment? Raise hands, please. Fisheries. Okay. All right. Okay, fair enough. I got that. Now we are talking fisheries. Let me ask this question. Let the panel decide what they want to do. In that Godavari Delta area, which is north of, you know where it is. If I'm going from, say, Nellore, you're another 180 to 200 kilometers north of it, you hit this basin. In about 4 or maybe 5 districts of that area, including Prakasham district, About 1,500, listen to this one, about 1,500 hectares of regular cultivable land is being converted for prawns. And the salinity of the soil of those lands over the last 15 years has been alarming. And every year, continuing, even as of last year, about 1,500 hectares, you divide it by 2.5, you know how many acres, right? Are going away like this. That's about 15 square kilometers of land, right? Anyone here in the panel, you are an aquatic biology man. Yes. Do you want to take this in a way that if I am going to be a fisheries professional 5 years from now, am I going to support this and take a job in such a company?
Me from a fisheries background, from fisheries college, I look at it as an agriculture point of view. In the entire country, sitting next to the agriculture university, I am saying agriculture is not profitable for various reasons. 85% of the farmers are small and marginal farmers, where the mechanization is not possible, and agriculture is, because of the division of land, fragmentation of land, agriculture is not viable. In that context, aquaculture was one of the best alternatives to have the better profits. So country is doing well, we are producing 17.54 million tons, but at the same time, all the agriculture lands in West Godavari and such other regions now, at Haryana, Punjab, people are converted their lands into fish culture, shrimp farming area. When the social benefits are more, for some time, the environmental issues are ignored. But definitely, even with agriculture, due to continuous usage of same land for same purpose, excessive usage of water, excessive usage of nutrients, about 9.6 million hectares of land in the country is saline and alkaline. In our state, we have 1 million hectare of saline and alkaline soils, which is totally unfit for agricultural activities. So, my appeal is, instead of using any fertile land which is used for production of the staple foods, should not be used for aquaculture. These D-class and saline soils can be used, but care must be taken to avoid the secondary salination of adjacent land. There are measures with deep drainages, drip trenches, plastic.
How many of you who are under 30 here can respond to this and agree with him that when there is an economic good which is better than an environment good, we must do it? Paisa bandre paravagilla sir, our environment halagogli. Do you agree with that? If you agree, I want you to raise hands. How many of you agree with what he said?
Alternative hypothesis must be there. Should not be accepted.
So how do you then, therefore, if you want to continue with the kind of aquatic occupations that we all have, what would be mitigative steps that will ensure that there is no such salinity of soils that affect the ecology of the region?
Before that, it is not just aquaculture which is affecting the soil, even agriculture. Even paddy is producing a lot of methane gas. So we want food. So some of the issues are consciously ignored. We are producing, the rice is carcinogenic, salt is carcinogenic, sugar is carcinogenic. So we need food. We are producing in whatever the format we are doing it now. But definitely, farmers are under threat. I'm not worried about the Bangalore population. Farmers are under severe threat. You get rice for 1 rupee, but sand and soil is 8 rupees. Cow dung is, just look at the cow dung in the spar, 1,250 rupees. So, and people are leaving agriculture. Everybody is migrating. Munde chinna sigutte, anna sigodilla. So definitely we need to produce more food in a sustainable manner. If we do it sustainable manner, all the economics will not work out. Then people will look for other alternative income generating activities, and it comes at cost of health and environment. So trade-off, I leave it to you.
Sure. Yes, please. Yes, please. Can you handle the mic?
Yeah, I'm Dr. M.A.R. Iyengar from BRC, ex-BRC. I retired 25 years back. Okay. See, I have seen this in the coastal Andhra Pradesh, the pisciculture, or you can say pond culture or something. It has devastated the entire coastal belt. You can see as you travel along the trails. But I also I lived in Kalpakam. I worked in Kalpakam. We have got salt pans in the near after Mahabalipuram towards Madras. But there also this salt water intrusion is very severe. But unlike the prawn, this one where they draw is a sort of semi-saline or something like that. Here they dig the water deep. They don't take from the sea. It is taken right from the borewell below, which is already highly saline. So is it possible to convert all those pisciculture or pond culture into the salt pan kind of? I don't know.
That's a question for any of you who is a researcher. Please note what sir is saying. Can you repeat that once again, sir?
Yeah, whether such degraded lands due to the pond culture can be converted into salt pans so that it will have a better impact on the environment. I don't know. I am just throwing an open question.
Check. Sir, we don't require so much of salt. I will tell you, I will promote aquaculture as a treatment for problematic soils. People are talking about sodium chloride. That is not the issue. It is just sodium plus. Na plus is the issue. It is causing, even Na plus is posing problem even in all command areas. We are putting a lot of urea and other ammonical fertilizers, and Na plus is leaching. All our inland agricultural lands are becoming saline because for last 6 years we are doing agriculture. That's why thousands of hectares of paddy yield has come down. People are leaving paddy farming because of low yield. So aquaculture is a treatment for the problematic soils for next 15 to 20 years. Again, it will pose the problem. We have to come out with remedies like deep trenches, other amendments like gypsum.
But salt is more vital than prawn.
But we don't require more salt. Hardly we need okay, please sir.
Yeah. I think it's an interesting discussion, I know. I have been traveling across the whole coast, visited many of the salt pans and also the shrimp farms and all that. Please, understand one thing. Shrimp is grown, especially when the salinity is low. That is when, during the rainy season, when there is a land drainage, that time only they can grow in such areas, in salt pan areas. Otherwise, summer you can't touch anything because the seawater itself will have a high salinity and you can't dilute it. And also understand that the shrimp doesn't grow well if the salinity is above 10 ppt. 5 is the average, but usually up to maximum of 10 ppt. That means it is not saline, really saline to create a salt pan. Okay. So that also is another point we need to understand. And that apart, I would even say here, the paddy fields, where we have been, especially in not in the southern India part, in the northern India, Haryana and Punjab, because of excessive irrigation, lot of soil has become saline and alkaline. Now, in fact, the water, which you get groundwater, especially go deep down, you get the saline water there. So that is the biggest problem, and then how do we use it and reuse it? In fact, the greatest advantage with such of this pond ecosystem is that when it rains heavily, it drains off many of the soils. So that is how I think this area is becoming more and more, it's saline on one side, but low saline. It's about 2 ppt or 3 ppt. There, even in inland saline areas, shrimp can be grown. So
Dr. Shikma has got one clarification to offer.
I never said that you should ignore the environmental issues. People tend to ignore it. So that is my advocation.
Shivkumar, I think one more thing, please understand. There is one organization called the Coastal Aquaculture Authority, which takes care of all these environmental impacts. And it is not
supposed
like
to take
that
care.
Promoted everywhere, wherever you want to grow. Please understand, these are all the authorities which are created by the government. It's very functional, works with all the state governments, And there are a lot of restrictions.
Sir, it's a meeting
it's a complex
where,
system.
well, you know,
Let us not get into the details.
that's right.
I was
Exactly.
I was there as a member of the Coastal
Fair.
Aquaculture Authority. I
Fair.
know all these issues.
When Dr. Shivkumar started, he said, look, I am not interested so much in people in the cities. Interesting. There is another observation he made. He said between agriculture and call it, if you like, aquaculture, obviously he, displayed his preference to the activity that a farmer should be taking. Remember one thing. We have today only about 7.5% of water, India's annual renewable water, which is used by us all, you and I, as people. There is another about 14%, could be 15%, the government will never give you proper data, which is industrial wastewater or industrial demand for water, right? Between the two, we do not have any more than 20 or 22%. So where is all the rest of the water going? 80% is cultivation water, right? India has the same amount of arable or cultivable or agricultural lands as China. Although India has only 40% of China's landmass, they are at 8.8 million square kilometers. We are at only 3.3 million square kilometers. And yet, they have the same amount of agricultural land as we have. Another matter, that they are able to grow a little more than we are, about 100 tons more, 100 million tons more than we grow as food grains or as food. At the same time, over these last, say, 20 years, with their GDP becoming the second largest in the world at $18 trillion, we are at only about 4 trillion today, right? They are 4.5 times ours. We were the same. India and China were the same in 1990, right? What has happened to them with that kind of GDP? And now I'll come to the question that I'll ask Dr. Mahesh. With that kind of GDP, they have gone and destroyed their natural resources. And I'm not talking only groundwater resources, right? Do you think, sir, Dr. Mahesh, India has some lesson to learn from the kind of GDP obsession that China has pursued? Although it has become an economic leader, it is today got vast tracts of lands which have been so degraded that they cannot use it for anything else. What do you think India's future is as far as their pursuit of GDP goes, or our pursuit of GDP? And how is it related to water? Obvious question.
So, if you continue the same thing, it will affect our environment definitely. Let us not follow their...
okay. You must keep it closer, they can't hear you.
Let us not follow the, what they are doing now. Yes, that's my opinion.
Sir, if I am a 25-year-old, I have finished my master's, I am looking for a job. If you tell me we should not pursue that and India's economic progress should not be linked to such things as what China has done or the United States has done, what is that alternative option you are giving me if I am that student looking for a job?
So, since last 2 days we are hearing all these things, so we have to follow some solutions also they have given. Accordingly, we have to go for our whatever the job opportunities are there, we can create our job opportunities in our own cities and own villages. We can go for it. We need not be depend on the government or any other organizations.
I think Dr. Sigma also wants to add to that. Go on.
I was one of the committee members to make 1 trillion economy in the state along with MD Pai and Mrs. Salini Rajanesh. Very recently, we submitted the report to the government of Karnataka to make 1 trillion economy in the state. So if you believe the principles of science is same all over the world, we must move from production to productivity. India is doing well in terms of banana, jute, paddy, all that, it's fine. But I'm not happy because though India is first in paddy, in productivity is in 57th rank. Coffee we are second, in productivity we are 7th. So by following whatever the people are following all over the world, because there is no other magic. Only following the protective factors which are followed by the successful people, we should be able to achieve the same production. So that's what we are lacking. Because of the vastness of the country, we are doing well. Thank you.
Dr. Mahesh, you want to add to that? Or should you want to pass the mic?
Sir,
no?
I...
No. Yes, Prakash ji. You want to say?
Last, I'll...
you come back later.
Sir, 2-3 points connecting to your point, Godavari and Tanjore. Similar episodes with respect to Agri and Aqua. The point to be considered here is that once the Agri land becomes saline or the salinity percolates in the soil, the damage it does for the soil is very high. It is very difficult to come back to the Agri. Aquaculture may...
I request you all to listen to him carefully. He has a point to make and I think it will be interesting for you all. Go on.
It is easy to shift to aquaculture or vice versa, but the damage what we cause to the soil and the water, that is more important. Temporarily, we may get best yield in a couple of years, but permanently we are damaging the entire resource. So by this, we are doing injustice to our future generations, where we need to educate them that it is the carrying capacity of the soil and water with maximum yield what you can attain without damaging the soil and water. Without damaging the soil and water, when I say water has its own carrying capacity with respect to BOD and COD. If you can maintain that and increase the capacity, reach the peak, then you maintain that, then it is healthy practice. Otherwise, it is greed, which you will succumb to the situation. In a couple of years, you lose everything.
Right.
This is what is the message I
for
learned
the
as a
first
professor.
time in the last, say, 30 minutes or so that I've been here, we heard the word soil. He talked about the, shall we say, the healthy conflict. It's not a conflict. It's a healthy conflict between this need, human need, let's say, for food as against ecology and water. The FEW syndrome, I call it. For 40 years, I've been calling it this. Food, ecology, water. How do I do the face-off? But when we say ecology, we are actually talking soil also, and he mentioned that just now. We have 28 types of soils in India. So I grow something in Tanjavur, you grow something in Guna in Madhya Pradesh, somebody else is doing something in Silchar. It is very different, right? The soils are so different. We go and, you know what we did, that poor person is not dead now, God bless his soul. We started something called the Green Revolution in 1967, 4, maybe 5 years or 3 years after a wonderful book written by a lady called Rachel Carson in 1964 told us clearly what we should not be doing in India. Clearly she saw the damage, the extreme wrecking of American soils that had happened already by that time. And Indira Gandhi says, yes, and we start this whole process of the Green Revolution, which made our lands brown and made lands dark in all those 5-6 states where we had the Green Revolution. Then we were spared by it. Now we have reached a point when we are saying we must try and see how we can infuse health and life into those soils. Without soil, there is no land, there is no human life, no aquatic life, no life, whatever kind. And the problem with this species, we are only one among some 9 or 10 or 11 million species, nobody knows what the count is. We are only one among so many million species, and we are the most wrecking of all of those species. So if I go back to that same question again, and maybe we will ask Dr. Asha Nair or Dr. Lakshmikant, too many people who have done their doctorals here. I call it permanent head damage if you acquire a PhD. So, so my thing is therefore, what is it that you can do if you are 26 or 27 years old? You have taken a job, you're not too happy with what you're doing. You know all of these concerns. But when it comes to your own lifestyle, you do not make any change. Whatever is there, I will use, I say. That is all I do. The second thing, which is worse, I heard 1 or 2 people earlier also, and I'd like to see if Dr. Nair or you want to respond to this. I make some change in my house and I decide that I will make my LPCD to be only 40. You all know what liters per capita per day is, right? LPCD, you all know. ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ 60 LPCD ಸರ್, ನಾವು 4 ಜನ ಇದ್ವಿ, ವಿ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಟೇಕ್ 15 liters ಸರ್. Somebody might say. You know what Prakash sir also said earlier. My question, okay, the National Building Code, it's not announced yet. This September, August or September, the official declaration of the revised National Building Code 2025 will come about. The last revision was in 2015. And for the first time, from 135 liters LPCD, which has been there for 30 years, we are changing it to 90 LPCD. And what does that mean? If you are building, if there is there any consultant here, any MEP consultant here? No. If you are one such consultant and you are building for one of these wretched builders, on 5 lakh square feet you are building, that means about 5,000 homes you are building at 1,000 square feet. You know what happens to that fellow? He will say, sir, 135 liters I will take, sir. And I will take some 5,000 houses, I will multiply, and then he will say, wastewater is there, sir. I must treat so much water, sir. He will build storage tanks, pumps, you know what engineers do, right? This will change because now consultants themselves cannot do more than 90 on their account. But what is the question you and I are asking ourselves? Even if, let us say, Dr. Shivkumar said, Bedappa, I don't want to talk about cities, I want to talk about what happens to the rest of the country. I would say that if there is a way we can bring the government here, the state administration here, the BBMP here, champions like Ram Prasad, Nagesh and others have been working with these agencies, and they don't give up. They know that it's not easy to take it up with such people. I will then ask this question of you properly, because you are from one of those parastatal institutions. What do you think we should do to get a BBMP fellow to talk to a water supply board fellow, to a BESCOM fellow? How do we get them all to understand that they cannot do things on their own without consulting the other?
See, when they have already decided not to consult, so how to bring them is a big question. Yeah, this is actually major problem facing everywhere, not only in our state, but it's a problem across India. But still, yes, people like Ram Prasad and Nagesh and others are here. So, see, because of them, see, this discussion are happening. Because of this discussion, some decision will happen. So, this is how it works. See, everywhere it is. Because, see, last, now that railway cantonment, that issue is going on, that refilling. So, yeah, we have kept that hold. Today we had a discussion. Really? Yeah. So, no, because like we are getting so much of insights from, friends like you. So you may not call, because see, I was the first, I think Ram Prasad keeps saying, because this is a 1.5 year in the authority, but he has seen many previous members. So he keep on telling me that you are the first person, calling so many people for like, you need any CSR activities, like that. So I was the one, I think, recommended more than 30-35 lakes for the rejuvenation. Personally, spoke to them, connected them, and also we have taken so much of measures for the water conservation, especially in these IT, field areas where there is a water constraint.
Let me ask you again, for the benefit of all the youngsters here, we need to inspire them. Are you saying that you have stopped that decision to cut those trees?
Yeah, that's the reason. So now actually, like even I think you must be all aware of that, even ministry is also interested. So he has clearly mentioned that there is no point in, we are not ready to, we are not given any nod to cut any trees. So now that discussion is on, I don't think it will happen.
You see, yeah, very good. That requires a round of applause.
Sorry? No, holding it in the sense like still that decision is not taken. It's still under discussion. Yeah. Because like you would have just clear, no, let's see what will happen. Chalo, we'll do it. No, it's not like that.
On a serious note, what you say is right. The government, the government is a master of.
No, actually it's under discussion. It's discussion is many people are discussing. If I take some decision, so there will be some kind of implications tomorrow. So let us wait.
I do not know how this monstrous mind of the government works. It's not one individual, right? But they have a way of obfuscating. They are masters of making it so complicated that you don't know if it is a yes or if it is a no. I found this in very many places, and it takes another some extra energy, to fight that battle. I think people like house. So you see, this is one example. Actually, he has already very well responded to the question. See, there is this need for you all as you go forward into the next, say, 3-5 years. How do you find ways of securing the right thing to be done and also stopping the brutality of public expenditure? Take, for instance, Ettinhole. How many of you know how much money has been spent on Ettinhole to get water for Tumkur and Chikbalapur? How many know how much money has been spent? Okay, we'll leave it there. You will go and check it out on the web. How many of you know how much has been spent on this other blessed project to secure water from Hognekal, right? Why are we doing such long distance river projects when a simple effort, like all the experts here have suggested so far, can bring what our Prakash sir also called localization or decentralization? When your father wants to see what you want to do after your PUC, does he go to the government and say, hey, ಏನಪ್ಪ PUC ಮಾಡಿದಾಳವಳು ಈಗ ನಾನು ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ನಾವು ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ತೀವ? Why is it that we ask the government to give us water then? Why should the government give you water? Where is this conceptual flaw in the design of such things on social, whatever contribution that the government should be making to you? Think about it. I'm not saying that I have an answer. I'm saying you all need to ask yourself, does the government have a role at all when it comes to supply of water in your house? Remember one more thing. Only India, this happens only in India, where every house, every apartment is a water utility. Nimde ಒಂದು sump tank, nimde ಒಂದು pump, ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಒಂದು overhead tank. What a water utility is supposed to do, and then you create your own borewell. You are self-sufficient. You are showing clearly that you have absolutely no faith or confidence in the ability of the government to supply anything to you. Now a raise of hands from only people who are under 30. Do you think we should have a BWSSB at all? What is it called? Water Supply Board it is called. And they don't even supply 35% of the water to Bangalore. You want somebody to dispute me on this? I'm willing to take it offline. How many people do you think, how many of you want to raise hands and say, yes sir, there should be no BWSSB? You all have to participate, please. Just raise hands. Okay. No, I'm just saying raise of hands. We do not need Bangalore Water Supply Board. How many of you want to say yes to that? Please raise hands. Not fair. This is not fair on any of us sitting here on the panel.
Worried about the follow-up question.
What is the follow-up question?
No, I don't know.
No, maybe most of them are from Bangalore.
Sorry? Sorry, if you put a yes. Yes. Okay.
So there is no question of second.
All right, fair enough. Mic pretty powerful. Somebody give the mic. Yeah. Introduce yourself, sir.
Hello, myself Dr. Vishwan from Maharani University. Sir, I want to, I don't know, I'm just giving inputs. Please take this one. In academic curriculum activities, we never come across these kind of things. Namma Kere, the save and all those things. I'm requesting all the panel members, if it is possible, please include in the curriculum activities. So academic activities, and that is most important and impact onto the entrepreneurships. You are talking about those all things. I don't know about fishery syllabus.
Sir, Dr. Vishwanath, if you are a deemed university, I know that, correct? You have the right to create your own syllabus.
Yes, sir.
Madi, see, you have got 115 hours to a semester, you know that. You set aside 15 hours and say, I will only have things like that which are outside of the syllabus.
Exactly, sir.
Yeah, Marty.
I am a background from the microbiologist. I will keep only microbial biodiversity and wastewater treatment. But entrepreneurships, I can't make it. Who are the experts? If you give the suggestion, definitely I will take them to keep it into the syllabus.
Please talk to Sri Prakash Kivi here. Amele.
Okay.
All right. You ask him to see what he can do to, create some interaction with your students of whatever semesters. All right. I'll tell you one thing. Most of them who are entrepreneur professionals here have gone through very, very hard times. They've gone through difficult times. Ask him. I'm sure he has had enough days and months when he has not been able to pay salary of his staff or take home money. That's the curse of the entrepreneur in India, right? But you ask them to come to your college or to do something to help the youngster, they will never say no, right? This is one very, very unusual quality among Indian entrepreneurs. Yesterday I was in Pune, and I'm finding that it's the same thing. I'm finding people are all willing to do, but they say, sir, you tell me what I should do. That's the next question. Probably we have another 15 minutes or something left here. What do you think, if I was, let us say again, under 30, what do you think I will want as direction in order for me to see that I'm able to carve something that is viable, that is I can make a living well and yet be able to live sensibly and responsibly?
Before that, Dr. Vishwanath, stop using the set of words called wastewater. Used water. There is no waste. Waste people are there. It's not waste water. Okay. See, too much of knowledge is killing us. Put your knowledge into action. Be responsible. Follow the orders given by the competent authorities. Simple things. Country is so vast. Plant a tree. Vote for a right politician. Be vocal in your community. Be responsible. That's all. Small things will bring big change, and definitely whether we need BWSSB or government, or it's two big issues. And we will support people like FOL, not FOWL, FOL, FOL, Nagesh. It's because we cannot fight in the forefront. We take the back seat. We only give the talks in the seminars. We cannot tackle such people. Let us support Mr. Nagesh, who was the advocate, the front warriors. Will support them. See, engineers must convince biologists. Biologists, both of us have to convince economists. All the three have to convince policymakers. So let us work together. Let us be optimistic, and things are changing. Things are getting better with competent guidelines and all. So let us hope things will be better. But don't wait for the biggest encounter to happen, biggest disaster to happen. Let us be responsible. Thank you, sir.
It's very nice to hear someone being as optimistic. But if you look at any governmental DPR author, he will only be an engineer or she will be an engineer. You will not have an ecologist. You will not have somebody who is a biologist or from any other discipline. I don't know how this has happened, that DPRs will go only to engineers. Anyone here on the panel who wants to comment on that?
Engineer.
That's okay.
But I would like to answer to one of the questions that sir was asking. And because I'm also coming from we are an autonomous institute, but at the same time, it is affiliated to Visvesvaraya Technological University.
Correct.
And we always have we don't have explicitly been mentioned in the curriculum. In fact, even BT also don't tell like that. But we have something called as activity points and things like that, wherein we also get in association with NGOs, and at the same time do some lake rejuvenation works and give the students an exposure on finding out what exactly will be the area that will be covered by the lakes, and how exactly the rainwater and all the watershed management and things like that. We actually educate the students. We do more in action rather than on the theory, and we do have it in the curriculum as such. So I just
You know, there's one more observation that our Lakshmikant made, and yesterday somebody else made this in another meeting. Why should I look at some government or some such thing, or people? People should do anbirtivi. Ad yarappa people illa sir avarella madbeku. What should I do, sir? Somebody interestingly told us, and Nagesh was there in that meeting, people starts with an I, not with P. Environment starts with an I. CSR, there is no CSR. There is only ISR, individual social responsibility, Lakshmikant is saying. So anyone here who wants to say, yes sir, we don't need CSR, we don't need people to do, we have to start doing it. I have to start doing it, absolutely, ISR. Anyone here who wants to speak about that, under 30 only allowed. Please, ma, thank you so much. A microphone, please, stand. Microphone, please.
Before you answer, we clap, applaud.
Mic kodi avrige. ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಒಂದಿತ್ತು ಹೌದಾ ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಯ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಫೋನ್ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಇತ್ತು ಟೈಮ್ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ ಸಾರಿ ನಾವು ವಿ ಮಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್.
ಸರ್, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಏನು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಅವರು ಏನಾದರೂ ಅವರಿಂದ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೇಲೂ ತುಂಬಾ ಅಪೋಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಅ ನಾನು ವುಮೆನ್ ಆಗಿ ನನಗೇನೆ ಮನೇಲೇ ಅಪೋಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಐ ಅಂತ ಅಂದರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ತುಂಬ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸಲ್ಲೇ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲೇ ಸೇಮ್ ಮೈಂಡ್ಸೆಟ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಇರಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಹುಚ್ಚರು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಂತಾರೆ ಸರ್. ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಸೊ ವಿತೌಟ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಏನೂ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಇದನ್ನು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಆಗಲೇಬೇಕು ಸರ್. ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದನ್ನು ಹಿಂಗೆ, ಈಗ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಹೆಲ್ಮೆಟ್ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅಂದರೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇದ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್, ಫೈನ್ ಕಟ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಹೆಂಗೋ ಅವರು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ರೂಲ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಫಾಲೋ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಹೀಗೆ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಏನಾದರೂ ಇದನ್ನು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋದ್ರೆ ಸರ್, ನನಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲೇನು ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತು ಅಂದರೆ, ಸರ್ ನನಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಅಂತ. ಈಗ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಏನಾದರೂ ಕ್ರೈಮ್ ಆದರೆ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ DC ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಆ ಥರ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರ್ಯಾಚ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಈಗ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಇರಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಡೇ ಬೈ ಡೇ ತುಂಬ ಹಾಳಾಗ್ತಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಇವಾಗಿಂದನೇ ಯಾಕೆ ಅದೊಂದು ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಟು ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಒಂದು ಫ್ರೇಮ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು, ಮತ್ತು ಅದು ತುಂಬ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ನಂಗೊಂದು ಐಡಿಯಾ ಬಂತು.
ಅದು ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಭಾಳ ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಟೂ ಮೆನಿ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಆರ್ ದೇರ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್.
ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ.
Like sir said, government has wonderful authorities everywhere. One authority they will not. See, there is a certain conspiratorial way of working that the government has got. They will say all the correct things, but they will not do. I'm not trying to deter or discourage. I'm only trying to alert you youngsters. You should not be. I would have been your age in 1980 probably. I'm saying that I don't want you to face this when you're 2050, when it is 2050, right? But I'll still say to you this much. This is not about the government doing for you. Finally, I'll tell you, like the trees campaign, what happened? The government suddenly saw there were too many people interested in it, they backed off. These political animals will back off the moment they see that people are together. And that can come only from the I and not from a we and not from people. There's no people. Anybody else wants to? Thank you so much, but you spoke. I'm very happy about that.
Thank you.
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಸಿ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಮುನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ರೆಕ್ರೂಟೆಡ್ ಎನ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್. ಅಟ್ ತಾಲೂಕ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಎನ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್. ಈವನ್ BBMP ಕೂಡ ಎನ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಸ್ಲೋಲಿ ಡೌನ್ ದ ಲೈನ್ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಮೂವ್ ಟು ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ಎನ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಗ್ರ್ಯಾಜುಯೇಟ್ಸು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಈಗ ಮೌಂಟ್ ಕಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ many colleges doesn't have this environmental science.
Yeah. So anyway, no explanations. I will just have some few, because since we are discussing about the students and other thing. See, I was a student of BSc Environmental Science in Government Science College. Let us not discuss about. Let me talk about myself, so that like So when all students are going for the, New Year celebration to MG Road, so me and my friends were busy with plantation. I think we need students like that. See, when I was a final year BS environmental student, so we had a, great connection with SR remote. So when I was a final year student. So when these students were spending a lot of time for some other things, so I used to coordinate all his Bangalore, coordination. I used to take care of him. When he comes here, so suddenly he used to say, come, chalo, we'll go for the Chief Justice house. I used to go with him. So this is how. Then third one thing, so when ideas came, when I visited first time to Goa, so I thought like maybe down the line after 25 years, our Karnataka's coast is also going to be like the 320 kilometers. We have beautiful stakes. So in 2020, I walked all 320 kilometers of stakes from Mangalore to Goa border. 25 to 30 kilometers every day, I documented personally. I don't know, by this time I would have not here because, many people have, stone pelted, many people went to attempt murder, many things happened, but I didn't care. Okay, chalo, let it be in a document. So because of this, because of my work there, so today you are seeing all the pristine beaches today. Now, I don't know how many industry would have come, still my document is there in the department. When I was a student, no, I'm just telling you about the student. So, don't think that like somebody is there, as Hari is saying. No, government is there, as she is saying. At your level, you can do. See, this is the 25th year. I have not thrown even 1 gram of wet waste outside. Even my kids are doing. So, why can't you do it? Why you should blame for BBMP? See, since he is asking about why we need BWS, why we need BBMP? When we are doing, when we are processing our wet waste at home, why you need? You don't have to do. It's a simple work of 5 minutes.
Wonderful, actually. We must close. Yes.
ಈಗ 2 ದಿವಸದಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಮೆಸೇಜ್, ನಾನು ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ, ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಫಿಶರೀಸ್. ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟಿಗೆ ಹೇಳೋದೇನೆಂದರೆ ಇಷ್ಟೇ, ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆರೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಲೀಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಟೆಂಡರ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ನು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೋ ಅದು ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಕೆರೆ ಲಂಚ್ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಬಸವರಾಜ್ ಮತ್ತು ನಾವು ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ವಿ. ಸೊ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೆಲವು ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಆ್ಯಡ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ವಿಶ್ವನಾಥ್ ಹತ್ರ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ನಾನು. ಸೊ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಆ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನ, ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಅವ್ರು ಮೀನು ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಬಿಸಾಕ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂಥರ ನ್ಯೂಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಇದನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ
I'll have to stop you there for want of time. I'm very glad that he spoke up. It was not about him and what he did. You can see why he said that. It's a story for you to take back home. To see if you can overcome this challenge. What should I do, I say? How do I talk to that next door apartment fellow or Pakat Manenoru? What do I have to do to see that a public purpose is taken up before self? I'm not saying I have an answer. None of us have an answer. You have to discover it yourself. It's all lying inside you. You spend so much time. Plant a tree, as he says, maybe at your home.
For having attended this program, take a pledge that you planted.
Every New Year's, every birthday of yours, of your brother, sister, son, daughter, father, mother, plant one. Allige aitu ಒಂದು ಮನೆಗೆ ಒಂದು 5-6 ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. Thank you so much for listening to all of us. Thank you, all of you, Dr. Mahesh, Dr. Nair, Dr. Shiv Kumar, and Dr. Lakshmikant. Thank you.
Sir, 1 minute. Thank you very much for very informative and knowledgeable discussion. And all the panel members are legends in their respective field. And I wholeheartedly thank Dr. Chandrasekhar Hariharan sir. So he could ably manage with his metallic voice the entire crowd, and he was insisting all youngsters to interact. Finally one girl interacted, and it's a good thing. So now may I now request Dr. C. Vasudeva sir to hand over the mementos to the panel members as a token of love. First to Dr. Chandrasekhar Hariharan sir. And to Dr. Shiv Kumar Magad sir. Thank you very much, sir. Now, may I now request Dr. Y. Baswaraj, sir, former Director of Research, KVFSU Bangalore, to hand over memento to Dr. H.M. Lakshmikant sir. Photo. And to Dr. Asha M. Nair madam. Sir, Basaraj sir, please. And to Dr. T. Mahesh sir, former Deputy Director, Department of Fisheries, Government of Karnataka. Thank you one and all. Thank you sir. Now we will start with the valedictory function. Please don't go out. Shortly we will start. I request the KSTA members to take over. Thank you.
ಹಲೋ, ಈಗ ಸಮಾರಂಭ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ BR ಬಾಲಗಂಗಾಧರ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ H. ಆಂಜನೇಯಪ್ಪ, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ C. ವಾಸುದೇವಪ್ಪ, ಶ್ರೀ N. ವಿನಯ್ ಕುಮಾರ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ AM ರಮೇಶ್, ಹಾಗೆ ಶ್ರೀ VK ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸು, ಹಾಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆನಂದಾರ್ ಇವರು ವೇದಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಅಲಂಕರಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೋರ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸಂಜೆಯ ಶುಭೋದಯಗಳು. ಕಳೆದ 2 ದಿನಗಳಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆರೆ 2025 ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ತುಂಬ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ನಡೆದಿದೆ. ಈಗ ಮುಕ್ತಾಯ ಸಮಾರಂಭ. ಈ ಮುಕ್ತಾಯ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಹಿರಿಯ ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆನಂದ್ರವರು.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. We are here for the valedictory function of 2-day national workshop on Namma Lake 2025, Healthy Lakes, Healthy Lives, the Need for Conservation. We have with us Professor C. Vasudevappa, former Vice Chancellor, NIFTEM, Haryana, and Vice Chancellor, Keladi Shivappa Nayaka, Agriculture and Horticulture University, Shivamogga, in today's valedictory function. Sir accepted our invitation to be part of this function and will preside over this function. I, on behalf of KSTA and on behalf of Fisheries College Old Students Association, I welcome you, sir. Dr. B.R. Balagangadhar, former Chief Scientific Officer, Karnataka Pollution Control Board and President, Fisheries College Old Students Association, Bangalore Chapter, has graced this occasion as the chief guest. I extend a warm welcome on behalf of KSTA and behalf of all of you. Our beloved CEO, Dr. A.M. Ramesh, who is supporting, guiding and encouraging us in all KSTA programs, who is the main man behind organization of this conference. I, on behalf of all the participants and on my personal behalf, I welcome you, sir. I welcome Shri N. Vinay Kumar, Secretary, Fisheries College Old Student Association, Bangalore Chapter, on behalf of KSTA and on behalf of all of you. I welcome all the dignitaries present in this August gathering. I welcome all the panel members. I welcome Dr. Vijay Kumar, Dr. Basuraj, Dr. Ravish and Dr. Lingdal. I also welcome Shri VK Srinivas and other my colleagues and all those who are directly or indirectly involved in this program. I welcome media team members who are covering this program since 2 days. I welcome all the participants to this program. Welcome one and all.
ತಮಗೂ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಸರ್. ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮೀನುಗಾರಿಕಾ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಹಳೆಯ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳ ಸಂಘದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ BR ಬಾಲಗಂಗಾಧರ್ ಅವರಿಂದ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳ ನುಡಿ.
Professor Sri C. Vasudev Pasar, who is presiding over the valedictory function, dignitaries on the dais, senior guests, and dear fishcos and students. It is my great pleasure to be here and part of this Namma Lake, Bangalore, Namma Lake 2025. We all know the status of lakes, not only in Bangalore, in the entire country. Because since it is a national conference, we have to focus on the entire lakes of India. So since we have the largest water body, inland water bodies, unless we protect the water bodies, surface water bodies, in future we have to face a lot of problems with the drinking water and which is a lifeline of human being, which is a human being. See, I started my career in the fisheries department as an assistant director of fisheries in the 80s. Those days, Bangalore north and south were in high demand. Assistant directors used to rush to that these two taluks, because at that time lakes were so clean and they were highly demanded. So over the years, because of urbanization, all this pollution started. See, morning I was mentioning my research topic when I did my environment law in IGNOU, Delhi, was impact of urbanization on Bangalore lakes. So Bangalore lakes were beautifully designed by the founders of the city. As somebody mentioned, it was one is a chain of lakes, Vrishbhavati, Arkavati and Kumadvati. Some 15 lakes, see, one lake fills up means it will move to next lake through Rajkalways. Now because of urbanization, no Rajkalways, nothing, apartments, and unfortunately apartments are built up in the center of the city, CBD, central building, business districts. So because of unplanning development, we have lost many lakes. We have converted lakes into many purposes. I need not repeat all those things. But in that view, in future what we have to do, for last 2 days we have heard from many experts. At least for youngsters, they should know what is the status of the lakes and how they should involve. They may be from different disciplines, but they can involve this movement in different ways. They can educate the local groups. Like our Ram Prasad, he is called Friends of Lakes only. He started a movement. He was coming and disturbing me when I was in Pollution Control Board. What, sir, what you are doing and all. I showed him my laboratory, how it is my laboratory and all. Then he was convinced, sir, you are doing so much work, I didn't know at all like that. See, like that, and government department should open this one for the people. See, this is the problem with our government departments. We are not open to the public. We are closing our doors and we are working inside the doors. People will doubt on us. That's why we should be friendly with the people. So with this initial because there are a lot of people to talk and I don't take much time. So I thank the organizer, CEO Ramesh and his team. And he was, since he took over as a CEO of this KSTA, he was continuously doing lot of conferences, national conferences and all. He's a very good organizer. And shortly he is going to retire, but I think they will continue his services in this organization. So he has done a lot of conferences, and I thank him very much for giving us opportunity. And Vinay, who is the backbone of COFA Bangalore chapter, has done a lot of work in organizing this workshop. I also thank him. Thank you one and all. Thank you.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. ಇವಾಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಗಳನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಮಯ. ಯಾರಿಗಾದರೂ 2 ಅಥವಾ 3 ಜನ ತಮ್ಮ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಗಳನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ತಾವೇ ವಾಲಂಟಿಯರಾಗಿ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದಲೇ ಬನ್ನಿ, ಬೇಗ ಬನ್ನಿ.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ದೇವತೆಗೆ ಮೊದಲು ನಮಿಸುತ್ತಾ, ಈ ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸೀನರಾದಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪರಿಸರ ಅನುಭವಿಕರೇ ಹಾಗೂ ಇಲ್ಲಿ 2 ದಿನಗಳವರೆಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಯಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರೋಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿರಿಯರೇ ಹಾಗೂ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಮಿತ್ರರೇ, ಕಲ್ಲನಕೇರಿ ಮಲ್ಲನಗೌಡ ಕೆರೆಯೊಂದ ಕಟ್ಟಿಸ್ಯಾನ ಸೆರೆಮುಕ್ಕ ನೀರಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಜನಪದ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ನಿನ್ನೆ ದಿವಸ ನಮ್ಮ ತಜ್ಞರು ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಆವಾಗ ಕೆರೆಗೆ ಹಾರವಾಗಿ ಕೊಡುವಂಥ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಗದ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕೋಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅವತ್ತು ಕೆರೆಗೆ ಹಾರ ಆಗಿದ್ದು ಸೊಸೆ, ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಗೌಡನಂಥವ್ರು ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಇನಿಷಿಯೇಟಿವ್ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಅಬ್ದುಲ್ ಕಲಾಂ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು, ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಡೂ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು, ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಹಾಗೆ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಇನಿಷಿಯೇಟಿವ್ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕೆರೆಗಳು ಜೀವನಾಡಿಗಳು ಅಂತ ಕಳಿತೀವಿ. ಪಂಚಭೂತಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ನೆಲ, ಜಲ ಇವುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಈ ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ, ಅವುಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಆ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸೆಮಿನಾರನ್ನು 2 ದಿನಗಳ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರವನ್ನು ಆಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ನಿಜಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ನನಗೆ ಖುಷಿ ವಿಚಾರ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಅನೇಕರು ಹಿಂದೆ ಕೆರೆಕಟ್ಟೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಿಸಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು, ತಮ್ಮ ತ್ಯಾಗ ಬಲಿದಾನ ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಶಾಂತಸಾಗರದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ವೇಶ್ಯಾಗಾರಿಕೆ ವೃತ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಹೆಣ್ಮಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ನೀರನ್ನು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಜನರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಕಳಕಳಿ ಅವತ್ತಿನ ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿ ಇತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಮರ್ಷಿಯಲೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾರಾಟದ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಮುಂದುವರೆದಿದ್ದರೂ ಕೂಡ 2 ಮರುಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆ. ಒಂದು ರಕ್ತ, ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ನೀರು. ನೀರಿಗೆ ಪರ್ಯಾಯ ನೀರೇ. ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ನೀರನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ. ಇರೋ ನೀರನ್ನು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಿಸಬಹುದು. ಎಲ್ಲೇ ಸಮುದ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಓಡಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಉಪ್ಪು ನೀರನ್ನು ಸಿಹಿ ನೀರನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದೇ ಹೊರತು ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಹೊಸ ನೀರನ್ನು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ರಕ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ಪರ್ಯಾಯವಾಗಿ ರಕ್ತವನ್ನೇ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಆ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಜೀವಜಲ, ಅಮೃತ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಅಂಥ ಒಂದು ಜೀವಜಲವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಉಳಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ನಿಜಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ತುಂಬ ಸೊಗಸಾಗಿ ಆಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಿರಿ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ವಿಷಯ, ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆ ಸೆಷನ್ ಆದರೂ ಇಡಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಬಳಕೆ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ನುಂಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಹೇಗೆ ಕಲುಷಿತ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಭೂಮಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ಇಂಗುವುದನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ತಡಿತಾ ಇದೆ ಅದು ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ತಜ್ಞರನ್ನ ಕರೆಸಿ ಒಂದು ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ನ ಆಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಿತ್ತು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ನನ್ನ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಜ್ಞಾನವಂತರೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಡೀನ್ಗಳಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಈ ಒಂದು ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರು, ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳು, ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞರು ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ಇದನ್ನು ತುಂಬ ಸೊಗಸಾಗಿ ಆಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಅದ್ರ ಹಿಂದೆ ತೆರೆಮರೆಯಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ತುಂಬ ಜನ ಶ್ರಮಿಕರು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಭರತ್ ಅವರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಐಟಮ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಜೋಡಿಸೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮ ರೇವಾ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯಿಂದ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಜರ್ನಲಿಸಮ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸು, ಸಾಯಿನಾಥ್ ಅವ್ರ ಟೀಮ್ ಕೂಡ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ರಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಲೈವ್ ಆಗಿ ಅವರು ಇವತ್ತು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನಿಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹುಶಃ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಅನೇಕ ಟೀಮು ಅಡುಗೆ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಭಟ್ರೊಬ್ಬರು, ನಾನು ತಮಾಷೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, 2 ದಿನ ಬಗೆ ಬಗೆ ಬಣ್ಣದ ಮೀನುಗಳನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ರಿ, ಒಂದು ಮೀನು ಕೂಡ ತಟ್ಟೆಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಇದು ಸಸ್ಯಾಹಾರಿ ತರಬೇತಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಆವಾಗ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಕೋಟ್ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಮೇಡಮ್ಮು ಮೀನನ್ನು ಈಜಾಡುವ ತರಕಾರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾರಪ್ಪ, ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮೀನನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವಂತ ತಮಾಷೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಹಾಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಶುಚಿರುಚಿಯಾದಂಥ ಊಟದ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾನು ನಿಜಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ನನ್ನ ಕಾಲಮಿತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದರು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎನ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ತುಂಬ ಹಠಬಿದ್ದು, ಏನಂತ ಕರೀತಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಬಸ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟಂಗೆ ಅಂತ. ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಬಸ್ಸು, ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಬಸ್ಸಸ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಆ ಬಸ್ ಹೋದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಜನ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಕೂಡಿದ್ರು ಅವತ್ತಂದರೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಡಿಪೋ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜರ್ ಥರ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾವು ಭಾಳ ಜನ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ರೀ, ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಬಸ್ ಬಿಡ್ರಿ ಅಂತ. ಹಾಗೆ ನಾನು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೆಂಟ್ ಥರ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನಾನು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ವಿನಯ್ ಸರ್ಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರು ಸರ್ಗೆ, ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ್ ಸರ್ಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಅವರಿಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ಗಂಟು ಬಿದ್ದು ನಾನು ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕಂದರೆ ಅವ್ರೇನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಆಯಿತು ಒಂದು ಇಮೇಲ್ ಆದರೂ ಕಳಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಹಾಗೆ ನಾನು ಮತ್ತೆ ಒಂದು ಇಮೇಲ್ ಕಳಿಸಿದೆ. ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ 2 ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಕೂಡ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಫಿಶ್ರಿ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಫಿಶ್ರಿ ಓದ್ಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂಥವಳು ಹೇಮಾ ಮತ್ತು ಶಾಂತ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದಂದರೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಅಂತೆ. ನೋಡಿರಿ, ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅವಳದು. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮು. ಅದು ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಕಲ್ಪಿಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥದ್ದು. ಈ ಲೇಖೆಗೆ ಅವ್ರು ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು, ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆರೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ. ಇದು ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಇದೊಂದು ಖುಷಿ ವಿಚಾರ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹಂಚ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಹಾಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನನ್ನ ಹಾವೇರಿ ಏಲಕ್ಕಿ ಕಂಪಿನ ಊರಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಆದರೆ ಏಲಕ್ಕಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳೆಯೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಏಲಕ್ಕಿ ಕಂಪು ಬರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಏನಂದರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಕ್ಕೇರಿ ಮಠ ಅಂತ ಇದೆ, ಆ ಮಠದ ಹತ್ರ ಒಂದು ಸೇದ ಬಾವಿ ಇದೆ. ಆ ಬಾವಿ ನೀರಿನಿಂದ ಇದನ್ನು ಏಲಕ್ಕಿನ ಕುದಿಸಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಸಂಸ್ಕರಿಸಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಮಾಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಪ್ರಜಾವಾಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಬಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಎಡಿಷನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂದು ವೀಕ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಹಾಗೆ ಆ ನೀರಿನ ಮಹತ್ವ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ, ಅಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಮದ್ದಗದ ಕೆಂಚಮ್ಮನ ಕೆರೆ ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಮಾಯದಂಥ ಮಳೆ ಬಂತಣ್ಣ ಮಗದಾದ ಕೆರೆಗೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಜನಪದ ಹಾಡು ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಹಿರೇಕೆರೆ ತಾಲೂಕಿನ, ಇದು ರೆಟ್ಟಳ್ಳಿ ತಾಲೂಕಾಗಿದೆ ಈಗ, ಹೊಸ ತಾಲೂಕು. ಆ ರೆಟ್ಟಳ್ಳಿ ತಾಲೂಕಿನ ಮಾಸೂರು ಮಗದಾದ ಕೆರೆ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಕರಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಾವೇರಿ ಹೆಗ್ಗೆರೆ ಅಂತ ಇದೆ, ಆ ಹೆಗ್ಗೆರೆಯಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಅನೇಕ ಜೀವ ಸಂಕುಲಗಳು ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಚೀರ್ನಾಯಿ ಕೂಡ ಬಂದಿತ್ತು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ, ಕಳೆದ ವಾರ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಪೇಪರ್ನವರು ಅದನ್ನು ಫೋಟೋಗ್ರಫಿ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಆ ಹೆಗ್ಗೆರೆ ಕೆರೆಗೆ SP ಆಫೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು ಆ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ. SP ಆಫೀಸ್ದು ಮಳೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವಾಗೇನು ತೊಂದರೆ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸಿವಿಲೇಜ್ ಇದು STPದು ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಹೋಲ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ STP ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಆದರೆ ಈ ಒಂದು 2-3 ವರ್ಷದ ಕೆಳಗೆ, ಅಲ್ಲ 5-6 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದೆ ತುಂಬ ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಮಳೆ ಬಂದು ಏನಾಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಂದರೆ ಕೆರೆ ಮಿತಿಮೀರಿ ತುಂಬ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತು. ಆವಾಗ ಏನಾಯ್ತಂದರೆ ಆ STP ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಹೋಲ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಕೆರೆ ನೀರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಿಡ್ತು. ಆ ವೇಸ್ಟೇಜು ಸಿವಿಲೇಜು ಎಲ್ಲದು ಕೂಡ ಕೆರೆಗೆ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂತು. ಆವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಪರಿಸರ ಅಭಿಮಾನಿಗಳು ಹೋಗಿ ಇಲಾಖೆಗೆ ದೂರು ಕೊಟ್ಟರು, DC ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಆವಾಗೇನು ಮಾಡಿದಂದರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಅಲ್ಟಿಮೇಟ್ಲಿ ಅವರನ್ನು ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು, ಆ ಕ್ವಾರ್ಟರ್ಸನ್ನು, ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಕ್ವಾರ್ಟರ್ಸನ್ನು ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಅಂದರೆ ರೆಸಿಡೆನ್ಸಿಯಲ್ ಇತ್ತು, ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕ್ವಾರ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಇತ್ತು, ಅದನ್ನು ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಟೌನ್ಗೆ ಹಾಕಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕಳೆದ 2 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ, ಹಿಂದಿನ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿ ಅವರು CM ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸದಾಗಿಯೇ ಟೌನಲ್ಲಿ SP ಆಫೀಸನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದರು, ಮತ್ತು ಕ್ವಾರ್ಟರ್ಸನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಈಗ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಅದು ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಪೆರೇಡ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಅಂತ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಜನವಸತಿ ಇರಲ್ಲ, ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಅದು ಪರಿಸರಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾನಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ದರ್ಪಣ್ ಜೈನ್ ಅವರು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ KODFC ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಗೆ ನಾನು 24x7 ಕೂಡ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಆವಾಗ ಆ ಕೆರೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಮುದ್ದಾಮ್ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿದ್ವಿ, ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರು ಬಂದಿದ್ರು ಆ ದಿನ. ಆವಾಗ ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಂದರೆ, ಜೈವಿಕವಾಗಿ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಕೆಮಿಕಲ್ ಹಾಕೋದ್ರ ಮೂಲಕ ಅದನ್ನು ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕೂಡ ಕೆಲವು ತಜ್ಞರು ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಆದರೆ ಅದು ಎಫೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಶಿಫ್ಟೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾನು ನಿನ್ನೆ ಮಗದ ಸರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಟೀ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ ವಿಚಾರ ಅನ್ಕೋತಿದ್ವಿ, ಏನಂತಂದರೆ ಈ ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೂಳು ತೆಗೆದು ಕೂಡ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಆ ಹೂಳನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದಾಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ನೀರು ಶೇಖರಣೆ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುವಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ಬಾವಿ ಬಳಸೋದಂತೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಕಪ್ಲಿ ಬಾವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋ ಅನುಭವನೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ರೈತನ ಮಗನಾಗಿ ಕಪ್ಲಿ ಅಂದರೆ ನೀರಿನ ಕಡಾಯಿ ಮೂಲಕ ಎತ್ತುಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ಹೊರಗೆ ನೀರು ಚೆಲ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಅದ್ರ ಮೂಲಕ ಆವಾಗ ಎತ್ತಿನ ಹಗ್ಗದ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಖುಷಿಪಟ್ಟಂಥ ಅನುಭವ ನನಗಿದೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಅವಾಗ ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಮಾತಿದೆ, ದೇವ್ರಗುಡ್ಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಕೊಡಬಾರ್ದು, ಕಾಕೋಳಕ್ಕೆ ಎತ್ತು ಕೊಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ದೇವ್ರಗುಡ್ಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಯಾಕೆ ಕೊಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂದರೆ ಗಂಡಸರು ಕೆಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಅವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ಏನಾಗಿತ್ತಂದರೆ ದೇವರಗುಡ್ಡ ಮಣ್ಣು ಮೈಲಾರ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಲ್ಲ, ಅದ್ರ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಇದೆ ಮಾಲ್ತೇಶ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂಥ ಕೆಳಗಿನ ಒಂದು ಇದೆ ಬಾವಿ ಇದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ನೀರನ್ನು ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಸೊಂಟದ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅವತ್ತು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತಾಯಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ಲು ಅಂದರೆ, ನನ್ನ ತವ್ರ ಮನೇಲಿ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ನೀರು ಹೊತ್ತು ಸಣ್ಣ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅವಳು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪರಿಕಲ್ಪನೆ ತಾಯಿಗಿತ್ತು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ದೇವ್ರಗುಡ್ಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಕೊಡ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಕಾಕೋಳಕ್ಕೆ ಎತ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಕೊಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂದರೆ, ಕಾಕೋಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಪ್ಲಿ ಬಾವಿ ಭಾಳ ಇದ್ವು. ಕಪ್ಲಿ ಬಾವಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಎತ್ತುಗಳನ್ನು ಆ ನೀರನ್ನು ಹೊಡೆಯೋದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಬಳಸೋದು. ಅದರಿಂದ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಎತ್ತುಗಳ ಎದೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಒತ್ತಡ ಬೀಳ್ತದೆ. ಅವು ಬೇಗ ಆ ಆಯಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸತ್ತು ಹೋಗ್ತವೆ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳು. ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂದರೆ ಪ್ರಾಣಿ ಪ್ರೀತಿ. ಯಾವಾಗಲಾದರೂ ಕೂಡ ತಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಾಣಿ ಸತ್ತರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಹೊರಗೆ ಎಸಿತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಭೂಮಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಹುಗಿತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಆಯಿತಾ? ಕೆಲವು ಹಬ್ಬಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಪೂಜೆನ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಸಂಕ್ರಾಂತಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ದೀಪಾವಳಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಕಾರು ಹುಣ್ಣಿಮೆ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಕಾರು ಹುಣ್ಣಿಮೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕರೆದಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ಕಂಬಳಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಳಿಗೆ ಎಡೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮನೆಯವರೆಲ್ಲ ಊಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ಆ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಕಾಕೋಳಕ್ಕೆ ಎತ್ಕೊಳ್ಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಇತ್ತು. ಅಂಥ ಕಾಕೋಳ ಇವತ್ತೇನಾಗಿದೆ, ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಚನ್ನಬಸಪ್ಪ ಕೊಂಬಳಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥವ್ರು, ಅವರು ರೈತರು, ಈಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೆಸರಿದೆ. ಅವರು ನೀರನ್ನು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅನೇಕ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮತ್ತು ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಗಳು ಬಂದಿದೆ. ವಾಲ್ಮೀಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಕೂಡ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ರೈತರು. ಅಂಥವರು ಒಂದು ಎಲ್ಲ ನೀರನ್ನು ಸಂಗ್ರಹಿಸಿ, ಬೀಳುವಂಥ ನೀರನ್ನು ಆ ತೆರೆದ ಬಾವಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಂಗ್ರಹಿಸಿ ನೀರಿನ ಮಟ್ಟವನ್ನು, ಅಂತರ್ಜಲವನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಆ ಒಂದು ಈಗ ನಾನು ನೋಡಿ ಬದಲಾಗಿದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ನನಗೆ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ 4 ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುವು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ನನ್ನ ನೈಜ ಅನುಭವಗಳನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಯಾರು ಅನ್ನುತ್ತಾ ಭಾವಿಸಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ನನಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ಅನೇಕ ಬುದ್ಧಿಜೀವಿಗಳಿಗೆ ವಂದಿಸ್ತಾ, ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ವಂದಿಸ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ 2 ಮಾತನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ.
ತುಂಬ ಸವಿಸ್ತಾರವಾಗಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಗಳನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸಿದಂಥ ತಮಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರು ಈ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ?
ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಗಣ್ಯಮಾನ್ಯರೇ ಮತ್ತು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮುಂಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರದ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಬಿಂದುಗಳು, ಈ 2 ದಿನ ತುಂಬ ಅಚ್ಚುಕಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಿತವಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲೇನು ನಾವು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನಂತಂದರೆ, ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವಜಲವನ್ನು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಕಾಪಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಮತ್ತು ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕವಾಗಿ ಕೂಡ ಆ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಿಂದ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಬಂದಿದ್ದರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಇದು ಒಂದು ತಾರ್ಕಿಕ ಒಂದು ಅಂತ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಏನು ನಾವು ಮೆಮೊರ್ಯಾಂಡಮ್ ಏನಾದರೂ ಇದ್ದರೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಅದು ಒಂದು ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ರವಾನೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕಂತಂದರೆ ಇವತ್ತೇನು ನಾವು ಮೊದಲು ಹಿರಿಯರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು, ನೀರನ್ನು ನಾವು ಹಳ್ಳ ಕೊಳ್ಳದಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಏಜವರು ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿರಿಯರೆಲ್ಲ ಕೆರೆ ಕಂಟೆಗಳು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ನಾವೀಗ ಬಾಟಲಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋದರೆ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಸೂಲಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಏನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ನಾವು ದೃಶ್ಯ ಬದಲಾಯಿಸ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಕೋನ ಬದಲಾಯಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ದಡ ಸೇರಬೇಕಂತಂದರೆ ನಾವು ದೋಣಿ ಬದಲಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ದಿಕ್ಕು ಬದಲಾಯಿಸಿದರೆ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗ್ಲೂ ನಮ್ಮ ದಡ ಮುಟ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತಿಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವಿರಾಮ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಒಂದು ಗಾದೆ ಮಾತಿದೆ, ಊರು ಕಟ್ಟುವ ಮೊದಲು ಒಂದು ಕೆರೆ ಕಟ್ಟು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಆದರೆ ಇವಾಗ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಒಂದು ಊರು ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಕೆರೆಯನ್ನು ಮುಚ್ಚಿ ಊರನ್ನು ಕಟ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೃಷ್ಣರಾಜ ಮಾರುಕಟ್ಟೆನೇ. ಅದು ಮೊದಲು ಸಿದ್ದಿಕಟ್ಟೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೆಸರಿತ್ತಂತೆ. ಕೆಂಪೇಗೌಡರ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಅರಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ದಾಸಿಯಾಗಿ ಸಿದ್ದಮ್ಮ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಒಬ್ಬ ದಾಸಿ ಇದ್ಲಂತೆ. ಅವಳ ಹೆಸರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿದ್ದಮ್ಮನ ಕಟ್ಟೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ರಂತೆ. ಈಗ ಆ ಕಟ್ಟೆಯನ್ನು ಮುಚ್ಚಿ ಇವಾಗ ಆ ಕಟ್ಟೆ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಕೃಷ್ಣರಾಜ ಮಾರುಕಟ್ಟೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಆಗಿದೆ. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಳೆಯ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳ ಸಂಘದ ಶ್ರೀ ಎನ್ ವಿನಯ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಗಳನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೋರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ನಿನ್ನೆಯಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಿದೆ ಮತ್ತು ನನಗೇನು ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ನನಗೆ ಏನು ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮನ ನಡೆಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ತುಂಬ ಜನ ನನಗೆ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅಮೋಕ್ ಹೋಗಿದೆಯಾ? ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದವರು ಫಸ್ಟು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬಾಲಗಂಗಾಧರ್. ಐ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಗಿವ್ ಎ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಗೆಸ್ಚರ್. ಐ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಪುಟ್ ಎ ಶಾಲ್ ಟು ಹಿಮ್. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಾಸುದೇವ್ ಅವರು ಸರ್, ಇಲ್ಲ ಶಾಲ್. Then I want to thank Forum of Fishery Technologists. I think Dr. Y. Basuraj can receive the shawl. Small token of our gesture, sir. Then I want to thank COFA Mangalore. Shiva, can you come and receive it? COFA. Illal. Shiva, Niba. Then I want to thank Amity Empiric Technologies. Mohan Reddy, are you there? Mohan Reddy or Illa. Then I want to thank Mr. Chikana. Mr. Chikana, Deputy Director, who helped me to raise funds. And not forgetting Ms. Reena also. Please come. They have helped me in raising the funds. Please. And I want to thank the entire Department of Fisheries. I think Mr. Vishwanath, please come and receive our small gesture. The director has been very helpful to me in organizing this function. Yes, they have given a lot of money. And I want to thank Mr. Prakash, who is my colleague, also in supporting me. Then not forgetting the KSTA team, I want to thank Dr. Anand. Mr. Anand, please. Yes. Next is Dr. V.K. Srinivas. ಅಲ್ಲ ಬನ್ನಿ ಈ ಕಡೆ. ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಾದೇಗೌಡ, ಬನ್ನಿ ಸರ್. ಬರತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ ರೀ? ಬೇಕೆ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಬನ್ನಿ. Next is VG Umesh. Sir, they have been very helpful to me, sir, and you also. And then I want to thank very much Mr. Bharat. Single-handedly ಅವರೊಬ್ಬರೇ ಇಡೀ ಆಡಿಟೋರಿಯಂ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರೂ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಭರತ್. Then we have other two KST members. Please, Bani sir. Shantraju, Bani. Bani, Chandru. So I have been supported a lot by Dr. Manjappa, Dr. Rajana, Dr. Vijay Kumar, Dr. Chetan, Dr. Harsha. Nimgella Shalila, but only thanks. And the last person, I want to thank wholeheartedly Dr. A.M. Ramesh. We have a small memento, sir. No, sir. It's different. You have been. One ನಿಮಿಷ. Prakash, please come. One ನಿಮಿಷ. Take it out. Vishwanath. Dr. Venkatappa, please come. ಸರ್, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಭಿಮಾನಿಗಳು. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಇದು ಟೋಕನ್.
ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಸರ್. ಸರ್ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಸರ್.
And most important is thanking all the participants who have been here. Thank you one and all.
ಮೀನುಗಾರಿಕಾ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಒಂದು ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರುಗಳಿಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇದರಲ್ಲೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸು ರಮೇಶ್ ಸರಳ ಇರೋದು ಒಂದು ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಇದೆ. ಅಂದಿನ ಹಿರಿಯ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತಿನವರೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾರಿಗಾದರೂ ಕಷ್ಟ ಅಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಜೊತೆಲಿ ನಿಂತು ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸುಖ ಅಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಸೇರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಿಜವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನಿಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ಸರ್. ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಡಿಗ್ರಿಗೆ ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಗ್ರೂಪು, PG UG ಹೈಸ್ಕೂಲು ಹೀಗೆ ಇದ್ರ ಮಾತು. ಆದರೆ ಇವ್ರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಸೀನಿಯರು ಜೂನಿಯರ್ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಭೇದ ಭಾವ ಇಲ್ಲದೇ ಅಂದಿನಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತಿನವರೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಜನ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಓದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ಕಷ್ಟ ಅಂದರೆ ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನಮ್ಮವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರನ್ನ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸುಖ ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಸೇರ್ತಾರೆ. ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಸರಿ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ಸರ್. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಾಹಕ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ AM ರಮೇಶ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಂದ ಒಂದು ನುಡಿ.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಮಾದೇವೇಗೌಡರು ಆಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಒಂದೇ ನುಡಿ ಅಂತ, ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾತಾಡೋಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಎನಿವೇ ಫೆಲಿಸಿಟೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಒಂದು 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ರೆ ಭಾಳ ಉತ್ಸುಕರಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಆದರೂ ಒಂದು 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ತಡೆದುಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ, ಫೆಲಿಸಿಟೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಹೋಗುವಂತಾನೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ವಾಸುದೇವಪ್ಪ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಭಾಳ ಆಭಾರಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಿನ್ನೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಸರ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ, ತಾವು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಸರ್. ವಿ ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ಫುಲ್ ಟು ಯು ಫಾರ್ ಯುವರ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಬಲ್ ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್. ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಬ್ಲೆಸ್ಡ್ ಟು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಕಾಂಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ವಿತ್ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ಸ್. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಅಯ್ಯಪ್ಪನ್ ಸರು ಅಷ್ಟೇ 3 ಇಯರ್ಸ್ ಭಾಳ ಕ್ಲೋಸಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಇಂಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕ್ಲೋಸಾಗಿ ಇಂಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, 1-2 ಸರಿ ತುಂಬ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯುಮೆಂಟು ಆಗಿದೆ, ಅವರು ಬೇಜಾರು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಸಂಜೆ ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ಒಂದೇ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹಿಂದಿಂದೆಲ್ಲ ಮರೆತು ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೋ. ಇಸ್ ಸಚ್ ಎ ಹಂಬಲ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್. ನಾವು ಜಗಳ ಆಡಿದ್ರು ಅದನ್ನು ಜ್ಞಾಪಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಬಹಳ ಸಂಯಮದಿಂದ ವರ್ತಿಸ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಅಯ್ಯಪ್ಪನ್ ಸರ್. ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ನಾವು ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯಿಂದ ನೆನೆಸ್ಕೋತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದು ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಡಿಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರಣ ವಿನಯ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಬಂದು ನನಗೆ ಲೇಕ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಸರ್ ಅಂತಿದ್ರು. ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಐ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಸ್ಟಡಿಡ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಕ್ವಾಟಿಕ್ ಬಯಾಲಜಿ. ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಲವ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಫಾರ್ ಲೇಕ್ಸ್. ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಗ್ರೇಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಲಿಮ್ನಾಲಜಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ TRC ಗುಪ್ತಾ ಅವ್ರ ಕೆಳಗೆ ನಾವು ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿಂದ ಲೇಕ್ಸು, ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸು, ಪಾಂಡ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಒಲವಿತ್ತು. ಅದು ಸಾಕಾರಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ವಿನಯಿಂದ. ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ವರ್ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಇನ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ವಿತ್ ಲೇಕ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಲೇಕ್ಸ್. ವಿ ಆರ್ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ಫುಲ್ ಟು ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ರಾಮ್ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಫಾರ್ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸಲೆಂಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿನಯ್ ಅವರು ಭಾಳ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆನ್ ಡೈಲಿ ಬೇಸಿಸ್, ಅವರು ವೆರಿ ಬ್ಯುಸಿ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್, ಆದರೂ ಸಹ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ಕಾಂಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿದ್ದು ನಮಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಆಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮದು ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಲಿ ಅವರ್ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಟು ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ಸ್. ಇಟ್ ಡಸಂಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಅಸ್. ಇವರಿಗೆ ಆ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇದೊಂದು ಮಾಡೋದು ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ಫುಲ್ ಟು ಯು ವಿನಯ್. ಆನ್ ಬಿಹಾಫ್ ಆಫ್ KSTA ವಿ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಫೆಲಿಸಿಟೇಟ್ ವಿನಯ್ ನಾವು. ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಿನಯ್ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಆಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರೇರಕ ಶಕ್ತಿಗಳು. ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್, ನಿಮಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಂಜಪ್ಪ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಜಣ್ಣ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಲಿಂಗದಾಳ್ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ, ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎ ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಆನ್ ಬ್ಲೂ ರೆವಲ್ಯೂಷನ್. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ಕಾಂಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿದ್ದು ನಮಗೆ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ನಿನ್ನೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಆನರಬಲ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಅವರು ಸಚಿವರು ಅಷ್ಟು ಬ್ಯುಸಿ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಸಹ ಬಂದು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಬಹಳ ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷದ ಸಂಗತಿ. ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ 11 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಇತ್ತು, ಸರ್ 8:45ಗೆ ಬಂದರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆ ಇಂಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಇನಾಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಲೇಕ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪಾಂಡ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬಹಳ ನಿರ್ಗಳವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು 15 ನಿಮಿಷ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಮೈನರ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಅವ್ರ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟೇ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಅರಿವಿದೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಅದಲ್ಲದೆ ಮೈನರ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್, ದೆನ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ವಾಟರ್, ದೆನ್ ಅಟಲ್ ಭುಜಲ್ ಇಂದ ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳನ್ನು ಡೆಪ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಆನರಬಲ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಪತ್ರದಿಂದ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ 9 ಗಂಟೆ ಒಳಗೆ ಬಂದರು, ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಹೌಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿದ್ದರು. ನಮ್ಮ ಸಚಿವರು ಬಂದಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾಲ್ ಫುಲ್ಲಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಭಾಳ ಖುಷಿಯಾಯಿತು, ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಹಿಂದಿನಿಂದನೂ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು, 2 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ. ಇದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಪ್ರೂವ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಕಾರಣ ಅಂದರೆ ಬೇಗ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಆಯಿತು. ಐ ವುಡ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಟು ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಹೂ ಐ ಕಮ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, ನಾಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್, ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್. ಹಾಗೆ ಹಾರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಬಫರ್ ಇಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ. ತಕ್ಷಣ ದೂರದಿಂದ ಬರೋರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಗಂಟೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೋ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸರ್ಗೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ, ಡೀನ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳನ್ನು ಡೆಪ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಅವರು ಪಾಪ ಡೆಪ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಅದರಿಂದ ಓವರ್ಫ್ಲೋ ಆಗೋಯ್ತು. ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಜಾಗ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಹುಡುಗರು ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂದರು. ಆದರೂ ನಮಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ವಾಸ್ 175 ಎಸ್ಟರ್ಡೇ. ಇವತ್ತು ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ 100 ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಹಿಯರ್. ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದೆಮ್ ಆರ್ awaiting the results of oral presentation, I believe. It will be announced very shortly. Please be patient. We have with us eminent fisheries expert and former Vice Chancellor of NIFTEM and UAHS Shivamogga, Professor ವಾಸುದೇವಪ್ಪ ಸರ್. ಅವ್ರದ್ದೊಂದು ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಸ್ಪೀಚ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಈ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ವೆದರ್ ಯು ಗೆಟ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್, ಡೋಂಟ್ ವರಿ. KSTA always keeps organizing such programs every month. 1 or 2 conferences will be held here. So if you don't get this time, next time please try with better knowledge, better guidance, then certainly I'm sure you'll be getting prizes. ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಅಯ್ಯಂಗಾರ್ ಸರ್, ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸನ್, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಪಂಡಿತ್ ಸರ್, ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಸಂಜೆವರೆಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ವಿ ಆರ್ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ಫುಲ್ ಟು ಯು ಸರ್. All the students have to emulate seniors like Srinivasan sir and Pandit sir. ಅವು ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಬಂದರೆ ಸಂಜೆವರೆಗೂ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಇಂಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಅದು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಬಿಲ್ಡ್ ಯುವರ್ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್. ಸರ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರು ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅಚೀವ್ಡ್ ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಲೈಫ್. ಇನ್ ಸ್ಪೈಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಟ್ ದೇ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಬ್ರಾಡನ್ ದ ಹೊರೈಸನ್ ಆಫ್ ದೇರ್ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ಇನ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ರಿಟೈರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಸಿಟ್ ಎಟ್ ಹೋಮ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಾಚ್ TV. ಇವರು ಬೇಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ರಿಟೈರ್ಮೆಂಟು ಮರಳಿ ಅರಳುವ ಸಮಯ. ಸೊ ರಿಟೈರ್ ಆದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಮನೇಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇನಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ರಿಟೈರ್ ಆದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಮನೇಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ. ಸಮ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ವಿಲ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಬಿ ದೇರ್. ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರೀತಿಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಲೀಗ್ಸು ಭಾಳ ಶ್ರಮಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಿನ್ನೆ ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾದೇಗೌಡರು, ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ರಾತ್ರಿ 3 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ ಎದ್ದು, ಈ ಭಟ್ರು ಬಂದಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆತಂಕ ಆಗಿ 3 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಟ್ಟು ಒಬ್ಬರನ್ನ ಕರೆಸಿ ಅಡುಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಐ ಹೋಪ್ ರುಚಿ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರು, ಮಾದೇಗೌಡರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಭಟ್ರು ಬರೋದು 11 ಗಂಟೆ ಆಗೋಯ್ತು. ಸೊ I am very grateful and fortunate that I have a good team of officers. In fact, ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಲಿ ಇರೋದು 16 ಜನ ಮಾತ್ರ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯೀಸ್, ಪರ್ಮನೆಂಟ್ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯೀಸ್. ಉಳಿದವರೆಲ್ಲ ಆನ್ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್. ಉಳಿದವರು ಅಂದರೆ 7-8 ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ದೇ ಆರ್ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹೌಸ್ ಕೀಪಿಂಗ್. ಅದರ್ವೈಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ 16 of us are here. ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಟೊಂಕ ಕಟ್ಟಿ ನಿಂತು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಬಹಳ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ವೀಕು ಫ್ರಮ್ ವೆನ್ಸ್ಡೇ ಟು ಫ್ರೈಡೇ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಎ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಟಿ ಮೈಕ್ರೋಬಿಯಲ್ ರೆಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಗುರುಗಳಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕರುಣಾಸಾಗರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇಂದ್ರಾಣಿ ಕರುಣಾಸಾಗರ್ ಇಬ್ಬರೂ ಬಂದು ಮೂರು ದಿವಸ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆನೇ ಇದ್ದರು. ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಗೈಡೆನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ದಿ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಎ ವೆರಿ resounding success, and experts from not only Karnataka, from different parts of India had come, and participants also not only from Bangalore but different parts of country had come, and I am very grateful to my gurus also, and I am also grateful to all the participants present here. My friend Dr. Dinesh Kumar ಅವರು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ನೀಡ್ತಾನೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬ್ಲೂ ರೆವಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ he wholeheartedly supported me, and the program was held in September, and it was also a success. ಈ ಸರಿನೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಗ್ರ್ಯಾಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದರೆ ಈ ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬ್ಲೂ ರೆವಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಎನಿವೆ ರೆಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಟಿವ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಹಿಯರ್. ವಿಶ್ವನಾಥ್ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಮಗದ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಒಂದು ಮನದಾಸೆಯನ್ನು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೋರ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಹಾಗೆ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರು ಸಹ ಮಂಕಾಳ್ ವೈದ್ಯ ಸರ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನೂ ಇನ್ವೈಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದರೆ ಮೊನ್ನೆನೇ ಹೇಳಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಗೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡಿರಿ ಅಂತ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಬಟ್ ಎನಿವೆ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಶ್ಯೂರ್ ವಿತ್ ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ ಬ್ಲೂ ರೆವಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಮೇ ಬಿ ಇನ್ ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ ಆರ್ ಅಕ್ಟೋಬರ್. ಸರ್ರು ವಾಸುದೇವಪ್ಪ ಸರ್ರು, ಬಸವರಾಜ್ ಸರ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ ಗೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ವೆರಿ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಮಹೇಶ್ ಸರ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ವಿತ್ ಅಸ್. With this, I wish you all a great evening and happy back home. ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಿ. And for all the winners, congratulations. For non-winners, hearty congratulations. All the best.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಹೀಗೆ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ವಾಸುದೇವಪ್ಪ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಂದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷೀಯ ನುಡಿ.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಕಳೆದ 2 ದಿನಗಳಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ನಾನು ಈಗ ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ತಾನೇ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಆದರೂ ಸಹ ಐ ಕುಡ್ ಗೆಟ್ ದ ಗ್ಲಿಮ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಹೋಲ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ವಿಚ್ ಯು ಆಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ಡ್. ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ dignitaries on the dais, Balgangadhar, Vinay Kumar, and of course the CEO of this organization, Ramesh, Srinivas, Anand, and everybody. And I would say especially very delighted to see people like Mr. Iyengar, Srinivas, of course Chandrasekhar was not there, he has gone, Ram Prasad, Nagesh, and my friends, Dr. Basavaraju, Dr. Shivakumar, all the, and Prakash, who are all here. In fact, I would say this is a teamwork. Always, organizing any event is a teamwork. And I am very happy to be associated with KSTA for the simple reason they are very humble, and they are very serious, and they are committed. So that's where I have been coming and going to this organization maybe 5 or 6 times already. But every time I see that things are in place and things are at right place. So that is where I think the whole event has gone through very successfully. And as was said, I think the food was prepared by KSTA team. I think, and that is the commitment level. And probably let's celebrate it and give them a big round of applause once again. I know this maybe conference was addressing healthy lakes and healthy lives. And one thing I could see on the dais itself is the water glasses are kept empty, but the water is there. So that means whatever quantity of water you want to take, you can take, and don't waste the water. A good, I would say, message for all of us who are on the dais also. So great, I think that's a wonderful, I would say, a sort of a gesture which I could really feel and witness. Of course, I know it's already very late to speak many things, but at the same time, I wish to just make 1 or 2 points for you all. In fact, lakes are the life centers of the civilization, I would say. Whether it is Bangalore city, whether it is a district headquarters or a municipality or a village, I think everywhere we have lakes. But it's our responsibility to save these lakes. As was said by Chandrasekhar, it is not corporate social responsibility, it is individual social responsibility. If that can come into us, probably we will avoid wasting water on one side and also use the water very efficiently and judiciously. That if we can do, it's because gone are the days when water is plenty. And water can be used just like that, maybe without bothering what happens next year or next season or maybe another decade later. These days, water has become very precious, especially that too potable water has become really precious. As was said, it's only 0.5% of the total water resource, which we have only for utility, for safety, for human consumption or human utilization. But what is the next way, how we can improve this or how we can reduce the use of water? That is one thing which we need to really do. That means maybe recycling. As was said, Singapore, there is nothing like a drinking water tap or a water which is available in your toilet is drinkable. Europe also the same situation. There nobody carries water bottle. You can drink water anywhere and everywhere. That sort of situation, I don't know when it will come to India, but all the same, that is our responsibility. I know because we have been associated with lakes all through our life. Lakes, tanks, reservoirs, these are all our, I would say, the life supporting resources. In fact, if you go to the northern part of the country, there we have the Zeals, Beals, Oxbow lakes and things in plenty. Bihar, especially West Bengal, you go to Assam, huge number of these water bodies. But now what has happened is the connectivity which were earlier connected like the Bangalore lakes has lost. That means only when rain comes the water gets filled, otherwise it gets evaporated and there is no water in that. These are all the things and concerns which have been expressed everywhere. In fact, I would say here, the Government of India very aptly decided to have a water resource management ministry. This is something which is very, very important. I tell you why. Probably years to come, the next world war would be on water. In fact, we have already started with Pakistan. I would say that here, we want to stop water, but unfortunately we can't hold water. These are all the concerns. Though we want to say that we will create a calamity or a sort of a thing, but we can't do it forever. So that is where I think we need to really look at how water is important. So probably I think that's where I would always urge, be responsible in creating water body or utilizing water or storing water or disposing water. So if we can address these issues, probably I think nowadays greed has overtaken, I would say, the sustainability. So unless we make the whole system sustainable, we have been talking too many sustainabilities, I would say, further. In fact, as a food scientist, though I am not a food scientist, but I was involved with the food science for the last 5.5 years as Vice Chancellor, we have been talking about food systems. Food systems covers all this. How do we create food for the mass and how do we take it forward for future? And we have been talking about zero hunger. These are all concepts which arise out of water only. Water, land, air, these three have become very, very important resources for all of us to live on this earth. And if you have dignity of living, probably we need to respect all these things. And I wish, especially the students, please understand the importance of such of these water bodies. And of course, it's not in your hands to control the pollution part of it, because we create pollution because of our overutilization for some other activities which are not really useful. That's where, in fact, as I said, for example, of course, Shivkumar made a mention, we need to improve the productivity. Fine. At what cost? That's where India is sustainable today. Productivity on one side is low, we understand, But if you want to intensify and use all sorts of chemicals and fertilizers and this, that, and all that, then you create a unsustainable ecosystem. We don't want that to happen. Probably that is the reason why Indian economy is not dictated by anybody. The agriculture decides the Indian economy. That's where we are, in spite of COVID, in spite of wars, all that, we are not bothered because we have buffer stock of food, which is produced by our own farmers. So the GDP especially, I would say, we need not go panicky because we know we have a huge surplus, maybe because we are sustainable on one side with low input technologies. And organic farming and all that is a fancy. I don't agree with all that. But with a low input technology, still our soils are fertile and useful for future. So save earth, save water, and you also be safe. Thank you very much. All the best.
ತಮಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಈಗ ಬಹುಮಾನ ವಿತರಣೆ.
ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀಕಾಂತ್ ಅವರು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಸಾರಿ,
ಓರಲ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಟೋಟಲ್ 20 ಅಬ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ನ ರಿಸೀವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 12 ರಿಸರ್ಚರ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ದೇರ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಜೂರಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ 3 prizes. First prize is rupees 5,000, second prize is rupees 4,000, and third prize is rupees 3,000. The third prize goes to Raksha and T.S. Harsha, Sustainable Approach to Water Conservation and Climate Adaptation through Temple Ponds, Department of Studies and Research in Environment Science, Karnataka State Open University, Mysore. The second prize goes to Swarup Kumar V.S. and his team, Conceptualization of Model Lake for an Urban City, Study on the Lakes of Mangalore. I request all the dignitaries to present the certificate. Department of Plant Science, School of Biological Science, Central University of Kerala, Kasaragod. And the first prize goes to K.S. Raghunandan and his team, Diversity of Birds in and around Karanji Lake, Mysore, Karnataka, Postgraduate Department of Applied Zoology, Maharani Science College for Women, Autonomous, Mysore. Raghunandan. Huh? Okay. On behalf of Raghunandan, Harsha is collecting. All the winners, please provide account details to our Chandrasekhar. And the participation certificate and presentation certificate will be provided at the reception. Thank you. We also provide kit you can collect at the reception.
ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನು ವಿತರಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಿದಂಥ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈಗ ಕಳೆದ 2 ದಿನಗಳ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಟೀಮು 1 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆರೆ ಹಿಡಿದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಪರದೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ. ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಟೀಮ್ಗೆ. ಈಗ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸರವರು.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹಿರಿಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳು, ವಿಶ್ರಾಂತ ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳು ನಿಫ್ಟೆಮ್ ಮತ್ತು ಕೆಳದಿ ಶಿವಪ್ಪನಾಯಕ ಕೃಷಿ ಮತ್ತು ತೋಟಗಾರಿಕಾ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ವಿಶ್ರಾಂತ ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದಂಥ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಸಿ ವಾಸುದೇವಪ್ಪ ಸರ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಸೊ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಎ ಮೊಮೆಂಟೋ ಟು ವಾಸುದೇವಪ್ಪ ಸರ್ ಆಸ್ ಟೋಕನ್ ಆಫ್ ಅವರ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್ ಸರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯುವರ್ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಅಕೇಶನ್. ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬಿ ಆರ್ ಬಾಲಗಂಗಾಧರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾರೋಪ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಅಚ್ಚುಕಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ಸುಲಲಿತವಾಗಿ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ನಡೆಯಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣೀಕರ್ತರಾದಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಾಹಕ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಂ ರಮೇಶ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರದ ಒಂದು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರಕ್ಕೆ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣೀಕರ್ತರು ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರು ಶ್ರೀ ವಿನಯ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸರ್ heartfelt gratitude to you sir. Thank you very much sir for your kind support and encouragement. ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇಷ್ಟು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮೀನುಗಾರಿಕೆ ಇಲಾಖೆ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಸಣ್ಣ ನೀರಾವರಿ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಅಟಲ್ ಭೂಜಲ್ ಯೋಜನೆ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಕೋಫಾ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಚಾಪ್ಟರ್ ಅವರು ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುದಾನವನ್ನು ನೀಡಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ಆಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಲು ಸಹಾಯ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಮಹನೀಯರಿಗೆ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ತುಂಬ ಹೃದಯದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಜ್ಞಾನಾರ್ಜನೆ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯವನ್ನು ಅವರು ಅಭೂತಪೂರ್ವವಾಗಿ ಹಂಚ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಹನೀಯ ತಜ್ಞರಿಗೆ, ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ತಜ್ಞರಿಗೆ, ಪ್ಯಾನಲ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀಕಾಂತ್ ಸರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅರವಿಂದ್ ಸರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ತಜ್ಞರು, ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಮಗದ ಸರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಈ ಒಂದು ಪ್ಯಾನಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಯಾರಿದ್ರು, ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ತಜ್ಞರು ಏನಿದ್ರು ಈ 2 ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸಹ ನಾವು ತುಂಬ ಹೃದಯದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಅದಲ್ಲದೆ ಮೀನುಗಾರಿಕೆ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು, ಅಟಲ್ ಭೂಜಲ್ ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಭೂ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ವಾಸುದೇವ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಟೀಮ್ ಒಂದು ಕಮಿಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ. ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಆ ಟೀಮ್ ವರ್ಕು 3 ಗಂಟೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಮಾದೇಗೌಡರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಎದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೌಸ್ ಕೀಪಿಂಗ್ ಟೀಮು ನಮ್ಮ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಗಳು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ 4 ಗಂಟೆ 4:15 ಒಳಗಡೆ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಗೆ ನೀವು ಕ್ಯಾಂಟೀನ್ ಹತ್ರ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅವರು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದರು, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಬನಶಂಕರಿ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂದು ಅವರು ತಿಂಡಿನ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಅಚ್ಚುಕಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ತಿಂಡಿ ಅವತ್ತು ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ನ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ರಮೇಶ್ ಸರ್ಗೆ ಈ ವಿಷಯ ಹೇಳ್ಬಾರ್ದು, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದೊಂದು ಕಮಿಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅದಿದೆ ಎಲ್ಲರದ್ದು ಟೀಮ್ ವರ್ಕ್. ಹೌಸ್ ಕೀಪಿಂಗ್ ಟೀಮು ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಂದು ಕಮಿಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಸ್ರೋ ಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಅವರು, ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಭೂಷಣ ಇವರು ಯು ಆರ್ ರಾವ್ ಸರು, ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಸರ್, ಅಯ್ಯಪ್ಪನ್ ಸರು, ಹಾಗೆ ನಾನು ವಾಸುದೇವಪ್ಪ ಸರ್ ಹತ್ರನೂ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅವ್ರ 8:30 9 ಗಂಟೆ ಬಸವರಾಜ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರ ಕಮಿಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಡೆಡಿಕೇಶನ್ನು ಮೇಡ್ ಅಸ್ ಟು ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಫಾಲೋ ದೇರ್ ಫುಟ್ ಪಾತ್ಸ್. ಆ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಕಮಿಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನಮಗೆ ಕಲಿಸಿದಿರಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಗುರುಗಳು. ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸಹ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ನೆನೆಸುತ್ತಾ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಅದಲ್ಲದೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಹಿರಿಯರು ಅವರು, ಅಣು ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳು, ಅವರು ಈ 2 ದಿನದ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರಕ್ಕೆ ನಂಗೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ಲಾಗಿ, ನಾನು ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ ಅಂತ. ಅವರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ 2 ದಿನ ಅವರು ಈಗ ನಾನು ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಯಾರು ತಪ್ಪಾಗಿ ಭಾವಿಸ್ಬೇಡಿ, ಈ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಉಯ್ಯಾಲೆ ಆಟ ಆಡೋದು, ನಮ್ಮದು ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಕ್ ಅದು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಆಟ ಆಡ್ತಿದ್ರಿ, ರೀಲ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರಿ, ಆ ಥರದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಮೆಂಟಾಲಿಟಿ ಇದೆ. ರೀಲ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ತಪ್ಪಲ್ಲ, ರೀಲ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಈ ಥರ ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ರೀಲ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಸೊ ರಿಯಲಿ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ರಿಯಲಿ ಫ್ರೂಟ್ಫುಲ್ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ನೀವು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ನೀವು ದೇಶ ಕಟ್ಟೋರು, ಅದನ್ನು ನೀವು ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ರೀಲ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಇಡ್ಲಿ ವಡೆ ಸಾಂಬಾರು ಅನ್ನ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದಲ್ಲ. ಇವರು ನೋಡಿ, ಇಷ್ಟು ಏಜ್ ಇದ್ರೂ ಅವರು ಕಲಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ತುಡಿತ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಒಂದು ಆ ಜನ್ರೇಷನ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಜನ್ರೇಷನ್ ನಾವು ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಈ ಯಂಗರ್ ಜನ್ರೇಷನ್ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ನೀವೇನಿದ್ರು ರೀಲ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಇವಾಗ ನಾನು ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು, ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಫೋನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಎಫರ್ಟ್ ಹಾಕಿರ್ತೀವಿ ನಿಮಗೋಸ್ಕರ. ವೈ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಪುಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ದಿಸ್ ಮಚ್ ಎಫರ್ಟ್? ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಯುವರ್ ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್, ಯುವರ್ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ಶೇರ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ಬ್ರಾಡನ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ನೀವು ಮುಂದೆ ದೇಶ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿ, ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಆಗಲಿ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಹೊರತು ಬೇರೆ ಏನೂ ರೀಸನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಂತ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಏಜ್ ಆಗಿರೋರೇ ಬಂದವರು ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಇದನ್ನು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಥರ ಭಾವನೆ ಇದ್ರೆ ತಿದ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ತಪ್ಪಾಗಿ ಭಾವಿಸ್ಬೇಡಿ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಪರೋಕ್ಷವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಕ್ಷವಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡಿದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಹನೀಯರಿಗೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಗಳಿಗೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಒನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಹಿಯರ್. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಸರ್, ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಸರ್.
ವಂದನೆಗಳು. ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಬಂದು see, I'm not a fisheries man, so for some time I was feeling little fish out of water because you're all fisheries people. But I have a connection with the marine environment and the freshwater environment because I was heading the environmental impact assessment program at Jaduguda and BRC and Kalpakkam. So Kalpakkam is a marine environment. So there, in fact, some of our friends from the environment for our analytical assessment, radioactive assessment, were these barnacles, shellfishes, then this what is that, seaweeds, many other things. So I have some interface with these things. So that is one of the things that made me attracted to this symposium. And also post-retirement, I have taken to the work of purifying water with respect to heavy metals. And that is because my subject is inorganic chemistry. Because I saw so much pollution, so much people are suffering from the water pollution, particularly with respect to arsenic, the chromium and many other problems. I developed a technology in-house. I transferred the technology to Eureka folks and they are using it for this one for arsenic, mercury, and so many other things, etc. So I am continuing that work presently and developed some more technologies which I thought I should give something back to society. I have taken so much from society, something back to society from out of our own knowledge, and this is something I am pursuing. This is what drawn me to this lakes and your symposium, which is excellently organized. I thank Dr. Balagangadhar and Professor Vasudeva and all the committee members here. Thank you very much.
ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಗೀತೆ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಎದ್ದು ನಿಂತು ಗೌರವವನ್ನು ಸೂಚಿಸಬೇಕು.
ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟು, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಒಂದು KSTA ಔಟ್ರೀಚ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸ್ @gmail.comಗೆ ಕಳಿಸಿ, ನಮಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ಫುಲ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಮತ್ತು ರಿವ್ಯೂನಲ್ಲೂ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಮ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್ ರಿವ್ಯೂಲ್ಲೂ ಕೊಡಿ, ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಅಸ್.
पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
request all to assemble for a group photo, and after that we will be having a high tea in our canteen. Please have high tea, and happy and safe journey to all. Thank you.
Post tea, I request all the fish coast to reassemble back in the auditorium. We are going to have a short AGM of COFA Bangalore chapter. I request all fish coast to stay back for another half an hour. Thank you. Please collect the bags at the reception and certificates.